A walk with Christ. The beginning before the earth was or the stars in the heavens above there was the Father, and the Mother and the Son abiding in everlasting majesty beyond the horizon of infinity. They are the source, the one God of all that is, three divine and perfected personages, separate in body and spirit, but united as one in purpose, knowledge, vision, power, and faith. They are source, the one. By the joint desire of the Father and the Mother and the agreement of the Son, the spirits, and eternal essence of all things that live in a physical form, that have ever lived, and that will ever live, were first created and existed in a spiritual state. Nor has the spiritual essence of any living thing ever come into physical existence with the breath of life, except by their divine intention embraced by their endless love and faith. And it came to pass that in the beginning by the union of love of our Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother, all the spirits of men and women were created, in the likeness of their celestial parents they were created, every one. Into their spirit was placed an eternal soul, a sliver of the very essence of the Father and the Mother, to never know death and to always speak in a still, small voice calling upon their spirit to manifest in their lives the greatness they could become as true sons and daughters of God. Know then that all living things have spirits and existed spiritually before they existed physically. But only the children of men and women have been blessed with eternal souls, a piece of source, a light inside that ever beckons them to a higher path of virtue and righteousness. The souls of men and women are as innumerable as the sands of the seas, each and every one is gloriously unique, with special gifts and blessings given unto them by their Heavenly Father and Mother that they might manifest the majesty of their celestial heritage and fulfill the full measure of their divine creation. In the realm called Koropian, in the land of Zion, abide all things spiritual before they pass into the physical. Nothing that lives, that has lived, or that will ever live throughout the worlds of the heavens exists physically except it is first created spiritually and dwells in the land of Zion, in the realm of the Koropian. And it came to pass that each of the source came often to visit the spirits in Zion, to teach them many things so they could grow and expand, and to embrace their souls with their boundless love that love would ever be their guiding light. And it came to pass that the spirits of men and women lived in Zion in joy and happiness. Even for a great time beyond time. They began as children and grew into men and women of spirit, detailed in form and substance, each with a unique personality, cherished hopes and dreams. Grand opportunities to learn and grow, and soaring joy from knowledge gained, and cultivation of eternal relationships with other spirits. Bonded through shared experiences beyond time and space. And it came to pass that many of the spirit children of the Father and the Mother expanded their knowledge and progressed from their varied experiences and relationships to the limit of their possibilities as beings of spiritual substance and form. The creation of the worlds. An explanation of the creation of the worlds through the organization of time and space and the reason behind it. And it came to pass that the Father and the Mother looked into the chaos of darkness they had not yet organized and desired to coalesce a part of it into a physical realm of order and light, that their spirit children might have worlds of physical substance to go to and inhabit. And that they might continue to grow and expand from their experiences and relationships and acts of faith, in ways that were impossible for beings of spiritual form alone, living in the presence of the Source. And it came to pass that Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother decreed that balance and order should come from the chaos of darkness and from balance and order that time and space would exist. And it came to pass that Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother decreed that all of their children of spirit should take upon themselves a mortal tabernacle of flesh and blood, after they had advanced as far as they could in knowledge, ability, faith, and relationships in Zion, as beings of spiritual substance alone. And it came to pass that Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother decreed that forgetfulness would come upon the minds of every child of spirit when they passed into the physical realm of their choice, and that they would not remember their life as spiritual beings in the presence of their Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother and the firstborn Heavenly Son. Unto each child was given the loving promise that their souls would ever be a part of the Source, and that the light of celestial truth would abide forever in their hearts and whisper in their higher minds, ever stirring them with a longing for a divine eternity, and a subtle but sure knowledge that within them was something great calling for something much greater. Thus, it is that amidst the vexing trials and tribulations of mortal life, and that in humility, all can fulfill their potential to become a child of light, called from the gentle promptings of their heart to believe in a divinity their eyes cannot see and a wonder their mind does not know, to feel coursing through every fiber of their being a sure knowledge that they are a cherished child of God. And all this that they might come to know great faith, that it might resound with every beat of their heart and resonate from their mind to their toes, and that it might be a shield of protection in life, the power to make miracles, and the ever-burning lamp to guide the way home to celestine glory. Verily, faith and love are the greatest of all powers, the very dynamic by which all things were and are created and exist. Love comes easy to the willing and compassionate heart, but faith is a struggle of virtue and humility, and the means to obtain it only comes to those who conquer themselves and are totally open to the flow of light from God. But be of good cheer, for these are among the preeminent gifts of Source unto the children of men. For this cause and to learn and grow further by their experiences in the flesh are the children of men born into the world, that they might be tested by the challenges of mortality and learn to see without seeing, to hear without hearing, and to do without doing. Such is the power of faith. And only by acquiring this power may they progress into a greater state of being. And it came to pass that the earths were without form or substance, where there would be worlds, there was only chaos, and darkness permeated all of space. And the father and the mother spoke to their firstborn son and bade him to go into the chaos and to organize it, that their children of spirit might take upon themselves physical tabernacles and have the opportunity to gain faith and further light and knowledge. And they decreed that all things which they had created spiritually, the animals and the birds, the fishes and the insects, and all manner of plants and all manner of life, should be created physically to abide with their children in physical worlds of paradise. The son obeyed his parents, and by his faith he spoke, and by the power of his word his light issued into the darkness and chaos, and the darkness was rent, and the chaos was put into intricate balance and order. And so it came to pass that the physical worlds and all the heavens began to come into existence. And it came to pass that all living physical things that were made manifest at the beginning of the physical worlds were organized and made to reproduce after their kind and given free will and the ability to learn and grow and evolve in every way. By him and through him, by the manifesting power of his love and faith, were all things made. And without him, there was not anything made that was made during the days of first light. And into all creatures that the Son made, the Father and the Mother breathed the breath of life, and they awakened to their world. Garden of Eden. The true story of the creation and destruction of the Garden of Eden, as well as the creation of the first 12 men and 12 women who were made upon the earth in the image of our Father and Mother in heaven. Upon the earth of our home, the Son created a most perfect garden upon a large island encircled by 2 mighty rivers. Upon this garden island abided all the energies of life, and all things in the garden flourished with joyous vitality. And the Son called this land the Garden of Eden. Into the garden and upon the world at large, he put a great diversity of creatures, from those so tiny they could not be seen to those so immense that to them man was insignificant. From those who moved only by instinct to those who gathered into tribes and took actions with forethought and reason. And into these, Heavenly Father and Mother breathed the breath of life, and they awakened to their world. Upon the garden isle of Eden, the Son formed 12 diverse tabernacles of flesh for men in many hues, in the image of God the Father, and 12 diverse tabernacles of flesh for women in many hues, in the image of God the Mother. And the Father and the Mother sent forth 12 stalwart brothers of spirit and 12 choice daughters of spirit from the land of Zion, and called for their souls to enter into the tabernacles of flesh the Son had made, and they breathed into them the breath of life, and they awakened to their world. These were the first people upon our earth that had been created in the image of our Father and Mother in heaven. One of the brothers was called Adam, and one of the sisters was called Eve, and they fell into a deep and abiding love in the tabernacles of their flesh, even as it had been for them in the tabernacles of their spirits before the world was. But it was a pure and innocent love, filled with attraction and admiration, but absent of lust. And the 12 brothers and 12 sisters lived in paradise in innocence, nakedness, and purity, for the days and the nights were warm and comforting, the waters pure, delightful, and delicious, fruits, nuts, and vegetables grew wild and abundant everywhere within their reach. And for them this was food, pure and unspoiled, full of life, not death. From time to time, the Father or the Mother or the Son of the Source would speak to them in visions while they slept, to teach them again the celestial laws of the Source they had known so well in Zion, including the laws of love and stewardship, and the law of faith by which all things are and will be. And it came to pass that the Source gave unto the 12 brothers and 12 sisters a commandment that they should be bonded together as male and female in a sacred union of love and respect, one female to one male, as they were all worthy and of equal number. And by this, each of the 12 brothers and 12 sisters would have a special companion to share and create life with. And the voice of the Father came like thunder from a cloudless sky of sun, and, with authority and admonishment, bonded each of the men to their wife in holiness. Source the Father commanded them to be fruitful and to multiply, and Source the Mother stirred their loins husband for wife and wife. For husband and revealed unto their understanding the ways in which a man could cleave unto a woman in mutual joy and pleasure and become one in body and desire, and that from this sacred union would come children, that the race of men in the image of God might spread forth across the earth. And the voice of the Father shook the very ground, saying, Unto the children of Eden dominion is given over all the life of earth, over every creature that flies in the air or walks upon the ground or swims in the sea. You shall have sacred dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves or grows upon the earth, that in your stewardship they also might be fruitful and multiply and spread forth over the earth in abundance. Every plant in endless variety has been given unto you for food, shelter, or comfort, and to heal your wounds and illnesses with prudence and faith. And behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree whose seed bears fruit of sweetness or meat, and the milk of the animals, and the non-fertile eggs of the fowls, and the honey of the bees, and these shall be your food. And to every animal of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb from the smallest to the largest, for their meat. Take heed therefore to be good and faithful stewards, and cherish all life, for the slothful steward shall be held accountable. 4. Every life diminished because of their neglect or disdain. Verily, if you take life or diminish the quality of life of the creations of Source without cause, so shall the bounty of your eternal reward be taken from you. But as you add to the quality of the life of all that you are a steward over, your blessings in heaven shall be magnified. The splendor of your eternity is created by the respect and love of your humble everyday actions. As you do in life, so shall you be rewarded in eternity. The first people of the Garden of Eden did as Source commanded and were fruitful and multiplied, and they lived in peace and abundance with each other and as good stewards of all life in the land of Eden. Though they were naked, no man lusted for any but his wife, and no woman desired any but her husband. And they saw not their nakedness as anything other than pure beauty created by Source to be revered and respected as a temple of God. Despite all that they had been given, it came to pass that some among the Edenites began to forget the God that gave them life and did forget to thank Source for all that they had, and it came to pass that many of them heard the voice of God no more. Now among all the people of Eden, Adam was the most diligent in giving thanks for all things unto Source and the most truthful and faithful in keeping the teachings he had been given, living his life with honesty and uprightness. Thus, it came to pass that Source called Adam to be a prophet unto the people of Eden, that the will and words of God could be communicated unto them, even to those who could hear the voices of the Source no more. That they might still prosper in the land and grow and expand from their experiences and choices by following the teachings Source gave unto Adam. And there was no murmuring or discontent that Source had chosen Adam to be the prophet unto the people, for all agreed he was a just and upright man of humility and sincerity, who loved Source with all of his heart and was the most appropriate person to be called as a prophet. And it came to pass that the Edenites prospered and grew in the land, and one day Ishak, one of the 12 brothers, said unto Adam, What do you suppose is beyond the land of Eden? Adam answered that he did not know, but that Source had commanded that they not pass beyond the borders of the garden, which was a vast land and extended beyond sight in all directions. Now Ishak was not hurtful or disobedient, but he had a great curiosity that yearned to know what lay beyond the edges of the garden. And he said unto Adam, Let us travel just to the border, and step not over it, but travel along it that we can see with our eyes what wonders might be upon the other side. And Adam said unto him, There are no wonders, for Source has said that beyond Eden is only destruction and desolation. Then Ishak replied, I desire to see what destruction and desolation looks like, so let us be brave and go to the border. We will not disobey Source and pass to the other side. Thus, it came to pass that Adam and Ishak and another brother, named Tamad, parted from their families and traveled for 2 days until they came to the banks of one of the great rivers that encircled Eden. And the 3 brothers looked about them in astonishment. Behind them, they could see the lush foliage of Eden, but in front of them only stark desolation and barrenness, and they marveled at the power of Source. The realization came upon them that even if they desired, they could not pass beyond the borders of Eden, for so vast and swift were the waters of the river that surely no man could cross them. Then Adam turned to go back to his family, but Ishak and Tamad persuaded him to continue to follow along the river that they might see if a change came upon the land on the other side at any place. Thus, the 3 brothers continued their travel along the borders of Eden until the Sabbath, when they rested and gave thanks and prayers unto Source. Upon the sunrise of the next day, they began again to walk along the banks of the great river. Though the land beyond the far bank was bleak and dreary, they did see life in their travels, both plants and animals, and birds flew freely back and forth across the river. Thus, they wondered what might be beyond their sight. On 3 occasions, they saw what appeared to be bands of animals moving through the rocks, and once a small group that had somewhat the appearance of men, but they were in the distance and indistinct. On the 2nd day after the Sabbath, they came upon 4 such creatures standing on the other side of the river, and they stared at them secretly from behind the fronds of bushes, in great curiosity. They stood on 2 feet like men, but in a hunched manner, and they were covered in dark hair like animals. The brothers looked at one another in amazement and could not fathom what the creatures were, for no such animals that looked almost like men existed in Eden. Tomad commented with astonishment to his brothers, "They are men like unto us." Ishak scoffed in reply, "No, Tomad, for they are exceedingly hairy and walk in a most peculiar manner." Then Adam said unto his brethren, "Be they men or beasts, they are not made in the image of God as we have been, and they dwell beyond the land of Eden, which land is forbidden to us. Therefore, let us continue our journey, and suffice it that we know there is some life in the barrenness beyond the boundary of Eden, even if it is not life as we know it." Tomad shook his head questioningly, "But why has Source not told us of life beyond Eden, and why are there creatures there that do not dwell upon our isle?" Then Adam said unto him, "We are but babes upon this land, and Source teaches us only those things which give us a necessary foundation to spring up to new knowledge from which we can further grow and expand. As we firmly gain one step, we are prepared with faith to take the next, and are then given more light and knowledge from Source. Thus, we grow step by step, kept in the warm embrace and counsel of our heavenly parents while encouraged to reach further and higher and become more than we are, without risking all that we have. For it would be foolish and reckless to reach for a higher step without the foundation of a lower. Sometimes we would be lucky and not fail, but as the sun rises, so there would soon come a day when we would not be lucky and would fall into an emptiness that knows no solace. Let us always remember that on our own, man is nothing, but with Source, all things are possible. Now there was another brother of spirit who had not been chosen to be among the first to go and dwell in a physical tabernacle upon the earth or to be one of the progenitors of the children of men. He had rebelled mightily against Source and was forever cast out of the realm of Celestine light and condemned to never obtain a physical body, for only by the union of the energy of Heavenly Father and Mother could a soul become one with a body of flesh and blood. Thus was his eternal progression forever damned. His name was Lucifer, and he vowed to make man break his covenants to Source, that man would fall into darkness, even as he was, and suffer the wrath of Source, even as he had. For Lucifer was jealous of those who had been given honor before him, and wroth that they could have a physical body and eternal progression such as he was forever denied. And his spirit went forth among his former brothers and sisters who now dwelt upon the earth in the land of Eden, whispered into their minds, irritated their hearts, and sowed dissension among the 12 brothers and 12 sisters, so much so that they disobeyed Source, who had made them and given them life. Source had told the 12 brothers and the 12 sisters to eat freely of any fruit of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil to not eat, save when a fruit of the tree was given to them by the Source. They were warned with great seriousness that on the day in which they ate a fruit of the tree not given to them by the Source, the life they knew and cherished would perish, and that evil would forever find a place in their hearts, creating a war within between good and evil that would never end. And other commandments were given to them that they might gain faith by following the admonitions of Source, who loved them with a love beyond the light of the sun, for with obedience they would see that as they followed the word of Source, they prospered on the land, and by this their faith would grow. But Lucifer misled them in their minds in so much that they thought they understood something greater than Source had told them. And the voice of Lucifer whispered in their minds, "You cannot progress if you know not more of good and evil. You will always be as little children if you do not gorge yourself upon the forbidden tree." The father and the mother know everything of good and evil, and they have become the gods of all that is. The Source made the tree, so surely they have eaten all of its fruit. How can you become like unto them if you do not know what they know? They have only forbidden you to eat freely of the fruit to see if you have the initiative to seek out the things which can help you grow despite the obstacles that may be in your path. You will see that the fruits you have been denied are the most delicious of all fruits, and tasting of them will open many new delights unto you. Thus, they were all persuaded, every one, even Adam, and they ate the other fruits of the tree that the source had not given to them. The fruits were delicious as Lucifer had said, and they looked around and saw the garden remained in beauty even as it always had been, and they began to doubt and disbelieve the word of the source, who had told them that the life they knew would perish if they ate of the forbidden fruit. Then all the men looked at all the women and the women at the men, and they lusted in their loins such as they never had before, and they fell upon one another in their lust even as the animals, and no longer cherished each other in sacredness. At that moment, the source became distant to all of them, even unto Adam, for source called out to them in their hearts to forsake their evil, but they heeded not the promptings of their hearts. When their lust was satiated, they were overwhelmed by a sudden understanding of good and evil. And they now had desires for both, whereas before they had known only a little of evil and desired only good. As the men now lusted without love for women other than their wives, and the women for the men, they covered the glory of their bodies, for it now shamed and frightened them, and they hid themselves in guilt, feeling unworthy to be. With the suddenness of thought, they understood that for emptiness they had abandoned fullness. As the light of comprehension dawned in their minds, they knew that they had been misled by Lucifer, and they cried out in anguish for their innocence, which they could never again regain. In their bitterness, they heaped scorn upon themselves, for they now understood that Heavenly Father and Mother would have given all knowledge to them as they were ready to receive it. But in disobeying the commandment of Source, they gained knowledge before they understood how to use it wisely, and learned of evil before they were prepared to defend against it. That night, a great and dreadful earthquake shook the land, and scalding fiery hot air with sickening fumes blasted forth from the ground, insomuch that all the Garden of Eden began to burn. In the morning, the skies remained dark from the smoke of the enormous fires and from great flocks of birds that filled the sky as they fled from the island. And it came to pass that a line of molten stone rent the great river and hardened into a bridge, and Source called all the creatures of Eden unto it, and in a line one behind the other, both the great and the small, they departed from the doomed land of Eden. And the 12 brothers and their wives, children, and grandchildren fled from the fires of the garden and tried to cross the bridge of stone, but Source surrounded them with a high wall of flame through which they could not cross. And it came to pass that only after all of the animals and creatures that could neither swim the river nor fly into the sky had crossed over the stone bridge did Source open a path in the circle of fire whereby the Edenites could reach the bridge of stone and cross the river into the land of barrenness beyond. The Edenites looked back in anguish as their garden isle of peace and plenty burned and disappeared in a great cloud of smoke. And the bridge across the river, their last connection to beauty and wonder that had been their life, collapsed behind them as they stood in forlorn turmoil upon the rocky ground of the land of barrenness. Fate of the Edenites. After being cast out of Eden, the Edenites journey into the land of barrenness, where they undergo many trials and tribulations, but make their new home in the land of Nodkash on the shores of Lake Kamoya. 3 new brothers of light, Jared, Micah, and Enoch, come to earth from the Celestine light of Source to teach the people of Nodkash things that will help them to better survive the harshness of the land. The true story of Cain and Abel is revealed in great detail. Source. The Father speaks twice from the heavens above, which is the last time he speaks to the people at large, and thereafter only speaks to the people through a prophet. And it came to pass that a great fear came upon the Edenites in the land of barrenness, for they knew it notate all and knew not what was to come of them. Their fears caused many to shake with uncontrollable tremors, and they could not speak, but only wail in grief and anxiety. While the daylight was still upon them, they looked across the river in agony as the land of Eden burned, and they wept and sobbed in sorrow until they could weep no more, and most just curled up tightly upon the ground, exhausted in the depth of their sadness. As night fell upon them, the fires on the Isle of Eden still burned, and the sky glowed red with an eerie light, and dark shadows seemed to move upon them from all directions. Suddenly, Ninicha, son of Cashur, gave a loud and forsaken scream, and ripping his clothes and pulling on his hair, he jumped up and ran quickly to the river, and before anyone could move to stop him, he leaped in and was immediately carried away by the swift current, never to be seen again. Many of the Edenites gathered to the river bank and looked downstream by the pale red glow of the burning fires to see what had become of Ninicha. But barely had they gathered upon the bank than Kalia, the wife of Ninicha, rushed past them and flung herself into the roiling waters to join her husband in oblivion. Then it was that the demented thought to dive into the river of no return came upon several of the Edenites, and in an instant, many sprang forward to fulfill their pitiful desires. And 3, standing upon the bank, jumped into the river before the other Edenites could react, and others rushed from further back to reach the river before anyone could stop them. And it came to pass that Adam stood upon the river bank with his back to the river, and holding up his arms, he commanded in a loud voice, "Stop! Let none approach the river. Move back from the river." Many stopped upon hearing his words, but still 3 more Edenites, overcome in their sorrow and grief, ran and leaped into the river even as Adam was speaking. Then it was that Adam looked to his brethren among the 12 who still seemed to have their wits about them, and he called out to them saying, "Brothers! Come quickly to me. Stand beside me and form a barrier that no more of our children will depart in madness." Heeding his call, the 11 other original brothers of Eden quickly came to Adam and spread out with their backs to the river, facing their children and grandchildren, and prevented any more from leaping into the river of no return. So stood the 12 brothers of Eden, all through the night until the dawn of the next day. And seeing their fathers and grandfathers standing as one united in their love and purpose, the children of Eden lost their madness and fell upon the ground, both sitting and lying, in stupors of disbelief at all that had transpired. The following day, the Isle of Eden was naught but a smouldering ruin, and even the land of barrenness seemed desirable in comparison. So it was the Edenites that remained, began to lift their heads and wonder what lay beyond the cleavage of the ridge of the small canyon near the river upon which they had come across the stone bridge from Eden. There was no food among them, and other than occasional clumps of an unknown short grass, there was no food to be found within sight. Thus, it was that Adam and his brothers and sisters conferred, and it was decided by the elders that the Edenites should venture away from the river through the cleft in the ridge, where the animals from Eden had passed, and seek out food and discover what lay beyond. Before they left, Adam gathered them all into a circle of prayer and spoke unto Source for all of them, saying, "Dear Father and Mother of Light, forgive us, oh forgive us, for the errors of our ways. We have learned the painful lesson of the consequences of not following and heeding your words, given to us in love for our happiness. We venture forth now into a new and frightening world. Nevertheless, like unto Eden, we know it was created by you. Therefore, help us to remember that truth, that we will not be afraid of the unknown. Please look upon your children with mercy. We have injured among us and mothers who nurse and many young children. We beseech you to ease our suffering and guide us to food and shelter that we might survive, to prove to you that we are worthy children and can become greater than we have been. These things we humbly ask in the name of your Son, even he who has called us brother, who comforts us, and abides in our hearts. And it came to pass that the Edenites journeyed out of the canyon by the river and passed through the cleft in the ridge. As each of the Edenites stood upon the crest of the ridge, they took a moment to look out into the land of barrenness. To their surprise, they discovered that it was not barren after all, for they could see trees near some hills not far off and many unusual plants within sight, and the occasional sounds of animals and the songs of birds could be heard. It was decided by the elders, the 12 brothers and 12 sisters who were the original Edenites, that they should seek to reach the hills in the distance where they could see trees growing on the hillsides and imagined water would run downhill and gather into streams. Though the hills seemed not that distant from the ridge, as the sun set. After a long walk in the hot sun through the day, the Edenites failed to reach the hills and dejectedly lay upon the ground uncovered, with empty stomachs and parched of thirst from their journey of the day. For they had no containers among them to carry water from the river and had left the canyon with only the water they could carry in their stomachs. Shortly after sunrise the next day, they began again to travel toward the hills, spurred onward by their ever-growing thirst. Hunger was also gnawing at their stomachs. In their innocence and ignorance, everyone ate freely of the red berries they encountered on short bushes while they walked toward the hills. But shortly thereafter, those who had eaten earliest began to get dizzy and their mouths began to burn, and their stomachs brought forth that which they had eaten. Those who had eaten the most passed out, and Milia, daughter of Yakanai, did not awaken. And Yakanai shook his daughter and pleaded with her to awaken, but her breathing stopped and she awoke not. Yakanai looked to Adam and implored him, "Has Source forsaken us? How can my daughter sleep and not be able to be awakened? Why would Barry's Source has put upon the earth cause her to sleep so deeply? I do not understand anything at all that has happened to us. Help me, brother Adam, for I am lost." Adam put his hand upon Yakanai's shoulder and spoke aloud to Source, saying, "Dear Father and Mother of Light, hear the words of my mouth and feel the pain of our hearts. We do not understand all that has befallen us. We beseech you in utter humility to give us the light of knowledge." And it came to pass that the voice of Source the Father rumbled across the sky and was heard by each of the Edenites. And the voice of the Father said unto them, "My children, learn now the law of consequence, that each action you do begets another action, the good to good, and the bad to bad. And learn the law of knowledge and ignorance, that knowledge brings reward and ignorance brings penalty. And the knowledge you must possess, you must gain from your efforts and experiences and desire and focus, for never again will it be given to you freely as it was in Eden. So you have now learned that beyond Eden there are things that look to be desirable that instead will hurt you if you partake of them. And that the action ripples like a stone upon water, with like actions, be they good or bad. In Eden, you had never seen death, but in the world it shall be your regular companion, even now, as the girl does not sleep, but has returned to us, and will be among you upon the earth no more. In Eden, there was nothing you could not eat, save the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but upon the world into which you are now cast there are more plants to bring pain, suffering, and death than to bring health and life. In Eden, all animals were your friends, but in the land of barrenness, many will be your enemies, and many will seek you to be their food, so beware. In Eden, sickness and suffering were unknown, but in the land of barrenness, you will only be as healthy and free from sickness as you are faithful to the commandments and guidance we have given you. Among women, their travails will be many, and in pain they will now bring forth children, unless they abide strictly by the teachings of the source. Among men, never again will the earth bring forth fruits unto you in unbidden abundance, but you must work with sweat and perseverance, fighting the thorns and the thistles and praying for rain and sun, to bring forth the food that in Eden came freely unto you. In Eden, there was a balance between the male and the female inside each of you, thereby the men never angered and the women never wavered. But now in the world that is yours, the men will need to strive to remember the female within them lest they are overcome by the male and become even as the animals. And the women must ever strive to hold on to the male within them, lest they become without a voice and mere chattel to the men. Nor will the source ever again speak openly to the children of men, save once more in great condemnation. Hereafter, only to the prophet or prophetess we have called will we speak words for all people to heed, but only the worthy will hear their voice and take to their hearts the words we have spoken unto them. This is the world you have called unto you by your actions, and so the ripples shall go forth throughout time, generations upon generations, until the end of times. You will experience great sadness in your travails, but so too will you find great joys, even greater than those of Eden in your accomplishments of eternal significance. Therefore, fear not, for we are still with you. If you seek us out and live as we have given you, you shall always have our Spirit to be upon you, and guide you, and bring you toward the Celestine light. And it came to pass that in sadness the Edenites continued on their journey toward the hills and took turns carrying the body of Milia, for they did not know what they should do with it. None of the others perished from eating the red berries, but most were sick, some more than others. Shortly before dusk, they reached the hills, and under Adam's direction, 2 parties of 3 men each quickly set out in opposite directions along the base of the hills to seek out water. As evening fell, both parties returned, their missions unfulfilled, and another day passed for the Edenites without water or food. The following day, Adam sent out 3 parties of 3 men each. 2 were told to explore further along the base of the hills, and the third to climb to the top of the hills and ascertain what lay beyond. All were instructed not to return until they had found water or were unsuccessful after 2 days. While the main exploration parties were gone, the Edenites set up a rudimentary camp, making shelters from what tree branches and brush they could gather. Additional exploration parties ventured out short distances from camp and brought back several kinds of berries, plus some fruits that were the same as fruits that had grown in Eden. The Edenites were hesitant to eat the unknown berries but were overjoyed to see fruits they recognized. The entire camp quickly returned to the spot where the largest fruit tree had been found and gorged themselves on the ripe fruit, except for saving a couple of dozen of the least ripe fruits to give to the men of the main exploration parties when they returned. While eating at the fruit tree, Isaias, one of the 12 brothers, spoke to Adam, saying, "This tree requires water to live, and it is thriving on this spot. Though we see no water nearby, there must be some beneath the ground to feed the tree. Therefore, let us dig beneath it that we might come upon the source of its water and be able to partake of it." Adam agreed that Isaias had an excellent thought, and after explaining it to the others, the men began to dig enthusiastically. By mid-afternoon, they had dug a hole of the height of 3 men, which was no small feat considering the compact hardness of the ground, and that they lacked tools other than their hands and sticks. But still they had not found water or any trace of it, and all were now greatly fatigued from their efforts, and their initial enthusiasm had been replaced with disappointment. Dejectedly, everyone returned to their camp to await the hoped-for arrival of the 3 exploration parties with better news of success. Back at camp, Eve came to Adam and spoke unto him, saying, "Adam, why is it that you and your brethren are only doing what seems to you best in search of water and food, instead of inquiring of the source?" Adam answered Eve, saying, "The Father has said He will speak to us no more, and that we must discover and learn for ourselves from our experiences." "No," Eve replied. "That is not what He said. The Father said that the source would still speak to their prophet, for how else might their children be guided in light and truth? And it is you, Adam, who is the prophet of source. And so it has been long before we were cast out of Eden." Adam looked down at his feet for a moment and then looked up at his wife and said unto her, "You are true in your words, Eve. I will go and inquire of our father and mother and brother." But before Adam could leave the camp and seek out a place of privacy to speak with Source, there was a sudden scream from one of the women, and they looked to see Hamakila daughter of Sesh, writhing upon the ground. Rushing over to her, Adam and Eve saw 2 puncture wounds on her wrist and a snake, such as they had never seen before, slithering off into the brush. Adam looked at the friends of Hamakila and asked, "Did the snake bite her?" And they nodded affirmatively, and one said, "It was such a pretty little snake, she just picked it up to hold it, even as she had done with snakes many times in Eden. But it bit her with viciousness, and immediately she fell to the ground in pain." Adam looked closely at the 2 wounds, saying to himself, but loud enough for others to hear as well, "But this is a most strange bite. What snake has only 2 teeth?" His question was answered by Gorug, son of Keleth, who spoke to all, saying, "Like everything in this miserable place, what was harmless in Eden, even a small, pretty-colored snake, can be the source of pain and bitterness here in the land of barrenness." "You speak true, Gorug," Adam replied. "Until we know that something is harmless or beneficial, we must assume the opposite." They moved Hamakila to the place of greatest comfort that they could make and prayed over her that Source would help her to live. That night, most slept fitfully, anxious in their hearts for the exploration parties that remained away, and because of the many unknown and disquieting sounds they heard moving about in the darkness beyond their camp. After the passage of 2 days, none of the exploration parties had returned, and most of the Edenites lay upon the ground too fatigued and parched to move. But on the morning of the 3rd day, the party that had gone into the hills and the one that had gone into the rising sun returned. Both had found small quantities of water to sustain them, and each had found some plants such as those that grew in Eden for food. To the delight of everyone, they brought back as much of the food as they could carry and some water in hollow gourds. But there was more to their reports. Obadiah of the hill party spoke first, saying, "We did not find a place ascending the mountain that would be good for our people to reside, for nowhere did we find upon the mountain a large body of standing water or a running stream of substance. But there are great trees and much material for building up on the slopes. We saw many kinds of animals and some birds, but we recognized only a few from the Isle of Eden. When we topped the hill, we looked down into a vast valley which we could not see the end of. It is bounded by hills on 3 sides, and we were at the end of it upon the place where we stood. In the valley there is a large lake, so there is a constant water source and probably a good place to make our permanent camp." Everyone's mood was buoyed by this news, for it gave them hope of which they had begun to sorely lack. Then the team that had gone into the sun along the base of the hills gave their report, and Yamagon spoke unto the Edenites, saying, "We also saw many beasts, some in the hills above us and some upon the plains. Not as many as in Eden, but some very terrifying in size, equal to 3 or 4 zarumps from Eden." At this proclamation, many stared at Yamagon in amazement, for the zarump was the biggest animal of Eden. "There cannot be an animal so large," scoffed Cain, a son of Adam. Yamagon speaks true, defended Haglid, who was one of the two that had accompanied him on the exploration. And more than this, we saw tracks of a creature that is likely twice the size of that beast. We also found some plants to eat that were the same as those from Eden, but there were not many and we found only small catch basins of water. You have done well, my brothers, Adam commended. It would seem that we should make our way over the hills and down into the valley, unless the third party returns with better news. Night was falling when two of the men from the third party that had traveled along the hills with the sun at their backs returned. They were greatly fatigued and collapsed into the arms of their brethren. "Where is Dalash?" asked his father with apprehension. "He is as Milia," answered one of the two men. "On our second day, shortly after the sun had risen, we came upon a group of 5 or 6 very strange creatures. They looked somewhat like men, but they wore no clothes and were covered with hair, and walked with a stoop. They are also very broad of body, but short of stature. We approached, seeking to befriend them. But they immediately fell upon us and commenced to beat us with heavy sticks. Dalash was felled by a blow to the head and then hit again until his head was no more." Hearing this, the parents of Dalash wailed in grief as did many of his friends. But Adam grabbed the hand of the man speaking and asked, "How is it that you escaped?" "We ran," answered the man. "We ran very fast and very long. But in truth we did not need to run much, for these man-like creatures cannot run fast at all. Nevertheless, we ran until we could run no more to put as much distance between us and them as possible." Considering the news brought by the 3 exploration parties, the elders met in the early evening beneath the light of a full moon and decided to make their way over the hills and down into the valley beyond shortly after first light and to eat and drink as they traveled whenever a source for either was found. In the morning before leaving, after a short prayer by Adam remembering her goodness, they buried the body of Milia in the hole they had dug at the base of the fruit tree, for it had begun to stink and they knew not what else to do with it. Hamakila was still very sick and weak from her snake bite, so her father and brothers made a litter to carry her upon. Remembering the admonishment of Eve, before they departed, Adam beckoned everyone into a circle of prayer and called upon the Source to watch over them, to help them be cautious of the unknown, and to lead them to a new home where they could thrive and prosper upon the land and to sufficient food and water in their travels to sustain them. Their journey over the hills and down into the valley was uneventful. Along the way, they were able to forage water from small catch basins hidden in the shade and food from plants that they recognized from Eden, so by the time they reached the valley floor, they were greatly invigorated. The Edenites that came into the valley were just over 500 in number, with skin hues of many shades and physical appearances of great diversity. And the years passed one after another and the Edenites grew upon the land, and the women bore many children. And the Edenites multiplied in numbers greatly. The Edenites came to call the land of barrenness Nodkash, meaning bitter salvation, for though they were able to till the ground for food, catch fish in the lake, and harvest some fruits in the wilderness, life was very difficult and challenging, and they worked from dawn until dusk every day except the day of Source, simply to survive. And the community that they built upon the lake, they called Kamoya, and the lake they named after the community, calling it Lake Kamoya. Even as the Edenites welcomed new life with the birth of many children, so too did they come to experience much of death of which they had never known on the Isle of Eden. During the first 100 years of the cycles of the sun in the land of Nodkash, the old ways of eating were followed by everyone, and they had no sickness among them. But death and injury and infection still came to them, for many were the dangers upon the land. There were large and fearsome creatures hidden in the lake that from time to time leaped above the surface, swamping the logs upon which they fished, grabbing even the most alert of fishermen, and pulling them beneath the surface never to be seen again. So too had many a wild forager gone into the wilderness to gather fruits only to be attacked by terrifying wild beasts and pulled from the arms of their valiant friends and dragged away into the forest. In the early days in Camoya, many men were lost, leaving behind grieving widows and children and parents. And the face and voice of Source the mother came unto Adam while he slept and told him it was not good that any woman should be without a husband or child without a father. And he was commanded that the men of Camoya should take unto them the wives and children of the men that had fallen, if the widow would choose them for a husband and their wife should agree, and they should be their wives and their children too. B. And it came to pass that Adam spoke unto the people of Camoya and told them the words Source the mother had spoken unto him. Some of the men heeded his dream, and when they were chosen by a widow and their wives agreed, they took unto them the wives and children of men who had fallen and joined them to the wife and children that were already theirs, and they became one family. But others heeded him not and ridiculed him, scoffing that he would presume that God would speak to him and command him concerning their private affairs. Therefore, there remained some widows without husbands and children without fathers, and these were taken in by the parents or brothers of the widow until such time as they could be joined in a union with another family. And it came to pass that for all the joy that children brought, so too was their sadness, as from time to time a mother would perish while giving birth to her newborn son or daughter. Seeing all the calamities continuing to befall his people, Adam prayed mightily to Source, asking for wisdom that the Edenites might know how to better be protected from harm and prosper on the land. And the Source heard the pleas of Adam and gave unto the Edenites greater wisdom, which came into their minds like a sudden wind that was not expected. From this new knowledge, they came to build stout homes of stone that kept out the strongest winds and rain. And they began to make greater observations of the animals that roamed about the land of Nodcash, and learned that they could fish in the early morning safely, for the creatures of the lake slept until the midday. And they learned that they could forage for fruits in the wilderness when the sun was high in the sky, for this was when the beasts of the land were most likely to rest and digest their morning meals. Nevertheless, the people of Camoya continued to lose men to the creatures that consumed them and women to the pains of childbirth. So too were parties of men sometimes attacked by hordes of the manlike creatures that flitted mostly unseen in the shadows of the forest. And though these were easily outrun, broken bones from the crushing blows of clubs were often the penalty before they could escape. Once again Adam prayed mightily unto the Source seeking greater wisdom, but they answered him not. And it came to pass that Adam desired greatly to hear the words of the Source, therefore he fasted for 12 days, drinking water only, that he might be free from the concerns of the world and able to hear the voice of God. And it came to pass that Source the mother came to him again in a dream and told him they would send down more of their sons, even as Adam and his brothers and sisters had first come to Eden. And they would bring more knowledge that the people of Camoya could have greater safety and more prosperity. And it came to pass that 3 more sons of Source came down upon the earth, and they appeared the next day before the house of Adam. Though the mother had told him of their coming, Adam was astonished when he saw them before him, for though they seemed familiar, they were men he had never before encountered since he had been placed in the garden, and they were dressed in colorful and astounding ways, not like the people of Camoya. Seeing Adam speechless before them, one spoke unto him, saying, Adam, we have come from the presence of our father and mother in the great celestine light. I am Jared, and these are my brothers, Micah and Enoch. We are now to be numbered among you and have come to bring you greater knowledge. And it came to pass that Adam embraced his new brothers who had come from the light of source, and he called all the people of Chamoia to come to him that they might meet the sons of source who had come in answer to his fast and prayers. The people came, everyone, to see for themselves. And most were even more astounded than Adam, for other than within their own community, they had never before seen men who resembled sons of source. Nor could they remember their lives in the great light, before the world was, for a veil had been put over their memories by the source that they could grow in faith. And it came to pass that Jared, Micah, and Enoch taught many things to the people living in the land of Nodcash that greatly improved their lives and safety. So it was that the people of Chamoia became learned in the ways of extracting metals from the rocks of the earth and melding them one with another, and from this they made sharp-pointed spears and daggers to protect the wild foragers and fishermen from the beasts that would consume them. And they fashioned axes from the metal and honed their edges and used them to fell trees and built a great palisade of thick, vertical poles with sharpened points completely encircling Chamoia to keep out the predators of the day and the night. They were instructed in the creation of large canoes linked 3 abreast by beams. From these, they were able to travel safely far out into the lake and catch many more fish than they had ever previously been able. And the monsters of the lake could no longer breach their vessels before they could fend them off with long spears. So too did they teach them the way of writing in great detail and of engineering that they could build a tall and magnificent temple to honor Source from whom all blessings flowed. But there were some among the people of Chamoia, including Cain, a son of Adam and Eve, who did not accept the coming of Jared, Micah, and Enoch and wished to cast them out from amongst them. Yet most people marveled at their coming and accepted them to be numbered among them. And it came to pass that the 3 brothers from the Celestine light took unto them as wives the widows of men who had died and who had not yet found new husbands among the people of Chamoia. Seeing that the 3 brothers took unto them wives whom others had rejected, many of the other men and their wives were shamed, and many of the wives having husbands went to the widows whom they had previously rejected and asked them to come with their children and be one with their family. And it came to pass that there were no more widows among the women of Chamoia, for all were welcomed into the homes of others and many new families were thus created, and there was joy among most in the land. Nevertheless, there began also to be schisms among some of the people, even among Cain and Abel, the 2 eldest sons of Adam and Eve. For Cain was opposed to the marriages of widows or that one man should have more than one wife. And he had anger toward the 3 newcomers and resented the immediate authority and respect that they were given, whereas he had labored faithfully for the people of Eden all of his life and was not so esteemed. And it came to pass that Cain began to kill animals with his spear, not for defense but to drink their blood and eat their flesh. Seeing that Cain did not die from eating the flesh of the animals, others of the land of Nodcash began to kill animals so that they too could drink their blood and eat their flesh, for that was a much easier way to get a full belly than tilling the fields for endless days. Upon seeing this, Adam and Eve had great sorrow, as did the 3 brothers who had come from the light, and many of the other people of Chamoia, especially those who had lived the longest in Eden. Adam came to his son and pleaded with him to cease killing animals to drink their blood and consume their flesh, but Cain said unto him, I will not cease, for I have found a great treasure that the source have kept hidden from you. I watched the great beasts of the world kill and eat the smaller beasts, and I thought that I too could be great upon this land if I killed and ate the beasts, instead of waiting for them to try and kill and eat me. Now I have strength such as I have never known, and my time is freed from toiling for many hours each day in the fields. It is you who should begin to eat the animals, and you will discover a life more fulfilling than the simple one the source gave us to live." Thereafter, Adam was greatly saddened because of Cain, for he would heed not any of the commandments of source and thought that he knew better than God. A significant number of others agreed with Cain and aligned themselves with him in opposition to the newcomers and many of the new ways that had been adopted by the people of Camoya, and also began to take joy in the slaying of animals and the consuming of their flesh and blood. Thus was the last innocence of Eden destroyed, and a lust for blood and callousness for the sanctity of life did come upon the world. Abel came to his brother Cain upon a hillside where he was hunting and tried to persuade him to return to the ways of Source, saying, "We are only doing as Source has commanded, and you can see that by obeying the loving commandments of our parents of light. Our people are happier and prosper on the land." But Cain was very wroth with his brother Abel, and he shouted at him, saying, "Do not instruct me. I am your elder brother, and it is you who must listen to me. Truly, I am happier with one wife, and a belly full of animal flesh than you can ever possibly be." Abel was surprised by the vehemence of his brother Cain. But he did not back down and said unto him, "I will listen to you when you are speaking wisdom and heed you not when you speak foolishness, even as you should do with me." "You are younger and are always more foolish," sneered Cain. "You have never said anything in all of your life worth listening to, and you have never given me the respect that is my due." Abel was saddened by the words of his brother and held his head down, contemplating how he should answer, and thus he did not see Cain withdraw his dagger. But sensing his movement, he looked up into his brother's eyes, even as Cain drove the dagger into his heart, saying, "Respect me now with your last breath." And then Abel fell to the ground dead with Cain's dagger protruding from his heart. Realizing what he had done, Cain pulled the dagger from his brother's body and dragged his body to a nearby gully and collapsed the rocky hillside upon him. He then returned to Camoya and spoke nothing of what had happened to anyone. As evening fell, Adam and Eve and the wives of Abel began to ask if anyone knew where he was or where he had last been seen, for he was not within the walls of the community, and it was unsafe to be beyond the palisade at night because of the beasts that roamed about in the dark. When Adam asked Cain if he knew the whereabouts of his brother, he answered with some fear, saying, "Why do you ask me? Am I my brother's keeper?" But the night came and went, and the new day dawned without Abel appearing, and the worst began to be feared. During the day, search parties were sent out to look for Abel, and on the second day, a party led by Enoch noticed the freshly collapsed gully where Cain had buried his brother. Being led by the spirit of Source, he asked the men with him to dig into the rocks, and in only minutes, they discovered the dead body of Abel. One of the men stripped, and they used his garment to cradle Abel's body and returned with him to Camoya. As the searchers passed through the palisade, the people of Camoya quickly saw that Abel whom they carried was dead, and many women began to weep and wail, and many men too had tears in their eyes, for he had been much loved in the community. Though there were many wounds from the rocks Cain had collapsed upon him, the single wound in Abel's heart was still evident, and the elders and searchers and people of Camoya knew not what to make of it. "What manner of beast kills with a single tooth through the heart?" wondered many. "It is like a spear or dagger wound," ventured another. Then Cain rose up among them, and feeling somewhat contrite for having slain his brother, he said unto them, "It is a dagger wound, which I know, for I am the one who stabbed him in the heart when he spoke to me with condescension." Upon his confession, there was an audible and collective gasp from everyone near enough to have heard his words, and whispers passed quickly back to those further away. Of the foul deed just confessed, Cain continued saying, "We fought with words, and in my anger I slew him that he would not speak as he had to me ever again. I am sorry now for what I have done, but I cannot bring back my brother." Adam looked at Cain as if he had never known him and asked, "Yesterday you said you knew not of your brother's whereabouts and that you were not his keeper. Yet today you admit this terrible deed. How could you say nothing yesterday, extending the anxiety of everyone, and speak openly today?" Cain answered him, saying, "Yesterday I was ashamed for what I had done and sought to hide what occurred. Today I am sorry, but feel justified because of the way in which Abel has treated me, his elder brother for many years, as if he were better than me." Adam stood before his son, and though he was smaller in stature, he seemed to tower over him in his wrath, saying unto him, "You have done the greatest sin. You have killed another. You have stopped the eternal progression of your brother by taking him from this mortal life before his time. Such a thing has never occurred in the history of man, and now you have begun the chain that will have no end while man reigns upon the earth. For this great horror there can be no justification, no, not one, save the defense of your own life. Yet by your own admission, it is you that attacked Abel. How can you possibly seek to justify the unjustifiable?" Cain bristled at his father's words, and his contriteness vanished, replaced instead with anger. And he said unto his father, "What do you know? Your head is always in the clouds, speaking to a god of your imagination whom nobody else can hear. Though Abel attacked me not with a weapon, his words cut me just as deep and caused pain to wounds he had inflicted upon me all my life. Therefore it was in self-defense, to stop his endless attacks of words upon me, that I at last could take no more and silenced him forever. He brought his own death upon him, so do not think to cast it upon me." Then there was a great shaking and rumbling of the ground, and dark clouds gathered quickly, hiding the sun, echoing with thunder, and flashing lightning out and all around the people of Camoia. And the voice of Source the Father rumbled from the clouds, and everyone heard, and with every word he spoke, the earth shook. And the Father said, "Cain, your life shall be desolation and your eternity shall be darkness. You sought to stop the eternal progression of Abel, but you have only succeeded in damning your own. Abel shall be reborn into mortality once more to resume his journey, but you have dropped yourself into a deep abyss, and only through time unmeasured will you be able to come again even to the place you were the day you did this great sin. Therefore, leave Camoia and journey to another land. Take with you all who drink the blood and eat the flesh of animals, save they repent this very moment and sin no more. And know that it is from the killing of the innocent animals and the eating of their flesh, that callousness for death has been nurtured and made manifest in the evil you have done." And it came to pass that Cain left Camoia, and all of his family went with him. And many of the people of Camoia also departed with Cain, even all those that desired to still kill animals and eat their flesh and repented not. And these numbered over 300 people, including children. The meat-eaters journeyed far away from Camoia and the land of Nodcash, and after some years, it was only with the infrequent visits from traders of goods were they still known by the people of Camoia that had seen them depart. Thereafter, the meat-eaters were called Canaanites, after Cain whom they had followed rather than obey the voice of God that had spoken to them. And those that remained were no longer remembered as Edenites, but thereafter were called Camoians. Asterisk 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 as a rump is about a third larger than the size of a modern-day African bull elephant 100b. This involved men who were already married, as the people of Camoia married very young and there were no single men of a mature age available. The city of Enoch. Adam dies at 830 years old, and Enoch is called by Source to be the next prophet of the children of light. 11 generations have been born since the time of the Isle of Eden, and the people have multiplied greatly and spread out upon the earth. Many have become very wicked in their ways, with numerous wars between the clans, and many people are slaughtered. Only the children of light who remained at Kamoya remain true to the teachings of Source. Enoch prays for guidance so the children of light may be spared from the attacks of other clans. Source creates a new island for them to live on and sends 12 special brothers of spirit to inhabit physical bodies upon the earth to help the children of light. The people of Enoch build a most beautiful city made of marble with spires of gold. Because of their righteousness they are rewarded by Source and taught to use the secrets of heaven that are their birthright. They never taste death as the earth can no longer contain their goodness, and the entire city of Enoch, including all of the people, except 12 families chosen to bring their light into the world, ascends into the sky. And it came to pass that the days of Adam were 830 years upon the land, and then he died, and Eve soon followed him to their eternal reward. Upon the passing of Adam, Enoch was called by Source the Father to be the next prophet to the children of light, and from that day forth, Source the Mother began to come to him in his dreams to show him the days to come and give him wise counsel that the children of light might be forewarned of the coming calamities and tribulations. And it came to pass that 11 generations had been born since the time of the destruction of the Isle of Eden, and the people made in the image of the Source multiplied on the face of the earth, and many sons and daughters were born unto them, and they spread out upon the earth far beyond the land of Kamoya. But many of the descendants of the Edenites became wicked in their ways, forgetting the Source who had formed them in their image and given their forefathers life. And many began to revel in all manner of wickedness, defiling the temples of their bodies in many and diverse manners. And it came to pass that clans formed after the desires of their hearts and the gods of their imaginations, and each chose a place upon the earth to call their own, and this became their land. And it came to pass that the clans began to war against those in the other lands, and great was the slaughter of men, women, and children across all of the earth. So great was the killing of men that in many places there came to be many widows without men to take them again as wives, and many virgins without a man to find as a husband. The Source were greatly saddened by the descent into darkness by the children of men, how they had turned to false gods, and how they had taken to killing and eating the flesh of animals, and from this, murdering one another all across the land. Only the children of light who remained at Kamoya stayed true to the teachings of the Source, and they alone prospered on the land. Many were the clans and descendants of the Edenites from afar who regularly came upon the Kamoyans seeking to kill the men and enslave the women and children. It grieved the hearts of the Kamoyans that in their defense they needed to slay those who attacked them, to whom they still felt a kinship, but they knew they must slay or be slain to protect themselves and their land and their wives and children. But they, Kamoyans, grew increasingly wary of maintaining their ever-vigilant defense and slaying their attackers, which was repugnant to their souls. Therefore, at a meeting of the elders, it was asked of Enoch to inquire of the Source how they might better protect themselves from the wickedness and dangers of the world, for even in their stout defense, 15 Kamoyans had been slain by the clans in the last solar cycle. Enoch prayed mightily to the Source, seeking knowledge and wisdom, and the Mother came to him in a dream as a most beautiful woman and spoke unto him, saying, "This night, while the people of Kamoya sleep, an island as large as Eden shall come forth from the waters of the great lake. On the morrow, begin to remove your people to this new land, and there you shall be safe from the attacks of all those from the lands afar. We shall send seeds of all kinds that are right for this place to grow in abundance upon your island, and within a cycle of the sun, it shall be a bountiful land. And we shall send down 12 more of our sons, and they shall venture out into the lands with few men, because of all the clansmen that have been killed, and find virgins of greatness, and they shall return to the island sanctuary to be married and create lineages of renown. Following the calamities to come, these lineages and others from Camoya shall spread forth over the land, that children of light might walk upon all parts of the earth. And it came to pass that the next day the people of Camoya awoke to not only see a vast island in the middle of the great lake, but also an island mountain that towered high up into the sky above all other things. As the people of Camoya stared in incredulity at the island, Enoch came and explained all that Source the mother had told to him in his dream the last night. As he finished speaking, 12 men of great height appeared among them, and their appearance was startling, for though Enoch had just spoken of their coming, none had seen how they had come to be among them. And the Camoyans marveled at the 12 sons of Source that had just come, for the smallest one was more than a head taller than the tallest Camoyan. And it came to pass that one of the 12 came up to Enoch, and falling to one knee, he bowed his head, saying, Enoch, blessed prophet of Source, I am Brontes, and these are my brothers, sons of glory, of the father and mother, even as you are, and the 12 sons and daughters of Eden were. We have been sent down by the Source to bring more celestine light unto the world, lest it should vanish before its time. Enoch smiled at Brontes and embraced him in welcome. Now Enoch was not a small man, but was large in stature. Nevertheless, in his embrace his arms but encircled the waist of Brontes, and his head came but to his chest. And it came to pass that after remaining with them for a short time, the 12 sons of Source departed to the lands afar, that they might find virgins of greatness for wives, as they had been commanded by the Source. During the current and following moon, teams of workers traveled to the island and began to construct new homes for the Camoyans. Enoch and the elders decided to not abandon their village on the shore of Lake Camoya, but to remain living there for at least a solar cycle while the vegetation grew upon the island, which they named Latani, meaning abundant fortress. One solar cycle had nearly gone by, and the attacks by clans upon the Camoyans had increased and intensified with every passing moon, so much so that all of the women and children had been ferried to the island for permanent resettlement by the 7th moon. By the 11th moon, another 8 men had been killed by raiding parties, and Enoch was in Camoya directing 30 Camoyans in the final disassembly and burning of the village so it could not be occupied and used by one of the clans. As the Camoyans were completing their final task in the abandoned village, they were attacked by over 100 warriors of the Skastan clan. Having burned their buildings, toppled their stones, and removed and floated the logs of the palisade to Latani, the Camoyans had no place of cover to take refuge in, and 10 men were felled by the rocks of slings before the Camoyans even had time to react to the attack. Gamaliel, a mighty warrior chief of the Camoyans, quickly took charge, commanding, retreat quickly to the tricanoes, 6 encircle and protect the prophet, all others begin such an onslaught of stones from your slings that the enemy dare not lift his head. Leave none behind, be they dead or wounded. As Gamaliel commanded, so it was, and under the cover of a hail of stones from their slings, the Camoyans succeeded in reaching their tricanoes, but the Skasdans charged them as they boarded, as they could not both board and fight. Several others were felled by stones even as they pushed their canoes out into the safety of the great lake. Then a mighty roar was heard from behind the Skasdans, and all eyes, both the Skasdans and the Camoyans, turned to see the source of the enormous sound, and there running down the hillside toward the battle was a gigantic man, one of the 12 sons of Source. The Camoyans knew him immediately, for he was the largest of all of the 12 sons, easily twice the size of an ordinary man, and he had flaming red hair such as was not commonly seen. His name was Tananza. For both the Kumoyans and the Skazdans, it seemed for a few moments as if time had stopped as everyone stared at the living mountain that was rapidly descending upon them in a rage. As he neared, the chief of the Skazdans roused his warriors to begin slinging rocks at the man-creature. Most were still too petrified by the raging giant running toward them to react, but some did begin to load their slings. But before they could launch their missiles, each was struck dead by a rock to the head. Hurled by Tananza, not with a sling, but with his bare hand and the mighty strength of his arm, which flung his missiles with such rapid speed that it seemed that he killed 2 Skazdans with every stride. Spying the chief commanding the others, Tananza reached into the sack of rocks that hung about his neck to waist level and, aiming with sure accuracy, felled the chief with such power that he was lifted off his feet by the impact and thrown far backward. Seeing their chief felled by a man such as they had never before seen or imagined, their remaining Skazdans panicked and quickly fled. In chaos in several directions, Tananza came to the empty beach and fell to his knees, and bowing his head with his face into the sand, he began to weep in great sobs. The Kumoyans on the lake quickly returned to shore, and Enoch came to Tananza and comforted him, saying, "You have saved us, Tananza. I know why it is that you weep, for to kill any living thing is a sorrow and our own kin, a tragedy. But in defense of our lives, Source looks with understanding and forgiveness upon your actions." But the words of Enoch did not soothe him, and Tananza remained as he was weeping loudly with his face in the sand and his hands to the sides of his head so that none could see him and he could see nothing. Then a most beautiful woman appeared among them. She came down from the hill that Tananza had descended. She came up to him and put her hand upon his neck and said unto him, "Tananza of the sun, weep not, for on this day you have protected not just the life of me and these men, but have ensured the future of an entire people. Deeply sad was the deed you had to do, but by doing it, you have put a great fear into those who would harm the people of the light that you have spoken to me so much about. And in that, I think you have preserved many more than are here upon the beach this day." At her words, Tananza looked up into her eyes. Despite the sand upon him, his face was handsome, and she held his large head between her 2 hands and kissed him lightly upon his sand-covered forehead. Tananza looked from her to Enoch and said unto them, "I have been upon this world for such a short time, barely 1 solar cycle. I came from a most beautiful place where all people were good and no man thought to injure another. Though most cannot remember their life before this life, it has been given to the 12 sons of Source to remember all things. I was shown this world before I came. I saw the evil that men do to one another, but in my naivete, I thought that it would not be a part of my life. I have traveled far now in this world of men and save for this people and those of the goddess standing beside me, I have seen little worth saving, for men fall upon beasts and other men with a lust for killing, and when they are not killing, they are living in all manner of debauchery, without thought for Source, the living God of this world. Now I have killed, and though I understand that I am forgiven, for it was in defense of those I love, nevertheless, I feel so far now from my father and mother in heaven. The sadness of this feeling is what overwhelms me with grief." Then Tananza stood and wiped the sand and tears off his face and clothes, and holding the hand of the woman beside him, who was also uncommonly tall for a woman, even as tall as Enoch, he said unto Enoch, "This is Eden, she whom I have found to be my wife. Her father is Yokatanku of the clan of Amorites. He is a good man and named his daughter after the garden of his ancestors. In my travels, I came upon her people, all whom are taller than the people of other clans I encountered. Elsewhere, I was attacked at every turn, and only among the Amorites was I welcomed, as were 3 of my brothers who traveled with me. I am the first to return here as we were commanded by the source, but my brothers among the Amorites shall soon follow with the women who would be their wives." Enoch beamed with happiness upon hearing the words of Tinanza and welcomed Eden, saying, "Most gracious lady, it is our honor to have you among us. You are obviously the mata of the soul for Tinanza, and you are most welcome to become one with the children of light upon the island of Latani." "Thank you," Eden said, bowing her head toward Enoch in acknowledgement. And it came to pass that the children of light upon Latani prospered on their island sanctuary, and never again lost men to the clans upon the mainland, for seldom did they venture off their island except to catch fish upon the lake or to mine metals in the mountains to the south. And Enoch and all the people prayed mightily to the source for many a day that their island would be protected from all harm, and so it was. During the generation that followed, from the mountain upon the island, vast quantities of fine white marble were quarried and the most beautiful city that had ever been built upon the earth was raised, with tall circular towers with spires gilded in gold reaching up to the heavens. They named the city Enoch after the prophet to whom the source had spoken and who had guided them to a new land of Eden. Of the 12 sons of Source, 8 returned after some time to the island with a virgin from the lands afar to be their wife. And of the 4, which did not return, Enoch inquired of the source and was shown that 1 had been killed and 3 had been asked by source to travel to lands far and away and that these would never return. And the people of Enoch became exceedingly righteous in every way, and the spirit of source filled them so much so that they were able to discover the gifts that had been given to them by source, even the power to move objects with their thoughts and to speak silently with one another in their minds when they desired, and many other gifts of power. Empowered by their gifts, the people of Latani were no longer fearful to travel away from their island sanctuary, for they were always aware of any danger before it fell upon them and could either avoid it or counter it with their celestine gifts of power. And Source the mother came to Enoch in a dream, and she said unto him, "Enoch, it is given to men to have strength of body and to women to have strength of the gifts of heaven and to each a little of the other, but only to a rare man or woman to have both, even one such as you, Enoch the prophet. Therefore, encourage now the women to discover and claim their special gifts of heaven that they might know the power that is the birthright of all women of virtue. Show unto them the gifts of light we have given unto you, for there is naught that you can do that they cannot also do, save speak with the source for all of the people. Let them gather together to learn of their gifts and how to use them for great good that the people of the city of Enoch may be lifted closer to the celestine light of heaven." And it came to pass that Enoch did as Source the mother commanded, and the women of Latani gathered together and Enoch showed unto them all the special gifts the Source had shown unto him that he had never before shown unto any other. And the women of Latani began to practice that which Enoch had shown unto them, and they called upon their celestine gifts and their gifts came to them, and great were the wonders which they wrought, even the moving of immense stones without the hand of man touching them, great knowledge of herbs and healing, and the ability to effect many things by coming together in unison and intent. And the women of Latani joined hands and came together in one great circle, then separated into 3, with a smaller circle within the larger and a still smaller circle within it. As the men of Latani watched, they women sang a prayer of rhyme, louder and louder they sang it, with each circle moving opposite of the circles surrounding it at an ever-increasing speed. Then in unison, they suddenly stopped, and lifting their hands together toward the heavens they let out a final shout of joy and triumph. From that day forth, it was as if a great spell had been cast over the mainland about Lake Kamoya, and never again did any member of another clan come within the boundaries of the land of Kamoya except they came in peace, and the people of Latani walked freely once more upon the mainland, without fear. And it came to pass that source the mother appeared again to Enoch in a dream and said unto him, The people of the city of Enoch have become more virtuous and righteous than any people who have ever lived upon the earth, so much so that the earth shall soon no longer be able to hold them, and they shall be lifted to a higher glory without tasting death. But the world beyond the city of Enoch has descended far into darkness, and even as the city of Enoch is being pulled to a greater glory, sadly, the cities of the earth are being pulled toward a great destruction by the perversities of the people. But this is not solely because of their own wantonness, and because of that, the day of destruction is held in abeyance that they might still repent and turn to the light. For they have been led astray and their own dark propensities encouraged by their leaders who once served the source. Therefore, despite their wickedness, the people of the world shall be given one more opportunity to turn from darkness and seek the light. Yet most will not, for the pleasure of their moments of depravity blinds them to the eons of darkness they are creating for their inheritance and the emptiness they create in their daily life. But if those who are great lights of virtue stand before them and speak to them and show them a better way, there are a few who will repent and seek the greater light and be saved. Therefore, consider prayerfully who among the people of Latani might go into the world to seek out these few to save, knowing they will never again be able to return to this place of paradise while they still live upon the earth. For this place and all of its people shall soon rise to a greater glory, but those walking in the world will be left behind when the city of Enoch rises to its glory. Enoch was startled by all that the mother told unto him and asked, How can a man leave all that is light to be in the darkness, knowing he can never return again to the light and his family and friends? Source the mother answered him, saying, Remember time, Enoch. It is not what men suppose. Despite the darkness that surrounds them and stains them, the pure in heart will always be drawn back into the Celestine light and be with their family and friends in eternal glory. Though it may not be upon the day of your ascension, it shall be upon another day, and the time between will be as nothing. And great is the reward for the valiant, for the source are the Celestine light, and when light is given in service upon the earth by the pure in heart, greater light flows to them from the source and they shall be lifted even higher in their eternal reward. The mother prepared to leave and walk out of Enoch's dream, but Enoch pleaded with her to stay one moment more, and he asked her, Most High Mother of all that is, you spoke of those who once served the source, who have led the people into sin. I would know more of this if you will, for never did I suppose that those who served source could lead men into sin. The mother replied, I will answer you, but reveal not my words, save to those who have a great faith and understanding of the Celestine light, lest they fall away not being able to comprehend the immensity of life beyond the world they know. In the Celestine realm, where the source dwell, there are many forms of man in many states of exaltation. None are there who have not been drawn to that great light, by the worthiness of their lives. Nevertheless, there is not one who is bound by any power, force, or coercion, to continue to be good, to be sons and daughters of the light, and the choice to do evil is still present, for it is only in having to fight the darkness that ever abides within that the light of the soul is empowered in its brightness. There are some spirit children in the Celestine realm who have existed for a great time among us and have yet to come down onto an earth to abide their spirit within a physical tabernacle of flesh and bone, for they have so great a love for where they are they cannot bear to depart. The eldest of these, we call to fill duties as angels, and they are given glorified bodies of flesh and bone that they can fulfill their missions whether it is on heaven or earth. This is not the fullness of the glory given to those who have been resurrected, but sufficient that they can exist in both heaven and on earth, which is a gift given only to angels. In time, as the angels who were male looked down upon the mortals of earth, some began to lust after the comely and beautiful daughters of man, and they did not fight the darkness that rose within them. They came to us and asked the source to be sent down onto the earth as full-grown men and not as babes, even as had the 12 sons of source, that they might take daughters of men as wives. But this we forbid, for they were not as advanced as the 12 sons, and it was needful for them to complete their full progression, beginning as babes that they might grow into the fullness of the Celestine light. Our decision angered many of the male angels, and they did not abide by our words. 200 cast off their callings as angels and departed from the Celestine realm and came upon the earth that they could take unto them the daughters of men and fulfill their unrighteous lusts. These fallen angels have sowed great evil in the hearts of men. They have revealed some of the secrets of heaven to men and taught them of war and led them into even greater unrighteousness of lust. Therefore, because of them, the day of judgment upon man does not yet fall, and there is time for some from Litany to go into the world and bring back the Celestine light to those who still seek it. Now Enoch was incredulous at the words of the mother, for he had a memory of the Celestine realms and never imagined that those so high would fall so greatly. And he asked of her, I remember many of my brothers and sisters who served as angels. Who are those who have fallen? And the mother answered him, saying, Semyaza was their leader, and he persuaded the others, showing them the fairness and beauty of the women of your earth and telling them he was going down to take a mortal for a wife, even if they all were too afraid. But the others said they were not afraid and they too would go down and take mortal women as wives. Then Semyaza said unto them, I fear you will not agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. But they answered him, saying, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual vows not to abandon this plan but to do this thing. Then they all swore together and bound themselves with mutual vows upon it. And they descended upon the earth shortly after you and Jared and Micah came down, and they have been a plague upon it since that day. Semyaza is their leader and Arichalba, Ramiel, Kakabol, Tamlil, Ramlil, Danil, Ezekiel, Barakiel, Asael, Armaros, Badarel, Azazel, Ananel, Zakiel, Samsapiel, Sadarel, Turel, Yamiel, Sareel are each chiefs of 10. Each group went into a different land upon the earth that they might spread the secrets of the Celestine realms far and wide and pervert the light of men with knowledge beyond their understanding. And all took unto themselves women, some as wives and some not, and some chose one and others more not with love and righteousness, but with lust and perversion. And they began to go unto them and to defile them, and they taught them charms and evil enchantments and curses. Their wives and women became pregnant, and they bore children who were taught in the evil ways of their fathers, and many of these have fostered a bloodlust upon the land and they lay waste to everything before them. They taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them into intricate bracelets and ornaments, as well as the use of antimony and the workings of all types of costly stones, and the creation of all coloring tinctures and the coloring of the eyelids. These things brought out much darkness in the people of the world, and there arose great vanity, greed, jealousy, coveting, sexual depravity, and violence because of the fallen angels, for many people have been corrupted in all their ways. Enoch was astounded by all that the mother told unto him, and he asked her, why have the source allowed this great calamity upon the world and upon the innocents who remain here? Would my own people not have been slain by the marauding clans if these fallen angels had never come to earth and spewed their poison? The mother reached out to him and touched him in his dream and said unto him, We are the watchers. We do not intercede, save we must to fulfill the destiny of man or because of prayers of great faith and perseverance from the righteous. Nor need we, for the power has been given to all of our children of spirit, both those that walk in the celestine light and those that walk in the darkness, to change their lives and the world to the reality of their desire with faith, love, knowledge, and action. Though it grieves us to see the pain they sometimes suffer and inflict upon one another, we must allow them to learn from their experiences and give them the freedom to grow into their greatness, even when such freedom can cause great misery and even death. Enoch awoke the next day, understanding many things he had not comprehended before because of his dream. But the knowledge of why evil propagated by the fallen angels occurred on the earth did not take away the pain in his heart from the losses inflicted upon the innocent, and he grieved and was quiet and reflective for many days thereafter. Many years passed following Enoch's dream, even unto the birth of 3 more generations. The city of Enoch and the lands of Latani and Camoya became like a different world from the rest of the places upon the earth, for the people were exceedingly righteous and good, even unto the perfection of mortality. They were of one heart and one mind in all things of virtue, and upon their lands there was great peace. Of the darkness upon the face of the earth, they knew little, for few ventured beyond the domains of their homeland, for in it they found everything they desired. And it was only through the stories told by traders who visited from the surrounding clans that they understood how different the world beyond was. When Enoch was an old man, even in his 362nd year, the mother came to him again in a dream and said unto him, Enoch, the time for your immortality is at hand and that of all the people who are counted among you. They have found great favor in our eyes because of their exceeding goodness and virtue, even unto the perfection of their mortal tabernacle such as has never been done before on your earth. In their righteousness, they exceed even the very first Edenites from the dawn of man. And we marvel that these glorious lights have done all of this surrounded by a world of darkness, without a memory of the great celestine light from which they have come, save for a few such as you. Marvelous is their faith and love and focus and purpose. In this, they have earned a great reward, even to pass from mortality to immortality without tasting death, to go from an imperfect body which they have nourished so lovingly to a body perfected which shall sustain and uplift them for eternity. Every man, woman, and child numbered among you has earned this reward, and it shall come to pass in 1 moon from this day. Therefore, go to your people and tell them these glad tidings that they might prepare themselves for a greater glory. As they have been together in life, so shall they be together in eternity. But as I have told you before, it is not good that all the light of the people of Enoch should be taken from the earth, for there are still souls upon the world that might see the light and remember who they are, even sons and daughters of God, and turn from the darkness. That even 1 more soul might be saved, go unto your people now and say that the source asks some of them to stay upon the earth to bring light to those who will receive it, that even 1 more soul might be saved. Not of all do we ask this, but only of 12. Let them go with their eyes open and not naively or with false illusions, for the darkness will come upon many with sore trials and tribulations. But this is our promise to the brave and the valiant who would forego rising to heaven with their loved ones and instead remain for a time in the world of darkness. They shall never be shaken in their peace or purity, despite the turmoil around them. When they have done all that they can do and the world will hear them no more, they shall not die, but like those that went before, they shall be changed in the twinkling of an eye from mortality to immortality. And they shall rise with the speed of thought to the celestine realms to be once more with those that they love and to so remain forevermore. And it came to pass that Enoch did as the mother directed and spoke to his people of all that would come to pass and of the great reward they had earned by their exceeding righteousness, even to never taste death, but to be changed in the twinkling of an eye from mortality to immortality. And great was the joy of the people of Enoch. When Enoch explained that the Source desired 12 to stay behind upon the earth and that by their light, they might still guide some in the darkness to the fulfillment of their soul, all the people of Enoch shouted as one that they should be numbered among the 12 and that they would stay upon the earth and do the bidding of the Source. Enoch smiled and was thrilled to see all of his people united as one even in this. And he said unto them, The mother has said only 12, but in this I am sure she meant 12 families, for surely families who have lived each day together should not be parted. So it would be fair to all, we will draw lots to choose the 12 families that shall remain. And it came to pass that the following day a large, empty cauldron was filled with stones, one for each family in the city of Enoch and the lands of Latani and Camoia. All of the stones were green, save 12 that were white. One by one, the heads of each family came forth and drew a stone from the cauldron, until all had drawn. Among the 12 that drew the white stones were the families of Darlones, the grandson of Tananza, and Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch. And it came to pass that 7 days later, the 12 families that drew white stones said goodbye to the people of Enoch and all of their friends and extended family whom they had known and loved so well. But during the 3 days before their departure, there was the greatest celebration and feast that had ever been known among the people of Enoch. And there were no tears shed. In everyone's heart was only joy, and even among those who were departing into the world, there was a peace upon their hearts that all would be well and that soon they would be together again with their friends and the community they loved. And it came to pass that the 12 families departed out into the world of darkness, each in a different direction, to fulfill the desire of the Source to bring their lights into the world so that even one more soul might be saved from the darkness. The following day, Enoch climbed to the top of the tallest white tower in the gleaming city of Enoch so that he might be seen and heard as he spoke to all of the people. And everyone who was of the people of Enoch and lived a life of virtue and righteousness came into the city of Enoch from all the lands of Latani and Camoia. Enoch spoke in a loud but melodious voice such that every ear heard him, even those that were far away from the high tower from which he spoke. And after saying a prayer of thanksgiving, he said unto them, Brothers and sisters of light, my dearest friends, clasp the hand of the person next to you on each side and let every person be holding the hand of the person next to them on both sides so that there are none who are not holding the hand of the person to their right and the person to their left, be they man, woman, or child. Then let us give thanks as a people for the many blessings the Source have continuously poured upon us. Let us be of one heart and one mind and one purpose. And it came to pass that the people of Enoch did as he bid and held hands united. And Enoch came down from the tall tower and came among the people, holding the hand of his 2 wives, one on each side. And the people raised their hands above their heads and looked up into the heavens and spoke with one voice, and their hearts beat in unison as one and they thought the same thought with one mind and joined together in love in one purpose. And they cried out with joy, The celestine light of Source is upon us. We are the light. We are the light. We are the light. Then with a mighty rumble that was heard and felt far and wide across the land, the entire city of Enoch and a great swath of land beneath it pulled free from the earth and rose up above the ground and, in a blinding light, ascended. majestically up into the sky. All across the land of darkness far and away, the denizens of the clans trembled at the great rumbling and shaking of the earth, and looking toward the city of Enoch, they saw it rising into the sky, emanating a brilliant light like unto the sun. And they were struck with a fear such as they had never known. Each of the 12 families of the city of Enoch that had remained upon the earth also heard the great rumbling and felt the earth move as the city of Enoch tore free of its earthly bonds and began ascending to heaven. And every member of the 12 families looked back upon the city of Enoch as it rose up into the heavens, and they were overcome with love filling every fiber of their being as their hearts beat as one with their brothers and sisters who were rising above the world to their glory. And with tears of happiness in their eyes, they experienced a joy and fulfillment such as they had never known or imagined. The coming of the ark. Source: the Father speaks to Noah in a dream and tells him that the earth must be cleansed to be rid of the wickedness that now dominates the world. But Noah is given 40 years to preach the light, to see if the light can grow and the earth spared. Fallen angels are seen to be the root of the evil upon the world, and Source creates the damned class of demons from the former angels and condemns them to a horrible fate. When Noah fails in his 40-year quest to bring light back to the world, Source tells him the cleansing must come. All the children of light from across the world and thousands of animals converge on Kamoya to await the coming of the ark. When all are gathered into the great valley, an enormous V-shaped ship appears in the sky and everyone watches in awe as the ark descends to hover above them. So great is its size that the children of light and all the animals easily find space within it, and they vanish like a star into the sky while at earth and all the people remaining upon it await their fate. And it came to pass that after the days of Enoch, the people of the earth became even more wicked, and save for some of the descendants of the 12 families that had remained upon the earth when the city of Enoch ascended into heaven, there were precious few people who walked in the light. Source: the Father came to Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch, in a dream and spoke with him as one man speaks to another. And he said unto him, Noah, we are distressed greatly because of the wickedness that man has become, for most all of our children of spirit are losing great parts of their eternity to darkness because of their wickedness in mortality, which expands each day upon the earth because the light that remains is too small and weak to hold back the darkness. We are considering now whether man upon the earth should be consumed that the earth and all life therein might be renewed and man might begin anew unburdened by the great weight of darkness. What think you, man of light? Noah looked at Source in wonder that he had asked his opinion, and he answered saying, Great Father, who am I to know the course that God should take? Source spoke to him again, saying, You are he whom we have called to be our prophet, to hear our voices, to see our faces, and to speak to those in the light that they might know our will and of the things to come. It is your world of which we speak and your mortality. Because we love you, son of the son of the son of Enoch, we desire to know your thoughts concerning these things. Emboldened by the words of the Father, Noah spoke now with confidence, saying, Great Source, I think you should stay your hand and not destroy man upon the earth, for there is much other life and animals. Many that are innocent and pure that would also see the end of their lives before their time, and they do not deserve an early end to their mortal progression. So too are there many souls of men upon this earth whom I believe would turn to the light if they were not surrounded by so much darkness. Therefore, take not man from the earth and so much of other life therein, but take those fallen angels from the earth that have brought so much of the darkness upon it that they can no longer spew their poison. Then perhaps the light can again begin to overcome the darkness. Source considered the words of Noah and he was pleased, and he said unto him, Well thought, son of the son of the son of Enoch. It shall be done even as you have spoken, but not entirely in the way you have imagined. Sleep now and I will return to you another night." And Noah slept, but the next day, he remembered all that he had dreamed. And it came to pass that source the Father appeared atop the tallest mountain upon the earth, and with a mighty voice, he commanded, "Come," and the air reverberated with thunder at his word, and the earth shook and great avalanches of snow rushed down the mountainsides. And in the blink of an eye, all of the fallen angels that were upon the earth appeared before him. Shivering in the bitter cold on the high mountain and being suddenly compelled to appear before Source the Father, they shook with great fright. And the Father's light was brighter than the sun, so much so that they could not see his face, but only the outline of his body, and they cowered into the snow in a futile attempt to hide from his light. And he spoke unto them, saying, "It grieves me to see how low you who were so high have fallen, even to the corruption of the people of an entire world, simply to satisfy your lusts that are here today and gone tomorrow. Great gifts of power and ability were given to you because of your virtue and faithfulness, but you were corrupted by the power and lured into darkness by your vanities and unrighteous lusts. Despite all of the evil you have caused, we have stayed our hand upon you, hoping you would remember who you are and return to the light from whence you came and bring again the light to the world that you were called to bring. But year upon year has passed and one generation has been added to another, and instead of returning to the light, you have darkened the earth almost beyond recognition from the Eden we created. And not even one of you has taken the tiniest step back into the light. Therefore, it is a great sadness to see that you have become unredeemable and your eternal progression must end." At the Father's last words, one of the fallen angels rose to speak, but before the first word could leave his lips, the Father pointed his finger at him and the fallen angel was entirely encased within a thick block of ice. "None of you shall speak," the Father commanded with thunder. "You are no longer even worthy to exist in the divine bodies made in our image. By your actions, you have changed the destiny of man and forced us, who intended to be watchers only, to intercede. We gave you life, and we could take all life from you, but that would be a blessing upon you, ending your existence without a taste of the suffering you have caused others. Therefore, this is your fate for eternity, your progression is damned. You are condemned to never again have a physical or immortal body of flesh and bone, but shall forevermore be beings of dark spirit only. You shall continue to have all of the desires of a physical body, but shall never again be able to satisfy or even taste the least of them. You shall be forever tormented because of your unfulfilled passions, so much so that you will crave to be even a worm, to feel again the pleasures of the physical. But it will be your eternal torment to forever desire that which you will never again have. You shall still have the ability to influence the minds of the weak in the most subtle of ways, but the sons and daughters of light shall have the power to destroy you in pain and anguish. But because you can never die, you will suffer 1,000 deaths, over and over again. Nor shall you ever see your numbers grow or diminish, and you shall grow to hate one another even more than you have despised the sons and daughters of men. You who once were among the chosen of our children are now lower than the lowest of all life. You are demons, you are cursed forever to be what you have become, and that shall be less than the least of all life. So be it." As he spoke, the Father waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, all of the fallen angels vanished from the physical realm. From that moment on, they became beings without substance except the substance of darkness which they were. So it is even today. The following night, Source the Mother appeared to Noah in a dream, and she said unto him, "Noah, the fallen angels have been condemned to never again be able to taste any of the pleasures they desire. They are still upon the earth, but without physical form or substance, and now can only subtly influence the weakest of men. Nevertheless, the greater threat remains, which is not the adversaries outside of man, but the adversary inside of man, even his own dark side. No being that exists is without both light and darkness, even the source. For it is necessary to have opposition, even within yourself, that the light may grow stronger as it holds back and overcomes the darkness. The people of the earth have given up their light and completely embraced their darkness. By their great fall, they have made all the world around them a dreary and forlorn place, even so much that the world must be washed clean and begin anew unless you can reverse the tide and show that the light returns and the darkness abates. Now that the fallen angels are no more upon the earth, you shall have 40 years to preach the light and help others to turn back the tide of darkness within them, and that the light may again flow with great strength. Enlist all within your family and all that you meet who are still guided by the light in this cause. When 40 years have passed, we shall weigh the light and darkness of the world again on the scales. If light has gained even the smallest amount over darkness, the world shall be spared. But if darkness has continued to gain over light, then we must intercede, for this is not the destiny of our children of spirit, and the world shall be washed clean to begin anew. Noah heard the words of Source and immediately went forth and did as they had commanded. From that day, he went unto the world as a prophet of Source, proclaiming, Repent, repent, for the terrible day of God comes unless you repent. Noah also sent his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, out into the world to preach repentance, and for 40 years, they also labored. The brothers took turns traveling away for 6 months and then returning and remaining home. When one arrived, another would leave, while the brother that returned would remain home with his family for 1 year to tend to their needs. But Noah traveled into lands far away, and sometimes his family did not see him for as many as 3 or 4 years at a time. And the women feared not while the men were away, for great was the power of the spells of protection they wove, and no harm ever came upon them or any of their children from beasts or men. And great was their joy whenever Noah or his sons would find someone still living in the light. To each of these, they gave encouragement to labor among their brethren, that they might still find others to turn from the darkness into the light. Each was given instructions that on the day 40 years after Noah had spoken to Source, they must all be at Chamoya to hear the words of the Source and discover the fate of man. Thus, it came to pass that 40 years after Noah and his sons had begun to preach repentance, the land of Chamoya was swelled by the children of light who came from near and far to be upon that spot on that day, as Noah had directed. Counting only the adults, there were 144 children of light who were in Chamoya that day. Among them were people of many hues and sizes, including Darlones the giant and his family. And everywhere there were children. 7 days earlier, Noah had gone atop a high hill to fast and pray and communicate with the Source. When he came down into Chamoya, his hair had turned all white, and he gathered the people to him and spoke with great solemnness. And he said unto them, The Source have weighed the light and darkness of the people of the world in the balance and found them destitute, and the great and terrible day of God is upon us. The world shall be cleansed, and God, who has given all men life, shall take it away now from many who had received such a great gift. From this day forth and continuing for 40 years, the earth shall be convulsed in great agony. Some mountains shall spit up liquid fire, which shall cover much land. Other mountains shall sink into the sea and disappear, while some places that are plains shall rise up into mountains. Rain shall fall such as it has never fallen in ferocious storms with terrifying winds such as you cannot imagine in your worst nightmares. And great shall be the floods in various and sundry places. Even more calamitous, immense storms shall come upon the seas, and they shall spurt as fountains and shall assault the lands upon the shores with terrible fury. In some places, crops shall fail for lack of water, in others, because of too much, and all the people of the earth shall fear and tremble, knowing not what shall become of them, and a great many shall perish. But because of the convulsions of the earth, those that remain shall remember the power of the God, who made them, and comprehend how small they are compared to the immensity and greatness of God. Perhaps after all of this, they will turn again to the light and be spared an endless time of darkness in the life to come. The people in Camoya showed many emotions as they heard the words of Noah, some feared, and others excited and wondered. And many voices cried out at once, seeking answers for the questions that had come into their minds. "What of the innocent animals?" cried one. "What of our families who are not with us?" shouted another. "What will become of us?" asked another in earnestness, and many others repeated his words, crying unto Noah, "What will become of us?" Noah raised his hands and answered them, saying, "The animals shall be spared as much as is possible. They shall have time to flee to higher ground and escape the floods, and shall be warned by source to move away from the places that shall be consumed by liquid fire. As for your families who are not among us, if they return to the light, they might yet be spared, but that is beyond our power to know, for their fate is in their hands, not ours, for they are the ones who have created it, and they are the only ones who have the power to change it. As for us, I have something to tell you which will seem the most strange thing you have ever heard, but I tell you this in all seriousness as the prophet of Source, so do not make light of that which I shall reveal to you, even though it will be beyond your understanding. Our Heavenly Mother came to me and spoke to me several times concerning this, for even I could not at first comprehend the fullness of her words. Tomorrow upon this spot, a ship shall come for us, but it is not a ship of this world. Nor is it a ship of the sea. Verily, it is a ship of the sky. I have seen this ship in my dreams, and surely it is real, for it is something I never could have imagined, and it is unlike anything I have ever known. The ship is black as night with lights like little suns upon its edge. And it shimmers like waves of heat upon the desert. It is shaped like the wings of a giant bird, and it is more immense than anything you can use to compare. Days before this day, Source called many of the animals of the world to come to this place, those that would be in danger of not surviving the catastrophes, and they shall converge here when the sun rises tomorrow, and shall go into the ship with us. Ask me not where we shall go, for I know not. Nor ask me how a ship can be in the sky without falling to the earth, for that too I know not, save to say that with Source, all things are possible. When Noah stopped speaking, many others began speaking at once, and many questions again flew toward Noah. And though they were children of light, one and all, many spoke with doubts, not only that there could be such a thing as an enormous ship of the sky, but even if it were true, how would the animals survive the gauntlet of hungry clans to reach the land of Camoya? And how would they who had gathered survive on a ship when they had only a few days of food among them? Hearing all these things, Noah spoke again unto the people, saying, Doubt not the Source, and have a true faith in your hearts. You have trusted the teachings of Source all of your lives for things small and great, and they have not failed you. Do not waver now in your faith simply because you are asked to trust in something beyond your understanding, for surely all things shall be made known to those who hold fast to their faith. And it came to pass that the people of Noah did as he exhorted and held strong to their faith. The following day, as the sun rose, a loud clamor was heard coming toward Camoya. And expecting the arrival of the animals, the people went to the top of the nearest rise that they could see for themselves the source. And great was their wonder at what they saw. Coming from every direction were animals of all descriptions, birds of many colors in the air and beasts of every type upon the ground. There were snakes and elephants, mice and lions, and many creatures that no one had ever before seen. People of the clans could be seen in the distance staring at the animals as they passed, but they looked at them confounded and attacked them not. In only a few hours' time, the small valley of Kamoya was filled with animals, and the air overhead and the trees all around with multicolored birds of great variety. Noah called all the people to gather together in a group, and they came to him, standing near the lake upon the original site of the first Kamoya that had been torn down and burned when the people of Enoch had moved to the island of Latani on the lake. Then Noah raised his staff and pointed to the eastern sky. All eyes turned to see a large immensely bright light approaching with the speed of a shooting star. As it drew close, its light dimmed until it was gone altogether, and hovering over their heads, low above the nearby hills, was a great black V, like the wings of some monstrous bird, with lights like suns upon its edges. So great was its size that though the point of the V was centered over their heads, the expanse of the wings covered the entire valley of Kamoya, and the tips could not be seen before they were lost from view beyond the rising hills. Then before the amazed eyes of all upon the ground, an opening appeared in the bottom of the ship on the right wing, and a vast ramp unfolded, extending downward toward the ground and doubling back upon itself several times. As the ramp descended, 3 small figures, appearing like men, walked down upon it, even to the point that it touched the ground, and 2 men and a woman wearing strange clothing stepped off the ramp and onto the earth. The people of Noah parted in awe that the strange visitors from the sky could pass, and the 3 walked directly toward Noah and stood before him. And the woman, who stood between the 2 men, held her hands near her chest in the prayer position and said unto Noah, "Greetings, good prophet of Source. I am Gelatana." And pointing to her right and then left, she continued, "And these are my counselors, Rabak and Jensai." Then she pointed to the vast ship that hovered soundlessly in the sky above them, and she said unto him, "This is our home. It is called Ark. We have come at the command of Source to take you and your people and all the animals of your world that have gathered here, upon the Ark. Will you come with us now?" Noah was speechless for a moment, overwhelmed by the strangeness of all that he was seeing. But soon he nodded his head slowly and said unto her with awe in his voice, "We too have heard the call of Source, and we are ready. We will come." The Great Flood. The children of light depart with Noah on the ark as the earth sinks into 40 years of convulsions, cataclysms, and great storms. Aboard the ark, a ship from another world, Noah and his people learn many wondrous things. As they return to earth after 40 years, they begin to create the civilization that would come to be known as the mythical Atlantis. And it came to pass that Noah and all children of light, gathered at Kamoya, walked up the ramp and into the ship of the sky, their eyes filled with wonder at every step. They were followed by great hordes of animals that entered the ship in various ways. Birds flew up into the portal with ease, while most of the animals took much longer, walking up the long switchback ramp. Over 100 people came down from the sky ship and shepherded the animals who were small or crawled or moved slowly, leading some and carrying others and taking care to keep all the animals in the center away from the precipitous edge of the ramp. And the animals, though wild, were all as docile as domestic pets and resisted not at all to be touched by the people of the sky ship. Once all the animals had boarded and the people of the sky ship had returned, the ramp was drawn up inside the ship, and it silently lifted high into the sky. Though it appeared black from the outside, from the inside the entire outer hull of the ship was transparent, and the children of light looked in awe and incredulity, touched somewhat with fear. As the ship rose higher and higher into the sky and they saw the land below recede until the details could no longer be seen, the children of light were led into a large room, and once assembled, Gilatana entered, and standing on a dais, she addressed them, saying, "Good people of light, it is an honor to be among you. I am Gilatana, the leader, for a time, of the people of this ship. I know you have many questions, for we have heard as you have asked them among yourselves. I will answer them now that you may know we aspire to be your trusted friends. Some of you have wondered if we are Source. We are not. We are Alamars created in the image of the Source, even as you are. But our people were created and have existed long before your first ancestors were born upon this world. You call Earth. We come from one of the tiny stars you see in the sky. I know you cannot comprehend that at this time, but you each will be assigned a personal teacher, and in time your knowledge and understanding will grow, such as it can. We are from a planet like your Earth called Oler. Like you, we honor and follow the light of our Heavenly Father and Mother. Like you, we are led by a prophet called by Source. Source spoke to our prophet who lives on our home world, whose name is Deltarni, and told him that your world was soon to suffer great calamities because of the wickedness of the people, and that a ship, even our ship, the Ark, was to be sent to bring to safety the children of light, and male and females in multitudes of all the animals of earth, before the great and dreadful day when your earth would begin to shake and convulse. There is so much more to tell you, but much of it will be difficult for you to comprehend without first having a wider foundation of understanding. Therefore, I invite you to turn and greet the person who shall now come to you, males to males and females to females. These are your mentors, and they will teach you step by step that your minds may be opened and your understanding filled. We shall be together for 40 of your years. Very quickly I hope we can become as one family, that you will be able to cherish your time among us, and that all of us may grow from our shared experiences." Gilatana then stepped down from the dais, and the Oalarians who had been assigned as mentors came forth from where they had been standing, along the outer walls of the room, and came to greet those to whom they had been partnered. During the next weeks, the Ark came down to hover over several other spots on Earth and lowered its ramp to take up many more animals that had lived too far away to travel to Kamoya, but had gathered at the call of Source. They also came for 44 more adults and their children, who were children of light. Though they lived far from Kamoya and knew not the people of Noah, Source the Mother had come to them in dreams, and they were prepared when the ship of the sky came for them. On the day that the last child of light was aboard the Ark and the last animal had been taken into it, Earth began to convulse, the ground began to erupt liquid fire, the sky darkened, great torrents of rain began to fall, and day became as night. While one solar year passed with fury upon Earth, aboard the Ark, despite the best intentions of both the people of Earth and the people of Oler, they had not become as one family, and among most, the gulf between their understandings of almost everything was very great. And it came to pass that Noah and Gilatana sat down together, along with her 2 counselors and the sons of Noah, to try to understand why the chasm between their 2 peoples remained so wide. Noah answered Gilatana's query, saying, "Your people are aloof. They speak to us in ways we do not comprehend, of things we know not. And there are but 188 of us, but of your people there is no end, for you are many thousands, and we often feel very isolated because of our small numbers and ignorance of almost everything you know and understand. We have tried with great patience to teach our brothers and sisters of Earth," Rabak interjected, speaking directly to Gilatana, but honestly and truthfully, they are a very primitive people. We are so far advanced from the reality they have known that even after a year, many of them seem to still think we are source and seem to make little effort to understand the things we try to explain. It is true, added Gensai, also speaking only to Gilatana. You try to explain the simplest of things to them, such as how to grow a plant hydroponically, and they simply stare at you as if their brain is asleep. They seem unable to comprehend that plants can grow without soil. Even though they can see it happening, they seem to think it is some miracle of source and not something that they can do. We try to understand your ways, interrupted Japheth, the son of Noah, but it is difficult, for it seems that all we thought we knew is wrong, and though we can see a new reality, such as plants that grow without soil, the experience of our lives still tells us that we must have soil to grow plants. Nor are we accustomed to seeing people walk about with so few garments, especially women, added Ham, the son of Noah, or to see women commanding men. Our women have always wielded great power, more than most men, but they do it in support of our community, in circles of women, not as women in positions of power over men. All three of the Oalarians laughed at the words of Ham, and Gensai said unto him, We are more modest than the people of most worlds in the coverings of our bodies, and if you have trouble with our attire, we best not take you to Pharinth or Yabnag or any of the many worlds where they wear no clothes at all, but adorn themselves only in jewelry and thin harnesses embedded with jewels. The source permits such things even while our world is to be upheaved for far less, exclaimed Shem. Why would the source be concerned with nakedness? Asked Gensai in honest confusion. It is how they created us. It is not nakedness that is a sin, but immoral acts that are committed, whether naked or clothed. We observed your world as we approached, and it is the most immoral we have ever seen. The fact that most of the people wear a great deal of clothing to cover their nakedness has not prevented their descent into wickedness. As for women commanding men, interjected Gilatana, I suppose you put me at the top of that list, but aboard the ark, there are none that command, neither men nor women. Each of us only serves the others in the ways we are most capable and at their discretion. I did not seek out my position. Even as our prophet is called by the source, so I was called by my people aboard the ark to lead them because of my experience. On any day, I may step down by my own choice, or they may call another to take my place. It is an honor to be called to serve our brothers and sisters however we can. Shem was about to reply, but Noah held up his hands so that he would refrain. And Noah spoke unto them all, saying, We are speaking much of our differences, and surely there is a great gulf. But I failed to discern how we are attempting to walk a common path that leads to a greater good for both our people and the feeling of one family that we both have claimed to desire. And there is more to consider here than simply learning to understand the ways of one another or for us to comprehend even a small part of your greater knowledge. For through all of this journey, my people are grieving. They are hurting terribly in their hearts as they look through the walls of your ship each day and watch their world, their home, the place where they left many loved ones behind, racked by the most awful storms, with mountains falling, the seas rising, and many other terrible calamities that strike dread into their hearts, even though they are here safely aboard the ark. The Oalarians nodded their heads in understanding with the words of Noah, and after consulting among themselves for a couple of minutes in their own language, Gilatana said unto him, We have not sufficiently considered your pain at what you see transpire each day upon your world, nor done enough to help you comprehend our world, which is the ark. You are the prophet among us, Noah, what would source have us do? Noah considered her question for a moment and closed his eyes and reached out to the source in his mind. And they answered him as quick as he thought his question, and Noah opened his eyes and spoke unto those in the room, saying, "It is not enough that you teach one tune with personal mentors, for it is too much like a parent and a child, even a babe. If we are to be with you for 39 more years, we have more than enough time to learn all that you know, if you will teach us in a serious manner. Therefore, set up schools for us that we may all gather, as we are prepared to understand that which is taught, both children and adults, and teach us line upon line, knowledge upon knowledge, that we may come to a fullness of understanding." Hearing his words, Noah's sons nodded in agreement, but Gilatana and her counselors conferred quietly among themselves and seemed far less enthusiastic. And Gilatana spoke unto Noah and his sons, saying, "For you and the other Alamars that will survive on earth, it is important that you evolve in your knowledge and society on a path of self-discovery, otherwise both as individuals and as a people, you will develop weaknesses of judgment. If we were to teach you all that we know and then put you back upon the earth among people who are even more primitive than you are, you would be like gods to them, and the chance of creating an imbalance of society and civilization between those with greater knowledge and those without, would be too great. Perhaps not you, but surely your descendants would be tempted to exercise dominion over the other people of the earth, and this is not the way of the source." Noah nodded his head in agreement and said unto her, "You speak the truth in all that you say, Gilatana, and I know not how this will be resolved. But you asked me to inquire of the source as a prophet, and this I did, and the answer I gave unto you is the light they gave unto me." And it came to pass that despite the misgivings of the Oalarians, according to the word of the prophet Noah as he said source had spoken, schools were set up on the ark that the people of earth might learn all that the Oalarians had to teach. The Oalarians taught them as they would their own children from their earliest days in school. Thus, they learned the Oalarian alphabet and language as well as their history and the history of the entire universe that was known to the Oalarians. Some progressed more than others because of their greater desire and perseverance, and these were sent to schools of specialized learning beyond the basic education. Thus, some of the people of Earth became knowledgeable in many of the advanced sciences of the Oalarians involving healing and engineering and manufacturing and other fields of endeavor. And the people of Noah reciprocated, passing on their knowledge of earth plants and herbs and of sewing and weaving and many other skills to the Oalarians. As all aboard the ark were devoted to the source, Noah gained a special place among them, for he was a prophet of source, and the Oalarian prophet lived far away on their home world, a place none on the ark had ever been. Among the higher priesthood of both the Oalarians and his own people, Noah taught the greater paths and powers of spirit, and the kinship of spirit that formed between all of them was very strong indeed. A special bond also formed between many of the women, as the Oalarian women knew of the Celestine powers given by source only in theory, and none had actually ever attempted to manifest their inherent gifts. Thus, it became the great delight of the women of earth to teach their Oalarian sisters how to use the Celestine gifts of power the source had given to all children of light, but that were most easily manifested by women. And it came to pass that 39 years passed swiftly away, and even as earth below was convulsed in the throes of rebirth, the people aboard the ark experienced a time of peaceful bliss and had become as one family. Thus, when the day quickly approached for the return of the people of earth to their home world, there was a great sadness among everyone aboard the ark. At this time, difficult decisions that had been avoided also needed to be faced and resolved, and for this, Noah and the council of elders met with Gilatana, her 2 counselors, and a body of 12 other Oalarian advisors. Gilatana spoke to them, saying, "My friends, my family, the time has passed so quickly, and now we must say goodbye to our brothers and sisters of earth whom we have come to love and be loved by. When we first began this journey together and began to teach you, the people of earth, the knowledge of Oler, we postponed deciding how we would deal with the greater knowledge you gained when it came time to return you to your primitive world. We can delay no longer, for the time is upon us, for the fires on the earth have gone out and the waters receded. We meet together now with the council of elders from earth and the council of advisors from the ark. Let us discuss among us how to resolve this conflict and make a good decision by the unanimous agreement of everyone." After an opening prayer there followed many hours of discussions with a break for meals twice. Two issues emerged as the thorniest: how to return the people of Noah to earth without disrupting the natural evolutionary balance, and how to deal with the 17 families that had blossomed from marriages between the people of earth and those of Oler. At first, many of the Oalarians insisted that the memories of all those returning to earth must be taken away for the time they had lived aboard the ark to ensure that the natural evolution of the people of earth would continue. But Noah and the council of elders objected strongly to that suggestion, for they had gained much knowledge in their time aboard the ark, which they treasured and were unwilling to lose. "But it is not something you will miss," explained one of the Oalarians. "You will be returned as you came to us, with no memory of your time aboard the ark or the things you have learned. You cannot miss that which you do not remember. If you cut off all of our right arms and took away our memory that we ever had right arms, we would still miss them, for we would be able to do less with one than we could with two," interjected a member of the Council of Elders. "Thanks to Oalarian training in engineering, I now know how to build structures that will withstand the storms of time. How does giving this up and returning to a state of ignorance help the evolution of man?" And so the discussions continued, back and forth with no resolutions, let alone unanimous decisions. Among the Oalarians who had married people from Earth, there was an equal trepidation, for they too were threatened with memory loss as a condition for returning to Earth with their families. Nor could their families remain aboard the Ark, for Earth had been depleted during the 40-year cataclysm and needed all of the survivors aboard the Ark to return to help the planet renew. And it came to pass that the meeting of the councils ended for the night without resolution. Before he slept, Noah prayed to Source, asking for guidance and a solution for the problems that seemed unsolvable. And the Source heard the prayers of Noah, and Heavenly Mother came to him in a dream and showed unto him all that must be done to reach unanimity, and for the benefit of the people of Noah and earth, which was their home. The next day, the councils met once again. But before they could renew their disagreements of the previous day, Noah rose and spoke to them, saying, "I speak to you now as a prophet of God, even the voice of the Source who guide us in all things of great consequence, even such as the things we speak of today. Last night, I prayed to be shown a resolution to the questions we have pondered and discussed, and our Heavenly Mother came to me while I slept and showed me the true path. It is not good that knowledge should be taken that has been gained by either experience or dedication to learning, for then the reward for achievement would be a punishment, and the memory of this would linger even if the memory of the knowledge was taken, and such lingering would cause a loathing for learning that would harm man for generations unborn. But neither can we who have been given knowledge beyond the comprehension of the survivors of earth be allowed to live among them with this knowledge. For surely we would be raised upon the dais as gods and become perverted by our power and greater knowledge and succumb to evil, even as the fallen angels, which was the beginning of the end of earth. Would we dare to put ourselves in a place where these 40 wrenching years of rebirth might be repeated again someday in the future because of our actions? But there is a solution. One that will allow us to return to Earth and the Oalarians who are now part of our families as well, without the loss of any memories or any threat to the evolution of man. This the Source have shown to me clearly. Therefore, open your ears and hear, people of Earth and Oalar, for this is the path of light that Source has revealed to me. The Ark shall bring us to a blessed island where no man lives, upon a warm sea with a land bathed in sunlight from Source, where the weather is almost always ideal, and life in all forms from plant to animal to fish flourishes in great abundance. Tall mountains rise into the mist upon this island, and many crops of different varieties can be grown at the various elevations. Upon this spot, we will live, and our posterity shall build beautiful cities, both on the island and floating upon the sea. We shall live a life of purity, and even as on the ark none shall have disease, and as in the days of Father Adam, great shall be the age to which we live. The knowledge and understandings of the devices of the ark shall come with us, as will all of our knowledge, that we might build not just a new Eden, but a better Eden than any of our forefathers could have imagined. We will be far from the remaining people of the world, and they will know of us only vaguely, like people of a mist who come from the sea in strange ships to trade and then vanish again to a place unknown. Some of our posterity will migrate to other remote islands and in a like manner establish outposts of our civilization. So too will we and our posterity go forth upon the earth as it is ready, and spread again the celestine light of Source upon all parts of it, that the darkness will never again reign over the light. And we must never forget the cataclysm that has happened upon the earth and all of its people for the last 40 years, and this because of the evil that men had become. Let the story of this cataclysm be passed down to all the people of the earth, lest they ever again let darkness reign and the earth need to be cleansed once more. And let us pray every day in humility and thankfulness for the blessings that are ours, and strive to live worthily of all the Source have given us. And take heed, where great things have been given, great things are expected, and we are asked to be a light all the moments of our lives. Know with a surety, that if we, or our posterity, ever stray from the path of light, all that we have been given shall be taken away, not in 40 years as we have seen, but in a single day and night. Teach that well to our children, that such a day will never come. Remember to live worthy of the blessings you have been given, and to reflect the light given to you, that others may bask in its warmth as well. And it came to pass that as Noah had spoken, so it was accepted in unanimity. The following day, the ark hovered over an immense island in an archipelago of thousands of smaller islands, and with tearful goodbyes for the Oalarians they would never see again, the people of Noah went down the long ramp back onto earth. With them came 17 Oalarians who had married among the people of Noah while on the ark. Typical of their race, they were tall and blue-eyed, with either red or blonde hair. And their goodbyes were even more tearful and heart-wrenching as they parted with the families they had known all of their lives to embrace a primitive world just reborn. And these were the Oalarians who came to live among the people of Earth, by their age, oldest to youngest, being 10 males and 7 females, Atalas, Aania, Colchis, Thrinchia, Barian, Guachi, Aquilas, Algi, Kramat, Saka, Karad, Hespar, Blessed, Namlin, Gressus, Zeunian, and Nibirum. During the next days, the ark visited many places upon earth, repopulating the animals upon the reborn lands and seas, prudently putting pairs of like animals in several locations to maintain the strength of the bloodlines. As they passed closely over Earth, the Oalarians were surprised to look down upon many survivors of the cataclysms of the last 40 years. Seeing them, Gensai commented to Rabak that it seemed that more survived than perished. And Rabak answered saying, hopefully with more respect for the power of Source and a greater willingness to live the light when it is shown to them. And so came the children of light back onto Earth, and so began the second dispensation of Source upon Earth. Asterisk 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 notes. This chapter was the briefest overview of what occurred during the 40 years Noah and his people were aboard the ark. A several hundred-page book could be written just to cover that amazing period in detail. A couple of things worthy of mention that are not detailed in the chapter include the fact that the return of Noah, his people, and the 17 Oalarians and the advanced civilization they established was the basis for the later stories of Atlantis. However, contrary to modern theories that place Atlantis either in the Mediterranean or in the Atlantic Ocean, the actual location of the return of Noah was a large island in the eastern Indian Ocean. This is a somewhat incongruous chapter with all the others in the Oracles of Celestine Light, as it takes place in what would seem to be a science fiction setting and deals more with practical matters than spiritual ones. However, this chapter is literally true, and as astounding a premise as it sets pointed now in the right direction it can all be. Proved by modern science and archaeology if anyone cares to follow the leads. In the interest of modern science, we would also note that the ark was both levitated and propelled by a gravity drive that interacted and utilized the gravity field of Earth or any other celestial body, even those a great distance away, when traveling through space. One other note that may be of interest to some is that during the 40 years on the ark, they had friendly contact on 3 different occasions with other space-traveling races of non-Alamar origin. The descent into darkness. Noah and his people disembark from the ark and settle upon an island they name Saladas, known to us today as the fabled island of Atlantis. There they build a magnificent city named Kamuri, employing many of the advanced technologies they learned from the Oalarians. They spread out upon the land, populating areas beyond the island of Saladas. Building technologically advanced communities far away from more primitive populations, they prosper greatly, living many generations in peace and tranquility. However, there begins to be contentions between the different cities, and over time, an angry schism is created, leading many down a path of darkness and the conversion of peaceful technologies into those of war. And it came to pass that the children of light descended from the ark and came down upon the great island which, in honor of their benefactors of the last 40 years and the hope they had for the new earth, they named Saladas, meaning promise in Oalarian. And the people of Noah and the Oalarians who had come to earth with them lived and prospered on the island of Saladas, and many generations were born and passed away in peace and prosperity. They built a magnificent city named Kamuri, meaning one with God in the ancient language of Noah and Adam, and it was here that Noah was buried when he died at 636 years. Noah was succeeded as prophet by Valangera, who was called by the source at the young age of, and became the new prophetess, after confirmation by revelation to the Council of 12 Elders. Her selection was acclaimed by the citizens, for she was loved deeply by many because of the numerous good works she had done to benefit the people. During the time of Valangera, the people of Saladas went forth to many places around the world, for being directed by God, she was determined that the light of Source should be brought to the barbarians who were the descendants of the survivors of the Great Flood. Now the children of light of Saladas and Kamuri had brought with them from the ark much of the knowledge of the Oalarians, and from the time of their landing upon Saladas, They began to build their civilization according to the engineering and expertise of the advanced O'Alarian knowledge. So it was that Kumari rose to become the most beautiful city, with walls made of stones of various types and colors that were liquefied and poured into wonderful curving shapes and then solidified in place as natural stone. And many smaller communities were built upon the island and adjacent islands and even floating upon the sea. Hen the Comorians were called by Valangerat to go forth into the world to bring the light of source to the barbarians. They did so in marvelous airships patterned after the technology of the O'Alarians. There were 4 basic types of ships, from the large double-decked domed saucer that held over 100 people, which was called Vimai and appeared as a bright, luminous cloud when it flew, to the small, pointed cylindrical craft that carried 1 to 5 people, which were called jadals. All of the sky ships were both lifted and powered by the same gravitational drives that had been used by the Ark, and the engines of the Vimai were large enough to lift it into Earth's upper atmosphere. To not frighten the barbarians they encountered, each craft employed some form of invisibility. The Vimai simply looked like a brilliantly glowing cloud, while the jadals actually were cloaked in such a way that they could not be seen by the human eye, and others appeared merely as small bright lights in the sky. In contrast to the choices made when Salatis and earlier outlying communities were begun, it was decided that the new enclaves would be established near large concentrations of the barbarians so they could be used for the manual labor that the people of Salatis had come to disdain. The largest group of barbarians was located in the valleys of the high mountains of Tibra, which were the highest on earth, and had been the final refuge of many of the survivors of the Great Flood. 7 towns were founded in the valleys of the Tibran Mountains, and each was initially settled by 100 families from Kumari and the communities of Salatis, and in the generations that followed, these 7 communities each grew into beautiful cities known collectively as the 7 cities of Tibra and the people known as Tibrians. And the capital city of the Tibrians became Rishishi. 4 other communities, also founded by 100 families, were placed at other high mountain locations around the world where many barbarians had escaped the flood, and a 5th was located on an isolated island in the Western Ocean, that it might become a remote and protected repository of all knowledge. Many of the Comorians and Saladicians had reservations when the new communities had been built with the intent to have daily interaction with the barbarians. But the barbarians who lived near the new cities of light were blessed to be there, for the children of light came among them and uplifted them with the teachings of Source. Many of the barbarians became one with the children of light, and they were barbarians no more, and the cities grew and prospered. But beyond the trading area of the cities of light, where the barbarians still had little contact with the children of light, the life of the people was still very primitive. And many more generations passed away, and Earth continued to blossom with new life in many and varied forms springing up by the design of the Source. Every 1,000 years, there was a great millennial celebration among all the children of light upon Earth. At this time, a ship of the O'Alarians, similar to the Ark, would come to Earth to renew the bonds of the O'Alarians with the children of light upon Earth, and this was the only direct contact the O'Alarians maintained with the descendants of the Noahites. For 1 week upon the island of Salatis, there was a great feast and celebration, and the children of light from all over Earth traveled by every airship available to attend the festivities and greet the O'Alarians, the children of light from the stars. And so did time pass upon Earth, and among many generations, there was bliss. But beginning at the time of the prophet Garden Cole, the bliss began to vanish and was replaced by strife and descent into darkness among many of the children of light. The 7 cities rose in power so much so that they outshone the grandeur and majesty of Kumari. And the people of the 7 cities began to think and act differently than their forefathers, and they disavowed the supremacy of the prophet at Kumari and the council of 12 elders and named their own prophet and council of 12. But having been called by man and not by God, when the prophet and council of elders of 7 cities inquired of the source, they heard only their own imaginations in return. In the land of Saladus, the people were most disturbed by the schism with the 7 cities, and there arose a great anger among many that the 7 cities would dare break away. The prophet Garden Cole and the council of elders tried to reason with their people, to convince them that they were overreacting, but their words only further angered the populace. In their unrighteous anger, Dlamrika, self-styled the Great, arose to power. He was a man of glib tongue, and he incited the people in their anger toward the citizens of the 7 cities so much so that he convinced them that only by force could justice be rendered and the traitors be punished. And Dlamrika, who was a very wealthy man, raised an army to mount an offense against the 7 cities and capture their leaders. He marshaled the knowledge and abilities of many of the great minds of Saladus and Kumari to turn the peaceful technology of their cities into engines and vessels of war and violence that retribution might be rained upon the 7 cities. Seeing this, the prophet Garden Cole spoke as a prophet in the name of Source to the people of Saladus and Kumari and plainly told them that they were straying from the path of Source and must not make war upon their brothers or upon anyone except in self-defense of their lives. Dlamrika argued that they were defending their lives and way of life, which by the very act of succession, the people of the 7 cities were threatening. Back and forth went the conflicting words of Garden Cole and Dlamrika for many months. And the council of 12 also went out among the people each day to counter the persuasions of Dlamrika and remind them what it meant to be a child of light. But each day, the people listened with boisterous agreement more to the words of Dlamrika and hissed in rejection at the words of the prophet. Feeling their unwavering disdain, Garden Cole prayed often to the Source that he might be shown a way to bring his people and the people of the 7 cities back into the light. One night while he slept, Source the mother came to him in a dream in answer to his faithful prayers, and seeing her, he kissed the hand that she offered and asked, "Dearest Mother of Light, a great schism grows between the children of light, and many are turning to ways of darkness. Not in depravity, as in the days of Noah, but in their machinations and thoughts of violence against their brothers afar. What can I say or do to avert the tides of war and reconcile and heal the rifts?" The mother answered him, saying, "You have said well and with truth, all the words that must be said, as have the council of 12. If the children of light will not hearken unto your words, they have by their choice thrown off the halo of light that was upon them and chosen by their free will to walk a path that will lead to their destruction." Hearing this, Garden Cole was distraught, and he pleaded with the Mother of Light, saying, "Surely I can do something, exhibit some great power to show the majesty and truth of Source. Or even I pray that you would do something, such as send a great wave or darken the sky or show some mighty sign of displeasure that the people will see the error of their ways before it is too late." The mother shook her head and said unto him, "When we created the earth, we put all things upon it that men and women could show by their actions the extent of their light or the depth of their darkness. We gave immortal life to the immortal soul that men and women could have a time of weakness and temptation, but also a time of great learning and expansion, to allow them to become one with the energies of eternity in which they found the greatest resonance that they could determine by their own choices the world of their eternity. We understood that sometimes they would give into their weaknesses and partake of their temptations and be pulled further into darkness. Therefore, we left inside all men and women the spark of divinity that is our light, that they might always know right from wrong, that even when they chose the darkness their soul would still be calling them to the Celestine light. That the errors of their mortality might be redeemed and men and women become greater than their weaknesses, we offered the path of repentance, whereby the sins of their past can be forgiven and forgotten, and they can live once again fully in the light, drawn to an eternity of fulfillment in resonance with their illuminated, immortal soul. All this we have created that men and women might fulfill the destiny they make for themselves, that on the day of judgment, when they will be pulled to the world of their eternity, be it light or darkness, that all of the actions and choices of their lives will be upon their shoulders, and they will not be able to say, "It is because of this circumstance or this person that I gave into temptation and walked a path of darkness." Beyond this, we are watchers only, watchers with sadness whenever we see our children make the wrong choices, but also watchers with love, confident we have given our children the best path and sufficient opportunities to create an eternity for themselves worthy of the greatness they each have within them. Hearing the words of the Holy Mother, Garden Cole nodded in understanding, but still he pleaded for her help, saying, "Good Mother, I understand all of the words you have spoken, and I ask you not to compel my people to the light, but merely give them such a great sign of your majesty that they will remember who they are, children of light, and return again to the path of light. If I may be so bold, in the days of Noah, you acted not as watchers only, but intervened in the lives of all men and animals and plants upon the earth, and a very great event the cataclysm was. Do I ask too much to beg you to intervene in a much smaller way with my people, that they may be awakened to the errors of their choices and return again to the light?" The mother answered him again, saying, "In the days of Noah, we intervened only because the earth had become perverted from our design by the fallen angels of heaven and not solely by the actions of man. Such is not the case in your time, when men descend into darkness by their own choice. You fear, my son, for the tribulations your people may bring upon themselves, and you are wise to fear, for the very earth itself shall become their enemy if they become wells of darkness. This would not be a punishment from us, but the energy of destruction man calls upon himself by his own choices of needless violence." And the Holy Mother opened the eyes of Garden Cole in a vision, and he saw the future destruction of the entire island of Salatis as it sank into the sea in a great eruption of fire and explosion of the land into many pieces that sank into oblivion deep in the ocean. The mother said unto him, "This is the fate of Salatis and Kimeri and all the people of this land if they turn to violence as a way to force their will upon their brothers of the 7 cities. And this is not by our hand, for we are watchers only, but the doom they call upon themselves by their actions of destruction. Nor shall the fate of the 7 cities or the other cities established by your people fare better if they too walk the path of senseless violence. Each in their own way shall call destruction upon them, and only the library of Guachi will survive, for only upon their small, isolated isle do they have nothing to do with the foolishness of the rest of your people." Garden Cole was shaken by the visions the Holy Mother had shown to him, and in a faltering voice, he asked her, "Is what I have seen a vision of destiny or possibility?" The mother answered him, saying, "You know that all men and women are called to greatness. That is the destiny we have prepared for all of our children. But each is given their free will and a portion of darkness to tempt them, but also with a greater portion of light to ever draw them to the ways of truth and light. Whether their destiny of greatness is fulfilled depends upon the choices they make by their own free will, for only they are the masters of their destiny. When many people unite in a common cause, be it good or evil, they call the forces of light or darkness upon them with great power by their choices, and their destiny is written by their actions, be it blessings or destruction. The visions you saw are only that which shall occur if your people pursue a path of senseless violence, even to the killing of their brothers and sisters of the 7 cities. If they turn from that path, you need only look to the days of glory of this land, to see the greater destiny of peace and prosperity they shall inherit. Again Garden Cole nodded his head in agreement, but once again, he questioned the mother of Celestine Light, asking, "Holy Mother, clearly I understand the words you have spoken, but still I return to my original questions. Is it too much to ask that you imbue me with some marvelous ability to manifest your power that I might turn the hearts of my people back to you, or that you or the Father would manifest mighty deeds yourself that my people would remember and return to the pure ways of the source which you have taught us? In this quick way, how great a multitude of lives might be saved! For if the words of war escalate into action, many shall perish, including many innocent women and children. Even to the destruction of our entire island and all the life upon it, much of it innocent, especially the animals and plants who are completely without a part in the befuddled actions of my people." Source the mother answered him, saying, "Do not lose your perspective of eternity, my son. Your life and the lives of all the animals and plants upon the earth are but a single breath in eternity, a single blink of your eyes. A most important breath and blink it is, but the sadness of death, even the most horrible, must be tempered with the unfailing conviction and understanding that life is eternal, as are the relationships of the innocent and the virtuous, be they man or beast. Mortality is merely the brief, fierce wind that blows away the chaff of facade and falsehood, that the wheat of truth and light may grow in grandeur in eternity. And every living thing is promised the fullness of mortality, be it in one life or more." With those words, the Holy Mother disappeared from the vision of the prophet. When he awoke, he was greatly disturbed by what he had seen and called a meeting of the Council of 12 to share with them all that he had seen and heard. After hearing his words, the council made haste to redouble their efforts to turn back the rising calls for war. But despite all of their actions and words, the people heeded them not at all, nor did they listen to the prophet. Instead, falling further into the darkness, they turned their backs upon all things having to do with God and church and religion, and became very worldly in all that they did. And save for a handful, they no longer gathered together on the holy day of Source each week to celebrate all of their blessings and be edified and uplifted. In the 7 cities, the people walked down the same dark path, turning their backs upon all things of Source and living in the ways of the world, gluttons of gold and all the things gold could buy, for their sites were exceedingly wealthy. And the schism between the people of Kimmery and the people of the 7 sites grew into such a great gulf that even trade was greatly curtailed between them, and threats of war flew back and forth with greater stridence and frequency. In the 29th year after the vision of the prophet, the great millennial celebration occurred. And it was with wistful and expectant hearts that the prophet and the Council of 12 and the few others who kept the faith with them hoped for a reconciliation with their brethren in the 7 cities, as all of the descendants of Noah would be coming to Kimmery to celebrate and greet the Oalarian ship that came every 1,000 years for the occasion. And so they came, from all parts of earth where the descendants of Noah had settled. Most came by airships, but many also by ships of the sea. But there was a tension between the people of the different cities, and it was not mollified by the many feasts or sporting games or celebrations. And there were numerous fights and brawls among the men of the various nations over trivial arguments and puffed up vanities. By the last day, as all the people gathered on the great lawn of the holy temple to await the coming of the Oalarian ship, it was almost could do to restrain themselves from yelling and fighting with the people from other lands, for great did they each perceive their grievances. But the day turned to night, and the Oalarian ship did not appear. And that night, there were many fights among the people of the various nations and cities as they released their pent-up anger toward one another, and 13 people were slain that evening in many incidents of anger and violence around the city. On the morning of the next day, word was sent out that the prophet would address all the people at noon at the holy temple concerning the Oalarians. People no longer cared to listen to the words of the prophet, but they did wish to know about why the Oalarians had not appeared, so when noon arrived, the great lawn was once again teeming with people from many lands. And the prophet stood upon a high balcony atop a minaret that he could be seen by all the people, and his voice and image were cast mechanically throughout the entire city. And he said unto them, O, you who should be children of light, you who are loved so greatly by Source, our holy Father and Mother, and elder brother. How have you strayed so far from what you know to be true? Why have you turned away from love for one another and embraced violence? What can violence bring you but more violence? What have you gained by turning away from the light of Source? What is your reward for giving your brothers and sisters of other lands a painful blow instead of a brotherly kiss? Verily, the Source have given you free will and have not compelled you to walk their path. But your choices have consequences, greater and more deleterious than you have realized. When you tend a fire, it grows or shrinks depending upon how much wood you feed it. And the fire can do good or evil depending upon how you are applying it. You could use it for evil and burn down your neighbor's house, or you could use it for good to melt and fashion gold and silver and create beautiful jewelry and art. If you use it for evil and burn down your neighbor's house, you can continue to add fuel to the fire and burn down many houses or even an entire city. But what is gained by such foolishness? Smug pride, that you put your insulting neighbors in their place? Perhaps, seeing the destruction you have wrought, you will have a feeling of satisfaction. But will that feeling last once you realize that you no longer will be able to obtain that exquisite wine you so savor because you have burnt the vineyards? Or that special fish you like for the Jartera celebration because you have sunk the fishing fleet? Do not think to yourself that you can bring forth violence and not have it snap back and strike you an even greater blow. Violence begets violence, even as love begets love. If you burn your neighbor's house, do you think that those that survive will leave your house unscathed? If you destroy your neighbor's vineyard, do you think that yours will somehow be spared? If you sink your neighbor's fishing fleet, do you think that yours will somehow survive? If you beat or kill your neighbor, do you not think that your neighbor's friends and family will not now look to ways that they might beat or kill you and your family? Violence only begets more violence, and if you continue to travel upon the road you have embarked upon, painfully evidenced by the deaths that came to some last night, then you may consider what I have just spoken of, not mere stories, but prophecies from Source of what shall come to pass in your lives in the days to come. And more than this, my brothers and sisters, much more than this, so hear my words well. Verily, I speak to you as the prophet of Source, and my words are the visions the Source have shown to me. With words of soberness, I say unto you that if you persist in talk of war, instead of words of peace, that you shall find that which you seek. But in it, you will lose more than your houses and your vineyards and your fishing fleets. You will lose your very lives, all of you. And the great cities you have built will be no more. The world will survive. The barbarians will still be upon it, but you will not. The violence you beget will come back to hurt you hundredfold, even thousandfold, even unto your deaths. Your land shall be laid waste, and your cities shall be completely annihilated. You who are great upon the earth, you who have built majestic cities that rival the mansions of heaven, shall be as if you never were. Your cities shall be utterly destroyed, so much so that the generations of the barbarians to come will have no memory of the children of light that came from Noah, or that the magnificent and wonderful cities they built ever even existed. You consider yourselves enlightened men and women, people of intelligence and knowledge. Yet you speak with hatred toward those who are different than you and initiate violence against those who do not agree with you, simply because they do not. Are you using violence as a tool to achieve that which you cannot gain by reason or a worthy and just pursuit? I beseech you, remember who you are and the light of source that has guided our people for generations upon generations. It is not in violence or war that you will find peace or justice, but only in love and agreement, with a gentle eye and a forgiving heart for differences. Violence only brings destruction. Your passions become inflamed, your sorrows increased, and your hatred multiplied. Today, we gaze upon the sad sight of over 100 of our people from all parts of the world, murdered in a night of senseless violence. What comes next? A retaliation and escalation of what was brought in the night. Do not give in to that temptation. More killing will not bring back the dead. It will only deepen the darkness. If you create more darkness, it will not take away the night that has occurred, only greater light can accomplish that miracle. If you are motivated by revenge to increasing your hatred, it will not do away with the hatred that also motivates your opponents. Only love can bring that new dawn. And I love you still, as do the source, and I implore you to remember who you are and how greatly you have been blessed and live up to your highest potential, not descend down to your lowest. You are not Comorians or Tibrians or Celians. You are all brothers and sisters. You are not black or white, or yellow, or red, you are simply the children of the Most High, each given a beauty of your own. The more you separate yourselves by the country you live in, the differences of your customs, or the color of your skins, the more you are inviting violence into your lives. It is for this cause, because of your separation instead of unification, because of your desires for war instead of peace, for violence instead of reason, that the Oalarians have not come, nor will they ever again, save you become once again children of light, who live by the light. But I perceive that I speak to the air. You see my lips move, but your ears hear not my words. I will have no more to say to you, for you have hardened your hearts toward me and the words I speak, which come from source. You are in the last minute of the last hour before your destruction. But even now it is not too late to turn from hate and embrace love, to refute violence and propagate peace. Your fate is in your hands, as are the fates of your children and your animals and your homes and your cities. Hear well my words. When you stand before Source, as you one day will, you will not be able to say you were ignorant, for I tell you plainly that on the road you travel to violence and war, there are no winners, nor will there be victors, for your mutual destructions shall be total and final. Knowing that, can you be so blinded by foolishness that you would give up everything for nothing? The lands that time forgot. Contentions between the lands of the 7 cities and the lands of Salatus lead to war, which results in the nuclear destruction of the 7 cities of Tybar and the subsequent earthquakes and volcanoes that swallowed the great city of Kimuri and all of the surrounding islands, giving birth to the legend of Atlantis. Before the great destruction, the remaining children of light who had remained faithful are forewarned of the imminent devastation and instructed by Source the Mother in their dreams to leave their homes, undetected by airship, and go to the islands of Guachi, where the great library of knowledge resides. For many generations, they expand in peace and prosperity, living fully in the light of Source. However, due to their advanced knowledge in the sciences, they begin to meddle in areas they should not, so Source intervenes in a most surprising manner. And it came to pass that the people derided the words of the prophet and hearkened not unto them. Instead they departed in anger, each to their own land. During the months that followed, tides of war rose, both in the lands of Saladas and in the lands of the 7 cities. In the cities of Selene, Patona, Irinth, and Ubarzaz, which had been created in the high mountains across the world at the time of the Great Migration from Saladas and the establishment of the 7 cities. The people were restless and anxious because of the talk of war between the Comarians, the homeland of Saladas, and the 7 cities of the Tiberians. For years, they had tried to remain neutral as the tensions between the Comarians and the Tiberians escalated, but now they were being threatened by both sides and pressured to align with one or the other or suffer the consequences. As violence and intimidation increased, in equal proportion did the people fall away from the teachings of Source, and the ways of the Source were no longer in their hearts or minds, save for a few in each city who remained true to the light. In Kumari and the land of Saladas, Dlamrika was chosen by the people to be the supreme leader, and with their backing, he intensified his efforts to convert the Oalarian technology which they had inherited, into vessels and means for war. The 7 cities of Tybar were not idle while Dlamrika was busy marshalling his lands for war. They too turned their technology into engines of destruction, and it was inevitable that once created, these mutual engines of war would be used. And it came to pass that each side began to make probing incursions against the other and to attack and destroy each other's airships and outposts when it could be done subtly, without evidence left behind of the source or likelihood. But each side knew it was not by happenstance that their airships and crews began to disappear. Nor did they imagine it was barbarians that raided and destroyed their outposts. Soon, open warfare commenced, and it was the lands of Saladas that began to suffer defeat. Upon defeat, for their population was dispersed upon hundreds of islands, which, due to their isolation and relatively small populations, were not easily defended against the airships of the 7 cities. Many tens of thousands were killed, and hundreds of thousands of refugees from the outer islands began to stream into Kumari and to the main island of Saladas. The people clamored for Dlamrika to protect them, but a few called upon Source to guide them in the light and the right. It seemed for a time that the Comarians would go down to certain defeat, for the Tiberians had moved rapidly once they committed to war and had destroyed much of the Comarian air fleet before they were fully aware that they were under full-scale attack. But Dlamrika was not worried, for his scientists were on the verge of creating a new superweapon that would annihilate the 7 sites, and he rallied his people to be valiant in their defense of the homeland, for though destruction reigned all around them, he promised victory was almost theirs. And they believed him. And despite their horrific loss of life and property on the outer islands, they did mount a more stubborn defense on Saladas and held the Tiberians at bay in so much that the beautiful city of Kumari remained relatively untouched by destruction. However, the military leaders of the Comarians were angry and frustrated at their inability to wreak equal havoc upon the Tiberians. Because the 7 cities were high in the mountains, they were much more impregnable and unassailable than the dispersed low islands of the Comarians. But then Dlamrika went to them and showed them the weapon of the sun that his scientists had almost completed, and then they understood his calm in the storm of destruction around them. And they too smiled with evil smirks of glee at the destruction they imagined would soon befall the 7 cities of Tybar. The prophet and the council of the 12 continued each day to go into the city and preach the light of Source to try to turn their people back to the light, but it was of no avail. Those few families who hearkened unto their words had already sought sanctuary inside the holy temple and upon its grounds. But the rest of the Comorians closed their ears to their words and turned their backs upon them. And it came to pass that the Holy Mother came to the prophet in a dream as he slept. And she came also in a like manner to the leader of those who still followed the light in the 7 cities and the cities of Selene, Patona Irinth, and Yabarzaz. And Source the mother spoke, saying, The time has come for you who are still children of light to leave your homes and flee with haste, for the destruction of your cities and your lands is imminent. Take only what you can carry upon your back and leave by the evening of the morrow. Embark upon your speediest ships of the air. Lock your compass upon the Isles of Gwaji. For it is only there that you shall survive and prosper as guardians of the light and the great library of knowledge. Save for this group of islands and the people upon them and the library within its womb, all else of your people in all other places shall be destroyed by their own hands and a consequence of their actions. You must travel in a most circuitous route, even if you must circle the entire globe, and this that you will neither be destroyed by those at war or followed to your destination. And upon the Isles of Gwaji, the children of light shall be blessed with peace and prosperity until the time of their fulfillment upon the earth. So be it. The words of the Holy Mother were shocking to all who had heard them in their dreams, but they doubted them not, and with steadfast voice and sincerity that none could doubt, they related all that they had been told to their brothers and sisters of the light. And each of those who were told the revelation of the Holy Mother prayed on their own to Source and received confirmation of the truth of the revelation. Therefore, all did as they had been forewarned to do, and that evening from Kamari and each of the 7 cities and also the cities of Selene, Patona, Irinth, and Yabarzaz, airships took to the skies and shot off into the night in many different directions. None were captured or destroyed. And in a single day, all of the children of light that had remained at any of the former cities of light upon earth vanished. And it came to pass that so much had the people of the cities forgotten Source and the teachings of Source that it was not even noticed that a few followers of Source had disappeared. In Kamari, 7 days passed before one of the officers of Dlamrika commented casually to him and fellow officers that neither the prophet nor any of the council of the 12 had been preaching in the streets for some days. Rather than be concerned about this, everyone laughed, made jokes, and generally agreed that having the religious people keep out of sight and quiet was the most helpful thing they could do. 13 days after the children of light had departed, Dlamrika called a meeting of his highest military officers and revealed that the sun weapon was completed and had already been mounted to his personal airship. "Let us see a demonstration," implored one of his officers. No, that is not possible," cautioned Dlamrika. "It is too powerful of a weapon to demonstrate on anything other than an actual target, and that can be no less than a city, for the destruction it will unleash will obliterate everything as far as your eye can see." His words were incomprehensible to almost everyone present, for until that moment, the most powerful weapon they had ever seen was the Taka beam, which could do little more than destroying a ship or blasting large holes in buildings. Then Dlamrika outlined his plan to annihilate the 7 cities. "But they are still our brothers," protested some of his officers. "We cannot use a weapon such as this upon them that will completely obliterate them and the great cities they have built from the face of the earth." "And what of the spoils of victory?" asked another. "True victory would not be to completely destroy our former brothers, who are now our enemies, but to humiliate them and take their lands and their wives, and their cities and their wealth." "Is that what they are doing to you?" screamed Dlamrika. "We have innumerable refugees in our city. Many of our outlying towns have been completely destroyed. There has been no mercy shown. Can there be any doubt that if given the opportunity the Tiberians would exterminate us all and our sites as well? No, your sentiments are noble, my friends, but they cannot be given into with such an implacable enemy as the Tiberians have become. With such words, Dlamrica swayed those who counseled restraint, until even with misgivings, all were in agreement that they would attack and destroy the Tiberians until there were none remaining. And it came to pass that 5 days later, Dlamrica boarded his airship, and accompanied by the 6 fastest ships remaining in the fleet, cloaked in invisibility and piloted by his most loyal officers, they sped into the night sky on their deadly mission of doom. Each of the 7 ships carried a death arrow, as they called it, one for each of the 7 cities. It was not many hours before they were approaching the cities high in the Tibar Mountains. Their ships had been detected once they were over the lands of the 7 cities, but due to their rapid speed, they were unable to be pinpointed or intercepted. Dlamrica's eyes were wide with an almost crazed anticipation, and it seemed to be with great joy that he gave the order to shoot the arrows. At his command, a death arrow was shot out from beneath his ship and from beneath each of the 6 ships that accompanied him. Silently, they shot forth with blinding speed, making no sound other than the wind whistling mournfully through the tail fins and leaving no trail, each flying with unerring accuracy toward the heart of one of the 7 cities. Immediately after releasing their arrows, all 7 ships banked sharply and headed away from the 7 sites as rapidly as possible. But looking back out their rear portals, the Comorians saw 7 brilliant flashes, followed by immense columns of fire that mushroomed into enormous clouds. Seeing this, they knew they had succeeded and that the 7 cities and all the people in them were no more. With that poignant understanding, several officers became overwhelmed with grief and hung their heads, and many wept as they realized for the first time the enormity and irreversibility of the horrific action they had just taken. Even Dlamrica was quiet and reflective as he realized that in an instant, they had killed untold numbers of people and destroyed magnificent cities that had taken many generations to build. As their airships landed in Kamari, the men disembarked without enthusiasm, and none spoke of the terrible deed they had just accomplished. In truth, most were greatly ashamed and sorrowful, for they knew they could never right the wrong they had done. But they did not have long to contemplate their sorrows or evil deeds. The immense explosions they had unleashed, which had obliterated 7 great cities, had also sent waves of shock and tumult through earth, and these resounded within it like a bell. And earth shifted and moved within. And suddenly all across the planet, earthquakes began to rumble and volcanoes began to spew forth hot red lava. Upon the islands of Saladas, death and destruction came suddenly and without end, for all of their mountains were volcanoes, with every island composed of 1 or more peaks that had slept peacefully, even before the days of Noah. But now they awakened in a great anger because of the bell that had rung inside the earth when the arrows had destroyed the 7 cities. In a single day and a night, the island of Saladas and almost all of the islands of the Comorians exploded or sank into the sea, racked by immense earthquakes and buried by boiling hot lava. And like the Tiberians who had lived for generation upon generation in the 7 cities, the Comorians, in all of their cities, upon all of their islands, were no more. The distant, independent cities of Selene, Patona, Ironth, and Yabarzaz also experienced great destruction because of the shaking of earth. Though many people were killed, many also lived and the cities survived for a time. But with extensive damage and loss of life and trade extinguished with the great cities of Saladas and the 7 cities of Tibar, the remaining 4 independent cities languished, and within 100 years, all were overrun by barbarian hordes, their cities destroyed, and the survivors taken into slavery. But amidst a world in upheaval, the islands of Ghosh were an oasis of calm. The arriving airships carrying children of light from all over the earth were greeted by the few children of light already inhabiting the islands with joy and welcome. The immigrants quickly assimilated into one people, for all still followed the teachings of Source, and they immediately felt the pull of brotherhood and sisterhood as children of light. On their 100th year upon the islands of Guachi, an Oalarian ark ship descended from the sky, and once again, the millennial celebration between the children of light of Earth and the children of light from the stars was reborn. Only now to occur upon every 100th year. During the next millennia, the islands of Guachi remained isolated from the rest of the world, except for scientific exploration parties. They were completely self-sufficient, and having been informed by Source of the complete destruction of all of their former cities, they sought no trade with the barbarians beyond the shores of their islands, and they lived peacefully and fully in the light and teachings of the Source. Save for the guilt some felt at not bringing the light of Source to the barbarians. The greatest task of the Savasi, or Blessed Ones as they came to call themselves, was the care and expansion of the great library of knowledge, setting to record within crystals and stones all knowledge of every science, the recipes for their longevity and healing elixirs, and diverse secrets of their ancestors and their spiritual powers. During the succeeding generations, Savasi exploration parties went to the far corners of Earth, making detailed studies of the plants, animals, cultures, histories, and ways of the various primitive tribes. All knowledge was encoded into either rounded, bicolor elongated stones or sharp-sided, clear crystals. Upon paper of any kind, there was nothing written of consequence or importance. Besides the fact that organic materials would decay with time and eventually turn to dust, the rocks and crystals allowed the Savasi to record a great amount of information in small and compact containers that would seem nothing more than innocuous rocks to anyone unaware of how to unlock the secret information stored within their structure. An amazing knowledge was stored within the rocks and crystals, not only all the knowledge of Earth and its true history, but also all the knowledge of the Oalarians and of all of the known worlds inhabited by myriads of civilizations beyond Earth. After 1,000 years had passed, it was decided that some barbarians would be brought to the islands to help in the menial tasks that the Savasi loathed needing to take the time for. In exchange, the barbarians would be taught the path of light and given greater knowledge to raise themselves above the level of their creation. An expedition was undertaken that went out to several tribes of barbarians. Once contact was made and goods traded, the Savasi tried to convince the barbarians to come with them into their airships and be taken to a new life of plenty and peace, but none were interested in leaving their lands or flying in ships in the sky. For 33 years, the Savasi persistently went forth to various tribes of barbarians in many places around the world, but convinced none to come with them to their islands. Finally, at the end of the 33rd year, when they were about ready to abandon the idea of bringing barbarians to their islands, two tribes agreed to accompany them. Both were tribes they had long had contact with, who had become familiar and trusting of the Savasi. One tribe of 93 adults and their children lived on the continent near the sea that had been the location of the islands of Saladis. The other comprising Nehundr et Lev and adults and their children came from the far north of the great continent. Within one generation, the barbarians were as civilized as the Savasi and they came to be known as the Jerson or people of Earth. Though their physical appearance was very similar to that of the Savasi, they were in fact a different species, and both the Savasi and the Jersans were forbidden by the word of Source, through the Prophet, to be married to one another or have physical relations. because it was not possible for them to create children from their union. Nevertheless, there were some Savasi who did not agree with the decree that the two species should not mix, and in secret collaboration with rogue geneticists over several years, they succeeded in changing the genetic template of some of the Jerson women successfully, enabling them to bear children from a Savasi mate. They were gleeful in their success, and despite the hesitant misgivings of some, most were anxious to announce their breakthrough and fully expected to be lauded as great scientists and pioneers. Upon announcing that they had succeeded in creating genetic modifications enabling Jerson women to mate with Savasi men, some people did laud their achievement. But the far greater number were shocked that the men had so blatantly disobeyed an edict of Source to not have physical relations with the Jerson. And the prophet Dalalan came to them and said unto them, that you have disobeyed a commandment from Source is a serious mistake, especially that in your error, you have chosen to override the template Source gave for the Jerson, which is an unthinkable wrong. But Letof, the leader of the geneticists, dismissed the words of the prophet and said unto him, You speak foolishly, sir. We change the templates of the flowers to make them brighter in color. We change the template of the bees to make them produce more honey and allow them to live longer lives. For this, we are not upbraided but encouraged and lauded. Why then should we be condemned in the case of the Jerson? We were not commanded to refrain from changing the template of the Jerson, but told to not have relations with them because a union of a Jerson with a Savasi could not produce children. We have now made that possible, so the prior edict needs be void. No one has been hurt or taken advantage of in this, so how can you find fault and come upon us with such harsh words? The prophet shook his head and looked first upon the ground and then up into the heavens. Then he spoke, saying, How wrong you are, Letof, to think that no one is hurt by your actions. Do you think that given the opportunity to mate with a Savasi, any of the Jerson women so chosen will instead tell you no, that they would prefer to find a mate among the poorer, more simple-minded Jerson men? It will not be long before all the Jerson women are the second, third, or fourth wives of a Savasi, while the Jerson men will find not even one single female amongst them to fight over for a mate. Would not these wonderful, kind Jerson men be hurt by your altering of their females, even to the dying out of their lineages? And if you find a way to allow Jerson men to mate successfully with Savasi women, do you think that even one Savasi woman will desire to do that? For the Jerson men are not as comely as the women. So again, the Jerson men are left to a fate of solitude, loneliness, and the end of their lineages. We have always been encouraged by the Source to modify their simple creations such as plants and insects to better suit them to our needs. Whether by hybridization or genetic modification, it is the same. But to fundamentally change the template of a Savasi, made in the image of Source, or a Jerson, made near the image of Source, is to tell our Holy Father and Mother that you think you can recreate their highest creations in a superior way. In this, you mock God, a very dangerous path to take, for God will not be mocked and remain idle. Therefore, I implore you to repent of this error in your thinking and undo the harm you have done before it creates ramifications that cannot be undone. Hearing the words of the prophet, Letof laughed and then laughed some more, as did his friends who were standing with him. And he answered, saying, You are stuck in the mud of the past, dear prophet. Maybe God once spoke to you, but if you cannot see the simple logic of what we have done, then I am not sure you still hear God today. Therefore, I will politely have to disagree with your point of view, and we shall carry on as we have. Hearing this, the prophet was greatly saddened, and he said unto them, I hoped to reason with you and bring you to repentance, but if you insist on persisting on this course, I must go before the council of elders and clearly state the position of source, that the force of our laws will then compel you to abandon your reckless foolishness, even if your respect for source does not. True to his word, the very next day, Dalalan came accompanied by his council of 12, 6 men and 6 women, and spoke to the council of elders, also 6 men and 6 women, who ruled the islands of Guachi, and requested in the name of source that they pass and enforce a law prohibiting the genetic modification of Savasi or Jerson, except for things that improved their health and did not interfere with the sacred powers of reproduction laid down in a template by source. Each of the Council of 12 also spoke before the Council of Elders, in support of the words of Dalalan. The Council of Elders then heard testimony from Letov and his fellow geneticists and supporters, and after 5 days of deliberation, they called all the parties to hear their decision. And though only a few dozen people attended the hearing in person, all the people of the islands of Guachi waited in anxious anticipation to hear the outcome. The chief of the elders spoke, saying, "Upon careful and prayerful deliberation and a review of many scriptures from the records of the prophets, by a 7-5 vote, we support the actions of Letov and do not feel there is sufficient cause, despite the words of the prophet Dalalan, to create a law preventing the actions of the geneticists. If they are in error and acting against the will of source, as has been asserted by the prophet Dalalan, then source shall be their judge, not us. In our eyes, their argument that we were not forbidden as a people to manipulate the template of the Jerson women to make them fertile to the seed of the Savasi men is not refuted by anything we have read in the records of the prophets, and as the current prophet is still living, it has not yet been decided which of his words shall be deemed scripture, therefore at this time, none of his words can carry the weight of source with certainty, though he speaks in their name. Among the vast majority of the population, both Savasi and Jerson, there was incomprehension and shocked disbelief at the decision of the Council of Elders. Nevertheless, their decision became the law of the land, and the geneticists proceeded on with their work. The prophet gathered with the Council of 12 and, with prayer and thought and earnest discussion, sought to still find a way that they might counter the path the geneticists had chosen and the judges of the land had upheld. For in all things they knew they must support the commandments of source above the decrees of men. The Council of 12 and the prophet formed a circle of power so that they could create a group connection to source, and they called upon the great dormant power stored in the earth to come forth and connect them to heaven. At their command, a mighty whirlwind arose from the ground and lifted and expanded up high into the sky beyond the sight of men, engulfing those at its base. And Source the Father came into each of their minds as they stood, one and all the same, in the circle of power within the whirlwind. And the Father spoke unto them, saying, "Precious and righteous children of light, our hearts do have great joy in you. You are greater than the world in which you live and greater than many among whom you live. Like unto Enoch, you will be taken in 3 days and be no more upon the earth, you and all of your families, even to the last of the Savasi. But it is not to the Celestine realms that you will come at this time as did Enoch, for you still have much to discover and great works to do in mortality, for neither you nor any of your people are perfect, as were Enoch and his people. The earth is no longer a proper home for the Savasi. The gap of knowledge and ability between you and the others upon the earth has become so great that your people have begun to give into the temptations to make themselves creators even as the source. But they create not from love and for the betterment of all, but only to satisfy their own egos and selfish desires. Therefore, they take upon themselves the creation power without vision, love, or devotion to their creations. They take unto themselves the power of the gods, but with irresponsibility like foolish children. Like in the days of Noah, 3 days hence, an Oalarian ark ship shall come for you and all of your people. You shall be taken to another earth where the people are more advanced and equal to you in their knowledge and technology. There you shall continue your mortal journey. None shall remain behind. Seal the library of knowledge and all of its branches safely beneath the earth, that its wisdom may come forth again to another generation of children of light, long after all that man has now built upon the earth has passed into forgotten memories. Gather everything you possess that you will not carry with you and place them on the small desolate isle of Halak, where they and the island will be consumed by the ocean on the day of your departure. Prepare now, for your time is short. So be it. With those words firmly imprinted upon the minds of all within the whirlwind, it quickly fell back down into the ground and disappeared. The following day, the prophet again appeared before the council of elders accompanied by the council of 12 and related to them all that source the Father had told unto them. Now it was the judges who were shocked, and the chief of the council of elders, Miri-Shurlas, opened her hands in disbelief and said, "It is an impossible thing for all of the Savasi to leave in 3 days. What about our homes and our lands and our pets? And what of our exploration parties that are in far-off lands? And what type of stewards would we be to leave the Jerson here to fend for themselves and our lands and property to wither without our care?" "I simply will not go," added another elder. "The Oalarians can come and all of you who wish to leave may do so, but I like it here just fine and I am not going anywhere." "I think our prophet means well, but he is getting old and touched in the head," added another elder. "Surely source did not tell him such a thing." Fabera, one of the council of 12, stepped forth at the words of the judge and proclaimed, "It is not the prophet alone who heard the commands of source, but all 12 of us as well. And each heard every word spoken the same. What Dalalan has spoken shall come to pass. To remain was not an option given to any of us, so it would be best if you prepared to depart, for surely, at the appointed time, you shall depart." The prophet again stepped forward. He thanked Fabera for his words, and then spoke again to the council of elders, saying, "The Savasi are still, by and large, a goodly people, worthy to be called children of light. But this world is no longer good for us and neither are we good for it. Other than the few Jerson who live among us, what good have we done upon the earth in the time since our ancestors first came to these shores? Let us not fight the will of source and draw their wrath upon us. The Father has spoken not in anger, but in love, tinged perhaps with a little frustration at our weaknesses, which we give into more than seek to build our strengths. Let us rejoice that we are so loved by the source that they are bringing us to a new earth that we may more perfectly progress in our mortality. I call upon each of you now and upon all the Savasi to go in private prayer to source and ask if the words I have spoken are true. Whether you support me or are against me, whether you believe I am the prophet of source or a crazy old man, I know that source will answer your prayers. Though you may not like the answer, I know there will be no doubt in your mind and heart that the words I have spoken to you are true. Precious time is being wasted squabbling about this now. I assure you that you will leave at the appointed time. Therefore, make haste to find your answer to prayer that you may have time still remaining to put your affairs in order, and prepare for your voyage to a new earth." At his words, everyone moved to make haste, some because they knew he spoke true, others because they feared he might, and still others who doubted he did but wanted to take precautions and be prepared just in case. And their prayers were answered, and all of the Savasi came to know with conviction that the will of Source was for them to leave Earth forever on the 3rd day. Around noon on the 3rd day after Source the Father had spoken, an enormous O'Alarian ark ship descended from the sky and hovered a little above the height of the trees over the temple. As in the days of Noah, a long, wide ramp descended from one wing of the giant ship, turning back and forth upon itself several times before it touched the ground. But unlike in the days of Noah, no O'Alarians came down, but they chose instead to remain aboard and await the Savasi. During the remaining hours of the day and into the night, the Savasi walked up the long ramp and into the ship. Many carried their pets in their arms and they were allowed to board, and many were in tears at all they had to leave behind, including many of the Jerson whom they had befriended. The words of the prophet and all that had been told by source the Father had been sent within moments after his last meeting with the Council of Elders to all of the scientific exploration parties scattered across the earth, and all raced to return to the islands to be with their families and board the O'Alarian Ark. All of the airships, every one, were flown up into an even larger opening in the other wing of the Ark, and many carried equipment and devices of the advanced sciences of the Savasis so that none would be left behind to do harm to the Jerson. The prophet came up in one of the last ships with his family. Pulling a small two-wheeled cart with the help of 2 of the 12, he bore a most precious cargo, a complete copy, encoded on crystals and stones, of the entire library of knowledge. The momentous task of copying all the knowledge of the library had begun over 2 years earlier at the direction of Source the Father, who knew even then all that would come to pass, as he does even to this day and beyond. So too did he and the Council of 12 ensure that all entrances to the great library, and all of its branches were securely sealed in ways that would defy intrusion until the time Source called for the knowledge to come forth again upon earth. However, all the Savasi did not willingly go up the ramp and into the O'Alarian Ark. Some took elaborate actions to remain undetected until the ship had departed. But it was to no avail, as once together, to fulfill the word of Source, the Council of 12 joined in a circle of power and sent forth a spell of desire over all the islands of Guachi, and any Savasi not yet aboard the Ark felt an overpowering urge to be there and raced to join the others already on board. Near midnight of the 3rd day, the O'Alarian Ark ship silently rose into the starry sky as the Jerson remaining on the islands watched in awestruck wonder. The Savasi crowded to viewing windows and portals as the Ark broke free of the atmosphere. They looked back upon the world that had been their home with much reflection and an outpouring of feelings. But as Earth quickly became just another indistinguishable star in the sky, they turned their thoughts in expectant contemplation and quiet conversations with one another to the new Earth that would soon be their home and considered all the adventures and wonders that might be before them. And most at some point in the first hours aboard the Ark fell to their knees in most earnest prayer and gave thanks to Source for their blessings so great they were beyond the expectations of men. The Seed Bearers. Approximately 1200 of the Savasi returned to Earth from the planet Harbonta in the Seven Sisters star system at the request of Source the Mother who comes to the prophet Leolian in a dream. They are the seed bearers and from them come the 12 great ancient civilizations of man upon Earth. And it came to pass that after the departure of the Savasi from Earth, the primitive civilization among the tribes of Jerson scattered across world remained almost unchanged for many millennia that followed. The Savasi that had departed traveled to the planet Harbonta in the star system of the Seven Sisters, as this was the nearest world to Earth from which they had come, where the inhabitants were their equals in culture, technology, and spiritual understanding. There they lived and prospered for generations upon generations, but not without turmoil, both from within and without. Within the star system of the Seven Sisters on nearby planets and upon Harbonta, there dwelt a few communities of O'Alarians, the Savasi, the new settlers from Earth. Sertuas, another Alamar race civilization, and 3 other non-Alamar races. Other than the Savasi, all the others were at similar levels of technological advancement. Amongst these groups, especially between the Alamars and the non-Alamars, there were often frictions and hostilities, but never destruction or warfare. But those accounts are best left for another time. And though the O'Allarians were friends with the Savasi, they never shared with them the secrets of their great ships of space, and even after millennia, the Savasi were unable to duplicate the technology of even short off-planet space travel. After several generations had come and gone, many of the descendants of the Savasi fell away from faithfulness to the light of Source, and the history of the departure of their ancestors from Earth seemed to most Savasi to be only a myth. After a time, the O'Allarians abandoned their communities and did not return, and this contributed to the vanishing of the stories of Earth from the memories of the Savasi. But upon a fateful day, in the 88th year of the prophet Leolian, Source the Mother came to Leolian in a dream and said unto him, "The earth has matured and its people have evolved. It is good soil, waiting for the planting of good seeds that it might fulfill the fullness of its destiny. You and your people are the seed bearers. It is given to you to do what your ancestors could not, to plant the seeds and cultivate the garden and bring to pass the blossoming of earth and the people therein. Gather unto you 1,200 men, women, and children that hold most true to the light and return to the planet of your ancestors. That the darkness will wane and the light will wax, go to the 12 places upon the earth wherein dwells the largest number of people. Divide yourselves into 12 groups and let each settle amongst the people of one of these 12 places. Bring nothing with you of the civilizations of Harbonta, save those of simple workings. Let each adult carry only the clothes on their back, the knowledge in their minds, their personal possessions, and 100 chevrons of gold with which to begin a new life. Consider yourselves to be Celestine teachers, and the people of earth are your students. This is your sacred duty and calling from us. We have given unto all the children of earth, born for the last 7 generations, our light written upon their souls. Because of this, they were born not entirely in the mold of their parents, and they are in our image and ready for the greater light that you can bring. Teach them line upon line, by word and by example, of knowledge both temporal and spiritual greater than they know, that they may become a people as great as has been promised to them from before their world began. But seek not to transform them in a generation or even 2 or 3. Give them greater knowledge only as they are capable of holding it with greater responsibility and stewardship. As I have spoken, so let it be. And it came to pass that the prophet Leolian did as the mother directed and gathered 1,200 of the brightest lights from among his people to return to earth, the long-forgotten planet of their ancestors. But in this task, he had many challenges, for at first there were few, even among the most stalwart, who were willing to act upon his words and leave the comforts and security of all their homes and civilization to journey to a more primitive world so distant it could not be seen even with the most powerful stargazers. It was only after much persuasion, prayer, and fasting that 312 families, comprising just over 1,200 individuals, agreed to make the journey to Earth and leave everyone and all they had known for all of their lives on Harbonta behind forever. Once again, it fell to the O'Allarians and an ark ship to return the new settlers of Earth to the planet. But few O'Allarians still followed the ways of Source, and a ship and crew were only procured after payment of 300 chevrons of gold per passenger. It is fortunate that the Divine Mother only directed the settlers to bring 100 chevrons of gold each, as that was all most had left after selling all of their property and most of their possessions to raise the fee demanded by the O'Allarians for passage to Earth. Even after divesting themselves of all of their possessions, it was only after some of the wealthier settlers and some with less children paid the passage for those still lacking the fee and some who were remaining on Harbonta contributed, that the entire 369 chevrons of gold was paid to the Oalarians. The trip to Earth took over 3 years, but finally the day arrived when the blue planet came into view, and few were those who were not awed as the ark approached ever closer. There was much discussion before their arrival about how best to make their presence known and integrate into the native populations, and the ark circled the planet for 3 months after its arrival to give the settlers time to study the languages and customs of the various native groups to which they would be going amongst. A varied approach to first contact, depending upon the inclination for violence or peace by the local people, was agreed upon. The families were divided into 12 groups of approximately 100 each. 8 of the settler groups were coming among peaceful people, and they were quietly disembarked in secluded locations near local populations with the intention to first establish their own community and, shortly thereafter, make contact with the local people and integrate into their communities. The 4 groups of settlers that landed near native groups likely to be hostile, were settled atop high, easily defended pinnacles, with the intention to fortify their positions and make gradual contact with the natives from their protected enclaves. Thus were the descendants of the Savasi returned again to Earth in number, and through them and their descendants, over the course of varying times, sprang forth the 12 great ancient civilizations of Earth before the coming of Source the Sun. The destiny of man. Approximately 1,000 years before Jesus comes to Earth, the prophet Yasvun is visited in her dreams by Source the Sun, who answers her many questions about mankind. He explains in exquisite detail why we are here on Earth and what our personal destinies and potentials are. Over 1,000 years before Sourceth's Sun came to Earth, there lived in the city of Eridu, in the land of Kiengar of the 2 rivers, the descendants of one of the 12 groups of Savasi that had returned to Earth to bring back the light and lift the state of man spiritually and temporally. This was the 11th generation that had been born since the time the Savasi had first returned to Earth. Quickly after their arrival, their ancestors had become one with the native people through marriage. And now they were indistinguishable from the Sagaga people who had come from the north generations before the Savasi had returned to inhabit and farm the rich land of the delta of 2 rivers. Nevertheless, it was not forgotten among the descendants of the Savasi the stories of how their ancestors had returned to Earth to bring back the light. And though the Sagaga worshipped a wide variety of false gods, the descendants of the Savasi still remained faithful to the true light of Source. Thus, it was that they still kept the ways of Source that had been taught to them by their parents and looked, with faith, to a prophet called of God to give them the pure guidance, light, and truth of Source. In her 44th year, Yasvun the Wise was called by Source and confirmed by unanimous support of the Council of 12 to be the new prophetess when Haslamar the Astute died. And it came to pass that the prophetess Yasvun fulfilled her calling, and through her came a wonderful book of scripture concerning the destiny of man. These are the words she spoke to the Council of 12 and the children of light on that day so long ago. Beloved friends, it is such a humbling honor to be numbered among you, and to speak to you this day of a great dream from Source that came upon me 7 nights ago. Many times in my dreams, I have spoken with the Divine Mother and received her loving guidance that we might all become better than we are and continue to prosper in this land. Occasionally, the Divine Father has also come to me in my dreams, and his presence, though equal in love to the Mother, is so very different than hers. It could be no other way, for we are male and female and have been created in their divine images. Male and female we marry and 2 become one, that in the 2 that are one there is a balance of love and light and strength and wisdom, that we and our children may always be blessed by the balance. But 7 nights ago, someone came to me in my dream who has never appeared before. Though the Divine Mother and Father speak often of him, never had I seen him or heard his voice. But on this holy night, Source the Son came unto me. He told me that he had come to answer my question. In truth, I was surprised, though I should not have been, for I had been thinking much of late upon a most vexing question, but he had spoken of it to no one, save to Source in my prayers. I had been pondering upon the history of man, from the times of Eden and Noah and our ancestors' travels to another earth, up into this time in which we live. It seemed to me as I reflected upon the history of man that time after time, there was a cycle of coming closer to Source and then falling away. This could happen to one person in a lifetime or to a group of children of light over the span of many generations. I contemplated how it could be possible for men and even children of light, in many times past, to witness marvelous wonders and miracles from Source and still walk away from the light and the joy that living in the light brings. As I looked back upon the history of man from the time of Eden until the time we live, try as I might, I could not understand how it is that man never seems to learn from the follies of history and that the errors made by one generation, rather than being remembered as lessons of what not to do, are instead forever repeated by generations that follow, who become doomed by their foolish actions to suffer the same pains in mortality and immortality as their ancestors. Why has this cycle never been broken? Is man so thick-skulled and dim-witted that no matter how many times he hits himself on the head with a mallet, he cannot comprehend? What is causing the pain? Why, throughout history, have men from earth continued to war with one another and kill one another and do all manner of atrocities to one another? Despite the evidence after every war that victory is hollow and that which is lost by both sides is far greater than anything won by the victor? From our parents and grandparents, we know that in worlds beyond this earth, this lesson has been learned, even by people more primitive than we of earth are today. If it is so elsewhere, then why not here upon this earth, with these men? And how is it possible that children of light who have been blessed with knowledge and understanding and celestine abilities above all others have ever been able to turn their backs upon the light and embrace the misery and loneliness of the darkness? Even to participate in a level of war and destruction so great as to not be imagined by the men of earth today, so great that those few children of light who survived were our ancestors who fled this planet. But that which vexed me most was truly my incomprehension as to why after millennia of time, after repeated help and intervention from Source, after countless wars of pointless destruction, after countless lives of misery led by those walking in darkness, the state of man today upon the earth is less than it was even at the time of our ancestors the Savasi or of Noah or of the Edenites. Upon the return of our people from the stars, we have given the people who were here on earth new technologies that have propelled them to greater heights of civilization, but are there less wars? Is man kindrand more compassionate to his fellow man? Has loving service to one another replaced forced servitude and slavery? Beyond our small circle, do people have greater love for the temple of their bodies? As was promised, our ancestors have been the seeds from which the new civilizations of man have sprouted. But that is simply a level of greater comfort for the shell of man. What seed of light has sprouted within the eternal spirit of man? Why after millennia upon millennia is man still in so great a darkness, still repeating the errors of every generation that has gone before? Instead of learning the lessons and becoming greater in spirit and love than every generation that has gone before? This was the question I have pondered and asked of Source. And in a dream, Source the Son came to me, and these are the words he spoke unto me. Beloved sister of spirit, to understand the answer to your question, you must more fully comprehend where those who dwell upon the earth have come from, why they are here in mortality upon this earth and not another earth, the fullness of the purpose of life, and the promise of life everlasting. Mortality is not the first step nor the last, but a middle step in the eternal progression of man. The earth you live upon is only one of many earths that men live upon, so many in number that they are like the sands of the sea. When children are taught in school, are the boys sent to learn beside the girls or the girls beside the boys? No, they are not, for the ways of the male are not the ways of the female, therefore, they are taught separately, in different manners, each for their greatest benefit. Even within the schools of the boys and the schools of the girls, are there not still greater separations? Some learn quicker than others, and they are placed with their peers. Others need special attention to help them focus, and they are grouped with others like unto themselves. By this, each has the greatest opportunity to learn to the fullest of their potential by being taught in a manner most in harmony with their spirit and studiousness, while the door still remains open to a greater harmony with another school if they desire something more in their life. And so it is even in the hereafter, where each is drawn to that which is most in harmony with their spirit and their proclivities, be it light or darkness, but with the door always open to a greater light if they are willing to walk the path that leads to the door. In mortality or immortality, it is upon this foundation of harmony that the eternal progression of man goes forward, that man may say, "Here I am today, but with greater desire and efforts, there I will be tomorrow because that is the tomorrow that calls to me." Thus, man is rewarded in mortality and immortality with the harmony of his choice, be it light or darkness, and is always afforded the opportunity to seek a new harmony and a greater light if he is willing to make the effort. Therefore, think of each earth as a school, and to each school of mortality upon each earth are sent the students who are most in harmony with one another, be that harmony of light or harmony of darkness, that they will have the greatest opportunity to learn and grow and become more than they are. Since the beginning of its creation, upon your earth, some of the greatest lights of heaven have been sent to be teachers, by precept and example, and you and the children of light are among them. And they have been sorely needed, for your earth has ever been filled with the malcontents of heaven, those who, even in the life before life, were disruptors rather than peacemakers, doubters rather than believers. Your earth is their harmony. And their harmony is often war and destruction and abominations. Unto these have you been sent and many other great lights of heaven before you that you might teach by precept and example and raise their harmony to a greater height, not all the world at once, but line upon line, precept upon precept, example upon example, one person at a time. Therefore, be not discouraged by the repetitions of the follies of man. Understand the harmony of the earth upon which you live, even though to you it is disharmony. And know that despite the repetition of foolishness, you can change the world and bring it into greater light, one person at a time. As to the purpose of life, there are many. But the greatest is to reach a state of consciousness in which you have an inner peace which transcends mortality, making you one in spirit, thought, and action, not only with your earth and all life therein, but also with the boundless light of the Celestine realms. In this, you are in heaven even amidst the trials and tribulations of life, and no challenge or vexation of mortal life that comes upon you can sway or topple you from your inner serenity. Before mortality, you lived in greater freedom, no one sought your life, forced you to pay taxes, or compelled you to act against your beliefs. You did not have to squander the hours of your life laboring at that which you despise, just to survive and provide food and shelter and clothing for your family. In the life to come, this freedom will be even greater and your spirit will soar upon freedom's wings. In mortality, you may not be confined in a prison of stone, but you are confined within the prison of your physical, mortal body and all of its weaknesses. You can fall sick or be injured physically, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, and you can die. But so can you live. Never forget amidst the travails of mortality that you are sons and daughters of the Divine Father and Mother and are connected in spirit to all living things, both on earth and beyond. You are radiant rays of light that can illuminate the deepest darkness. In the life before life, you were as you are now, sons and daughters of God. But that knowledge was ever present, and because of that, many came to no longer appreciate the great treasure that is their soul's source, for the knowledge of it was always with them. Now you are cast with the others into the darkness and forgetfulness of mortality for a lifetime. How can you best fulfill the purpose of this life? By reaching through the darkness and discovering yourself the divinity from which you have come and living the greater light which is revealed. Love and nurture the temple of your body, for in that, you honor Source the Creator. But do not forget it is but a temporary shell given to many imperfections, vagrancies, infirmities, disease, and death. Nor forget that this very temporary shell is not you. It is only the physical covering of your soul for a breath of eternity. Therefore, do not separate yourselves by the colors of your skins or hair or eyes or the beauty of your face or the youth or suppleness of your body, for these things are not you, merely an artist's covering to hold the brilliant sun of your soul. The masterpiece is not outside of you. It is inside of you. But for you to know and love your eternal soul and spirit, you must be one in spirit with the source of all creation, even our Divine Father and Mother. For by their command have all things come into existence, and there is not one thing that exists or has existed or will exist that is not from them. You are a part of Source, and they are a part of you, even as you are a part of all that lives and all that lives is a part of you. The cause for all of man's problems and sickness and sorrow is that the connection between man and God and man and all life has been severed. Reconnect man to God and man to all life, in heart and spirit, and the man shall be transformed from darkness to light. Return to eternal oneness and there is no place for strife, sickness, or sorrow, for man only wars with that which is not in harmony with his eternal soul. Cease looking at the differences between men and women on the outside and instead remember and embrace the divine inner harmony that all people can have through the divinity by which they were created. The resonance of this earth has been dim and dark, separated from the harmony of Source that is bright and light. Guide those in darkness to the light by precept and example, and many will resonate again with the light. That is the source of their creation and eternity. All the sorrow that comes upon the children of men, all the weeping, all the pain, all the sufferings, come only when man is separated in spirit from the healing love of the Divine Mother and Father, which is an abiding peace and tranquility that overcomes all sorrow and pain and grief. You were created before this world was as true sons and daughters of God to progress eternally that someday you might even become as our Divine Mother and Father now are. In the life before life, you were closer to understanding and being one and in harmony with that awareness. Now in mortality, a veil of forgetfulness has come upon you that you may develop faith, that you might find your bosom welling up with feelings of overwhelming love as you connect again with your spirit to our Divine Mother and Father, not from things that you see, which may be an illusion, but from that which you feel in your soul as it becomes one with all that is and rises to a new resonance as it recognizes the true harmony of its existence. Remind yourself continually, until it is never forgotten, that your outer shell and the physical world are of little importance. Therefore, why should the challenges of the outer life cause you despair? Be at peace and in harmony with your inner eternal soul and your eternal love and connection to Source and all that is, and nothing that assails you on the outside can affect your inner serenity. It is your eternal soul and spirit that are of monumental importance, and all the mortal world has been created simply to help you more clearly find your eternal soul and, once found, to connect in a oneness of love to Source and all life. For the Divine Mother and Father and all life are eternally a part of you, even as I am. Seek to be one with the Divine in your heart, soul, mind, and spirit, and no challenge of the world will be able to overcome you. The men of the world seek to connect to the Divine by making gods of kings and following elaborate ceremonies and rituals within a myriad of religions. In this, their spirit remains vacant, for you cannot find the spiritual, which remains forever in time beyond this world, with things of the physical, which are here today and gone tomorrow. Therefore, have no ritual or ceremony of religion save those of simplicity that move your heart and soul to connect in a oneness with all living things, a oneness with Source, and a oneness with the Divine that is within you. You are in mortality to perfect yourselves, to overcome your weaknesses and make them your strengths, to increase the length and breadth and depth of your good character even so much that your children honor you and hold you as their ideal, that many in need have been helped by your service. And that when you pass from mortality it will be remembered that to have been your child or your friend was a blessing that lives on. As a child of light, your destiny in mortality is not to become a great leader or to be revered as a wise sage or a great healer, although you may become all of these things and more if it is your desire and focus. But your destiny is far greater than any of these. It is a destiny given to all, but realized by few. Your destiny is simply to live up to the potential of your divine heritage and become as perfect in your life as is possible. Given time and circumstances. Begin with your attitude, for in this, you light the fires of your actions. Be sweet of disposition, praising of others, not critical. Be excited and curious, always looking to grow and expand your knowledge and good experiences. Act with wisdom, ever mindful of the perfection you seek. Remember the laws of health and vitality and live them well that your body might always be well, even into your ancient age. Be moderate and temperate in all things, but also passionate in the joys of your righteous pleasures. Ever seek to develop and maintain a perfect physique for your age, with health and strength and stamina that belies your years. Never be satisfied with where you are, for when you stop reaching, you do not remain where you are, but slide backward to become less than you were. Cultivate the garden of your mind. Nourish the flowers within, that your garden may always remain vibrant, but also plant new flowers of knowledge each day that your garden may ever be growing and expanding, even until it holds flowers from all the world. Be noble and pure in your thoughts. Purge your mind of pettiness, greed, vanity, jealousy, craving, and hurtful ambition. Cultivate divine thoughts and sentiments. See the good in people and situations, and you will bring it out in them and in yourself. Think not so much of what you can do for yourself, but more of what you can do for others. Consider how you can be a light of benefit, happiness, and help to others, especially to your family and those you love with a sacred love. Let not your mind think along dark and crooked paths, but seek out the straight and narrow, illuminated by the brilliant light of virtue. It is the weak man who gives up the light of his mind and turns it to darkness, becoming crude in language and actions, cunning, sly, manipulative, secretive, a hidden danger to all who know him. Seek instead examples of greatness and light and emulate them. Be idealistic in your character and ever strive to reach your ideals. Look at other men and women who have achieved at least a part of that which you seek, who have obtained the pinnacle of a mountain of character you desire to embody. Consider how you can be like unto them, for surely as one man has become, so may others be, for in every light that you see, so too can you shine. And if you thus endeavor for perfection in your life, not as a zealot, but in harmony, peace, forbearance, and love, then you shall find the bliss that you seek, the harmony of oneness. And the precious bond to the love of our Divine Mother and Father that is the balm to all pains and the river to transcendent joy. Even if you never reach the ideal you seek, be not discouraged, for if you strive faithfully, you will become the embodiment of the character which you sought. Therefore, in your pursuit of sweet perfection, do not be a perfectionist or berate yourself for falling short. For perfection is not for this life but the next, and if you are seeking your goals with honest effort, you are achieving them even while you seek. Verily, if you strive with sincerity and purpose to embody a divine character and never abandon your sweet spirit or idealism, you are a success in your endeavors of eternal significance, every day of your life. Is it little wonder that even in a society of darkness that the man or woman who embodies such an ethical and moral character becomes a priceless jewel, a firm, reliable tower of light from which even those in darkness take comfort? When you are challenged by mortal life, as you always shall be, let this be a time when the true divinity of your character comes forth. Do not allow times of stress and turmoil to shake you from your foundation. And what is your foundation? You are a child of God, a child of light, literally a priceless son or daughter of divinity. Even through the fog of mortal upheavals and the tumults and tribulations, always remember you are still a child of God and shall inherit joy and kingdoms beyond measure, as you remain true to your light. Source: the Father and the Mother are the source of all things that exist. And you are a part of the source and they are a part of you. Even when the agitation and anxieties of life cloud your memory, it does not change the truth: you are a child of God, a child of light, a priceless son or daughter of divinity. You are founded upon celestine light. You live, move, and have your soul filled with the divine light, whether you know it or not. Everything that exists, that has existed, or that will exist, both the living and the inanimate, were created through the celestine light of Source. That divine light remains within them, a part of them, throughout all eternity. Because the divine light of Source exists within all things from their creation, so Source remains in all things and all people. Source is all-pervading. By the word of Source countless earths and the stars that surround them were created, and the celestine light of Source is inseparable from them. Though people and places may become shrouded in darkness, there will always remain at least a sliver of the light. And from that sliver, the light may always grow, even until it overcomes the darkness. Therefore, remember, when you are of weak faith or downtrodden by the torments of mortality, that you are ever a child of God whether you remember it or not, that within you waiting always. To see the light is a divine perfection, a divine bliss, a divine love for the sacred and the holy. When men do evil, they cover the light of their divine nature and hide it from themselves and others. The more evil they do, the more the light is hidden. But never forget that no matter how evil a man becomes, he can never eradicate the divine light of Source that is inescapably a part of his soul forever. And the same divine light of the soul that calls man to his greatness will also condemn the man who heeds not the calling and instead does evil in his life. For after mortality, there will come a day of judgment, and it will be the divine light of his own soul that judges the man, when he looks into the light and sees his shadow. If his light has been hidden by his evil acts, it will shine but a glimmer of its former glory, and great will be his shadow. But if he has fulfilled his destiny, the light of his soul will be brilliant, radiating forth in every direction, even so much that there will be no shadow. Thus, man is judged not by the source, but by his own soul, by his light and his shadow, which shows without prejudice or favor how well he fulfilled his own destiny of divinity in mortality. Now you live upon a tumultuous earth. Disease, famine, pestilence, and war may overcome you at any time. If you live in the light of Source, you will be prepared, and through all these challenges, you will more likely stand, even while others fall. Nevertheless, if your sojourn in mortality ends before you have been able to strive in fullness for your perfection, you have no cause to mourn, for your opportunity has not ended, nor can it ever end, for there is no end to your radiant, eternal spirit and soul. Remember, you are not the frail, mortal shell which you see in the mirror, but a radiant, immortal child of divinity, which weapons cannot kill, fire cannot burn, disease cannot rack, and sadness cannot overwhelm. You were not born, nor can you die. You are eternal, permanent, beyond time, and death has no meaning for you. You are everlasting, immortal, indestructible, deathless, and without birth, save the birth of your spirit and soul through the love of your heavenly Father and Mother before this world was. Whatever tragedies, afflictions, or sorrows occur in your life, even unto death, happen not to you, but only upon your shell of mortality, the frail covering of flesh and bones housing your soul. This so temporary shell does not need a pestilence or disease or war to destroy it. When it becomes old, if it survives the wars and pestilences and diseases, it will still wear out and cease to be. Therefore, be not so concerned about the number of years given to your mortal shell, for there are a myriad of ways by which it can come to an end, some sooner, others later, but to an end it shall always come. Be more concerned with your indestructible and immortal soul and what you can do in the years given unto you in mortality to perfect it and help it to radiate its glory. This is your destiny. And if through accident or disease or war or tribulation, your sojourn in mortality ends before its time, you shall be given another, even until you have had ample opportunity to fulfill the full measure of your mortal experience. Like unto the schoolhouse in your town burning down, the destruction of your mortal shell, if premature, does not end the opportunity for your soul to expand in mortality, for even as another school would be built in your town that you could continue your education, so shall another mortal shell be given unto your soul in another mortal life, perhaps even on another earth, that you might have the opportunity to fulfill the full measure of your mortality. I say again, fear not the frailties of mortality, even unto death. Even were all life upon your earth to be destroyed by the follies of man, you remain, you are not touched, you are not destroyed, for you are sons and daughters of God and you are as eternal as the Source. Your destiny remains true and clear, you are not the body, but the soul. Your soul is you, and you are eternal. You are light, you are good, you are one with all of creation. Therefore, ever seek to fulfill the divinity of your creation, ever doing good, ever welcoming the resonance of the Spirit of Source into the bosom of your soul, ever seeking the perfection of your being in every way. This is your destiny. The second book of light called Nexus. Light of Jesus the Messiah. This is the only chapter in the Oracles of Celestine Light where Jesus is speaking directly to you, as the reader. Jesus speaks about the past and the promises of the future. Thus spoke Jesus the Messiah, I am Jesus of Nazareth. I came upon the earth to bring the fullness of the Celestine light of God, and I ascended into heaven with mipias and teachings upon the hearts of the children of light. Then came the vicissitudes of the world, and in less than a generation, many of the great truths that I spoke and lived became as dust blowing in the wind, lost and forgotten in the annals of men. But the whirlwind comes, and upon its breath, the fullness of truth shall rise up and the celestine light shall shine once again. Unto the children of Israel, I gave simple laws of life and eternity, promising that unto those who believed in me and lived that which I taught, the Holy Spirit would come to lift their hearts and their lives would be filled with peace and wonder. Unto my apostles who walked with me in life, I taught the mysteries of God, for they were sent forth unto the tribes of Israel and into a world that would love them not, therefore I gave unto them a fuller understanding of all things that they might have a shield of greater knowledge and a well of deeper faith to withstand the persecutions to come. Unto the valiant children of light, who fully lived the foundations given unto them, my apostles were directed to endow with a greater knowledge as they were guided by the Holy Spirit. But these gifts were bestowed only to a precious few of the worthy and faithful before my friends were martyred or departed from the earth. And those precious lights became voices from the past, crying in the wilderness to people who heard them not. While I ministered unto the children of men, many of the faithful wrote the words which I spoke and of the things I did. Nevertheless, not until after the fall of the temple at Jerusalem did there begin to be a gathering of that which had been recorded and then by those who had not known me in the flesh, therefore, that which was written again was not always that which had been. And because of persecutions and religious prejudices, more of what I said and did was lost and cast out than was saved. And it came to pass that the full and faithful accounting of my life and many of the plain and precious precepts which I spoke and lived were altered in the oral and written words of men, some to offer appeal to the children of Israel and others to offer appeal to the Gentiles. And precious understandings and stories of the light were lost because of the intolerance of men, even the righteous, when the words and remembrances of my beloved, Miriam, who knew me more than all others, were cast out and found no place in the canons of acceptance. And I ask you who seek the truth, where are the writings of the 11 who walked faithfully with me and broke bread with me and were living testaments to my life and teachings? Verily, they were honestly written by their learned disciples, but cast out by both the pious and persecutors, for they gave the fullness of my teachings and not the words and precepts men desired to hear. To some, my life was a storm. For I came not only to uphold the true laws given by God, but also to throw upon the ground and trample under feet the unjust laws of men and the false traditions given in the name of God that lead the innocent astray. Because of this, for many, it was easier to give up their life in my name than to understand and live the fullness of the celestine light which I taught. I am the Good Shepherd, and I have ever called upon the children of light of pure heart to be of one fold, with a common understanding and acceptance of the fullness of the truth, to faithfully follow the path that I taught by precept and example. With humility and love, I truly sorrow for the foolishness and weakness of men when it is not so. Nevertheless, all things come to pass as they need to be, and for the honest and open of heart, source shall always give succor to that which they seek that they might be sustained, despite all that men and evil may do. And to those of contrite spirit who seek the truth with openness and a sincere desire to understand, the Holy Spirit of Source will testify with warmth in their heart and illumination in their mind. My father and mother know all things which shall come to pass and allow adversity to be in the world that the valiant might gain faith and those who search earnestly for truth will find it, by the strength of their faith. And I say unto you that faith is the foundation of all truths, for it is the power by which all things are and can be. To know faith abiding in every fiber of your essence is to fulfill one of the great purposes of your life and to unlatch the door to your glory in eternity. In the days of old, after a time, came one flock into preeminence by grace of the Romans, and they organized unto their persuasion, choosing for their foundation the writings and revisions of the words of my apostles and disciples that agreed with their desires, and burying those which did not. Thus, like many others, they used my name to sway the hearts of men to follow the portions of the truth which were pleasing unto them and served their purposes, demanding obedience to their dictates and not to the fullness of the celestine light of source, which I had given by precept and example. Then were many plain and simple truths of heaven hidden by the persecutions, desires, and craftiness of men, and the children of light could only find the truth in their hearts and in their dreams of the night, when the Holy Spirit testified to those who cried out in humility and faith. But that which has been lost is given again in fullness, for my teachings bring joy, and that which I ask does not burden but enlightens, for it is the gospel of love, of life, and of light. Verily, I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away until all that has been hidden is brought again into the light, for it is the epoch for the fulfillment of promise. Unto this generation has my father and mother saved the greatest spirits of heaven to come forth upon the world, and to them will be given the plenitude of truth, both that which was lost and that which is new. And the fullness of the celestine light of God shall lift up the righteous, but it shall blind the wicked, and in their lack of sight, they shall fight against the restoration of truth and the brightness of the new light, even in the name of God, who knows them not. Woe unto such, for it is better that they had never been born. And he who sows a wicked seed against God shall reap an eternal harvest of misery infinitely greater than the seed he sowed. Now come, my brethren, the apostles who walked with me upon the earth, to speak with the prophet I have called in visage, in word and vision, unto him have been given keys and authority, that the plainness and mysteries of my gospel shall be made known among the children of men, to prepare the world for the glory to come. That which has been hidden is now declared unto the world by my word. As I gave unto my apostles of old, I say again that in wholeness, upon the foundation of prophets, apostles, bishops, evangelists, seekers, and the adepts among them, with support from pastors, 70s, elders, priests, deacons, and teachers, the fullness of celestine light shall stand, that there may be a unity of faith and an edification and perfecting of the children of light. Prepare now for the coming of the glory of the kingdom of God on earth. Like a whirlwind from the desert, through the stinging sand, the new day dawns, and those who love me no longer need seek me in the mists of confusion, for they will find me in the brightness of the sun. Preamble of the Apostles. The Apostles share with us the pure foundations of truth as they testify of their first-hand experiences with Jesus of Nazareth, and admonish each of us to seek through prayer with source, our own testimonies of the truth. The special admonition of the Apostles to all seekers of truth. The Apostles explain the true status of Paul of Tarsus. Thus spoke the Apostles of Jesus. Herein is the true account of the most important events and teachings in the earthly life of Jesus of Nazareth, the only begotten Son of God, who though glorified and without sin, came to earth of lowly birth, that the path to God would be made clear for all mankind. He is our friend and salvation, and so much more than you have known. We speak to you of the things which we have seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears, and also of the testimonies of other disciples of that which they have seen and heard, much of which was written and is no more, and some of which was never written except upon the hearts of those who were witnesses. Verily, the fullness of the truth that has been hidden is now brought into the light, that all righteousness may be given unto you. Know that because of prejudices and false beliefs and partial truths that have prevailed for millenniums, the words of this book shall turn the world upon its head, and many will be those who will fight against it, for it will challenge the foundations of their beliefs. Therefore, we would ask that when you read these things, which the Spirit of God has led you to read, that you would not blindly heed the exhortations of men, but go in humility to seek out God, in a quiet place of solitude, in the brightness of the sun. And upon your knees, with palms together, with an open heart humbly desiring to know the light of truth, lift up your face to the warmth of the sun, and in the name of Jesus the Messiah, ask to know the truthfulness of our words and of our accounting of the life of our elder brother of spirit. And if you shall ask with a humble spirit, with an open heart, and in all sincerity desiring to know the truth, the Spirit of God shall flow into you. And you shall know the truth, and the truth will set your spirit free, and with an overflowing joy in your heart and a clear knowing in your mind, the Holy Spirit of God will testify to you, whereby you may know the truth of all things. As a child, he was called Jesus, and this was the name by which he was known by his family and friends, save a few who called him Yeshua. But in Galilee, the land of his holy ministry, Greek prevailed in commerce and among many of the people since the time of Alexander of Macedonia. Under that influence he came to be known throughout the land as Isis of Nazareth. In other tongues Jesus was called still differently, and it matters not, for it is enough that a believer calls upon him with the name by which they know him and with a humble spirit, and by that name he will answer, for though he is called by many names, in many tongues, it is not because of the name, but because of the spirit of the heart that seeks him that he answers, and by no other name except one spoken with a contrite heart and a true desire for truth, will he answer. To you we give his name Jesus, the simple name by which he asked his closest friends to call him, that you may know that as you believe in him and follow his teachings and the example of his life, you have the never-failing love of your truest friend. So too do we call Yochanan, his kin who prepared his way, by his birth name, for he and Jesus were the bridge between the old ways and the new, between the children of Israel and the world. And likewise, their parents who were observant of the old ways are called by the common names of their birth. But we wish that you not be burdened with comprehending unfamiliar names, and therefore leave to Ambrosoen, who has been given this work to bring forth, to use names as seems to him best, except where we otherwise direct. Know that we speak with authority from God, to give the pure foundations of truth to all the world, for we were called by Jesus, ordained and set apart to be special witnesses to teach his gospel. To our eternal joy, we walked with him during our earthly sojourn and lived with him during his ministry, and had the humbling honor to know him as no other men ever will. Therefore, know that Cephas the rock, the bone ridges sons of thunder and sons of Zebedee, Yaakov and Yohanan, Amram, Philip Bartalma, Yaakov of Nazareth, Judah, Toma, Shimon the Zealot, and the sons of Cleopas, Mattaiah, and Judah declare unto you that our Lord Jesus lives. In his love, Jesus called us out of the world and set us apart to be apostles of his gospel, first to the tribe of Judah and the remnants of the 12 tribes in Israel, then to the dispersed tribes of Israel in other lands, and lastly unto the Gentiles. Among many in the world today we are known as Peter, James, John, Andrew, Philip, Thomas, Simon, Matthew, Levi, James, and Jude. But the world truly knows us not. Yet we present you, the seekers of light, also with these names, as they are the ones you may associate with us in your day, though for the most part they are not ours. Like our Lord, it matters not the names by which we are thought of, but matters only the spirit that carries the thought. And know that we speak not at this time of 2 other apostles whom you shall come to know, whose cherished works for Jesus have been erased and perverted in the records of men, but are written forever in glory in the annuals of God. And they are numbered among us and speak as one with us. And there was another, a great evangelist. He was not an apostle among us, but his imprint was indelible. After his resurrection, Jesus called the persecutor, Saul of Tarsus, unto repentance, and in humility he repented and took the name Paul to signify the change within his heart, that he had been born anew. He was most learned and eloquent, and much loved for the depth of his faith, truly the inspired seed for a great multiplying of the believers among the Gentiles and of much good in the world. For the Gentiles were roused in their souls by the teachings of Paul and more receptive to many of the new paths of light that had been given by Jesus than were the children of Israel. Most of the words of Paul were true and wonderful, given as poetry to the soul. Nevertheless, he had contentions with many apostles, for there were important foundations of truth which he was reluctant to teach because they differed from what he believed, and he had not heard Jesus teach them as we had. Therefore he continued to cling to a few tired prejudices which Jesus had done away with, or taught differently. For this cause he was sent only unto the Gentiles who could more abide his ways than the children of Israel, among whom the apostles labored first and foremost. In the millenniums that came to pass, the words and partial understandings of Paul, a convert who knew not Jesus in life, became the foundation for the faith of many, and the only gospel known to the Gentiles to whom he preached. While the words of we who spoke the complete truth as we had heard it from the lips of Jesus, and as we had witnessed by the example of his life, were in great measure lost unto the world. But we do not lament this, verily it was meant to be, for the world was not prepared to receive the fullness of the truth. Even as Jesus was rejected by men when he was among them, so the fullness of his teachings required an openness of heart and mind that few could find. Despite his missteps, Jesus loved Paul for the great good that he did among the children of men, and forgave him for the truths which he taught not, and for the few doctrines which he taught in error, and he resides now in glory. For he fulfilled the full measure of his creation and was faithful unto Jesus even unto death. In the days that came to pass after the resurrection of the Lord of light, other apostles were called by the authority given to us by Jesus, both men and women among them, to replace those who had been martyred or sent unto the lost tribes never to return, that there might continue to be 12 special stalwarts of the Messiah, blessed with a personal witness of his divinity, to guide and direct the children of light upon the earth. As Jesus had commanded, we went first to the children of Israel in the land of Palestine, and then unto the tribes of Israel dispersed in many lands, near and far, who had forgotten the God of their fathers, and lastly unto the Gentiles. Under the direction of the council of the 12 apostles, others who were strong in the faith were called to be 70s, charged with a dedication to spreading the good news, and sent forth to every nation, kindred, tongue and peoples that they might find to share the gospel of Jesus the Messiah. And it came to pass that with the Holy Spirit in our hearts and the truth of God guiding our paths, the gospel of the celestine light of Jesus spread forth among the people of the land that the children of light might be found. We preached that the old ways had become as dust, and that those who followed Jesus were born into a new light. A few of the faithful found a place for a fullness of our words, and the Holy Spirit resided fully in their hearts. But many were those who agreed only with a part of our teachings and preferred to cling in some traditions and beliefs to their ways of old. And they changed the purity of the gospel of celestine light to be pleasing unto them, thus the light was withdrawn in its fullness, and it came to pass that apostles walked the earth no more, and the mysteries were hidden again until a more worthy generation should come forth to Receive the plenitude of truth and herald the glory to come. Unto the children of light who read these words and seek the truth from God, we say unto you, that you are the chosen generation, for now is the time for the fullness of truth, and it is to you that we speak. We bear witness that Jesus came from heaven to walk among men, to preach the wonder of the celestine light and open the door to eternal expansion and happiness. In humility and purity, he showed by his life the path that all who would know God must follow, and in his love brought forth the resurrection to exaltation for all who walk the path of truth and light. And he gave a cherished promise of glory, joy, and fulfillment, in this life and the next, unto all who repent of their sins, believe in him, obey his teachings and follow his ways. Wherefore, knowing the path to eternal exaltation that Jesus made open by his love, should it not be your earnest desire to follow his example and live as he has asked in your short moment upon the earth, that you may inherit the full promise of eternity? Verily, like Paul, we call upon you to put away the ways of the world and fulfill the full measure of your creation, for nothing less is worthy of the radiant light that you are, and the endless love of God given unto you. Nature of God. A detailed description of the true nature of God as well as the Trinity. Our Father and Mother from heaven is the light that sustained the universe. Imagine this light coming down in you, be the light from heaven, from God our Father and dear Mother the Holy Spirit. In the beginning there were a sea of Spirit. Everything imagined is created by the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit dwell within their only begotten Son, Jesus the Messiah. These three are the source, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit God. In heaven is our Father. Be filled with God's light. Call on the light, be full of light, surround your loved ones in the light. It has consciousness. With each breath you take, breathe in the light and pray to it. Remove attachment from your aura is your light. Remove attachment from the aura and of your loved ones. Just pull those cords out of your auras. Take a bath in salt water and sprinkle salt throughout your home to cleanse your auras. The sea create the atmosphere around you which create your experiences. Ask a request of the sea and it will be given to you. Imagine breathing in desires from the ocean to fill your aura with a desire and the atmosphere around yourselves. This celestine light of the source issues forth from the Father and the Mother through Jesus, for so they have decreed, and shines into the darkness of the world, and the darkness cannot overcome it. The rays of the celestine light of Jesus the Messiah bridges the dark void between God and man. From the beginning of creation, all who humbly sought the truth and lived in ways pleasing to God and had faith in the greater power and majesty of God received a portion of their celestine light to guide and uplift them according to their faith and goodness. Near and far across the earth and through all time, God has touched the righteous and bestowed riches of wisdom and spirit upon the pure in heart who humble themselves before the majesty of the Almighty and do good works with selflessness and charity. Among the Hebrews, the Christians, the Muslims, the Buddhists, the Taoists, and the Vedics, verily, among all who sought truth and light that they might draw closer to God, they have ever been illuminated with a portion of their glory. Now unto all who will receive it, is given the fullness of the gospel of celestine light as it was taught by the Son of Light when he walked upon the earth. Those who would be called children of light will be strangers no more, but one with the source that they may prepare the world for the glory to come. Therefore, we now impart the fullness of the gospel of celestine light, which has been hidden from the world, but is now given unto you. If you are humble of spirit and love Jesus with gladness and thanksgiving, the truth will resonate in your heart with a sweet melody. In the beginning was the Son, and the Son was with our heavenly Father and Mother. And the Father and the Mother are God and the Son is God, and these three individuals are the source, the Trinity of light, with immortal bodies of flesh and bone as tangible as man's but glorified and perfected in every way. And the celestine light of the source issues forth in spirit and essence from their presence to fill the immensity of space. It illuminates all the suns in the heavens and gives life to all things, even as their Holy Spirit fills the hearts of all the children of light wherever they may dwell. The power and will of the Father and the Mother focuses through the Son, and the light of Jesus illuminates and guides the faithful through the whisperings of the Holy Spirit, which is the united Spirit of the Trinity of light, of the Source. When the Son speaks, he speaks for the Father and the Mother, and when prayers or words are spoken to the Father, so is the Mother also acknowledged, for they are but one God. Even as a king and a queen are both sovereigns, the Son is also a sovereign, for he but does the will of his Father and Mother, and they are not three sovereigns but one, for they speak with own voice concerning the kingdom. Even as the Father and the Mother and the Son speak of one accord concerning the kingdom of light and truth. Whether on earth or in heaven, it is the same. Before the Son was born in the flesh, his spirit was birthed in the celestine realm of the source that existed before the heavens we see and the earth we know. Like the firstborn son, before any children of earth were born of women in the flesh, their spirits were firstborn of their heavenly parents in the realm of God. We are all therefore true siblings of Jesus the Messiah. He is our elder brother, even as we are all brothers and sisters of one another, born in spirit of the same heavenly parents and imbued with the same spiritual essence within our souls. Therefore, it behooves us to love one another, to have remorse when we sin against our brothers and sisters, to forgive those who ask forgiveness with a sincere heart, and to do all we can to be at peace with our kindred across the world. Unto this end might each fulfill their duty to be an elder brother unto all who seek the light, to support them and care for them and help them to grow, even as Jesus is the elder brother unto us all and has shared with us everything he has. That we might come to know the fullness of our creation and the wonder of our purpose. Visits of the Angel Gabriel. The priest and prophet, Zechariah, is visited by the angel Gabriel and told that his wife who is barren and advanced in years shall bear a son and his name shall be Jochanan. Because of his disbelief, Zechariah is struck mute. The angel Gabriel then appears to Miriam, a virgin engaged to Joseph, in a dream and tells her that she will conceive a son and he shall be named Jesus. The angel Gabriel appears then to Joseph in a dream telling him the true circumstances of Miriam's pregnancy, and he quickly marries Miriam. There was a man sent again from God, a faithful stalwart whose name was Jochanan, who came to bear testimony and to bear witness to the celestine light of source that all who would hear his words would be prepared to receive the brightness of the light to come. He was not the light, but came to bear witness of the light, for the pure celestine light of source, given to enlighten the children of men, was about to be known unto the world. In the days of Herod, king of Judea, there was a priest and a prophet named Zechariah, a Levite of the division of Abiah, and he had a wife, also of the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. And they were both righteous before God, walking blameless in all the commandments and ordinances lived by the children of Israel to obey God. But they had no children because Elizabeth was barren, and both were advanced in years. Now while he was serving as priest before God, when his division was on duty, according to the custom of the priesthood, it fell to him by lot to enter the temple of the Lord and burn incense. And the whole multitude of the people were praying outside at the hour of incense. Then the angel Gabriel appeared to Zechariah, in a vision, standing on the right side of the altar of incense. And Zechariah was troubled when he saw her, and fear fell upon him. But Gabriel said unto him, Do not be afraid, Zechariah, for your prayer is heard and your wife Elizabeth will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jochanan. You will have joy and gladness, and many will rejoice at his birth, for he will be great before God. He shall drink no fermented wine or strong drink, nor eat the meat of animals or birds or anything that defiles the body, and he will be filled with the Holy Spirit of the Celestine light, even from his mother's womb. His words will have the power to grab hold of the hearts of men, and with the spirit of Elijah, he will turn many of the children of Israel to the Lord their God, and the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, that he may make ready for the Lord to come, a people prepared. Then was Zechariah troubled, and he said to the angel, How shall this be? For I am an old man, and my wife is advanced in years, therefore, how can it be that we would have a child? With firmness, the angel rebuked him, saying, I am Gabriel, who comes from the presence of the Source, and I was sent to speak to you and to bring you this good news. Behold, because you doubted my words, you shall now be struck mute and be unable to speak until the day that these things come to pass, which will be fulfilled in their time as Source desires, and in this, you will learn that nothing is impossible to God. And the people were waiting for Zechariah, and they wondered at his delay in the temple. And it came to pass that when he came out, he could not speak to them, and they perceived that he had seen a vision in the temple, and he made signs to them and remained mute to all. Then when his time of service was ended, he went to his home, and his wife was amazed at his silence and understood that great things of God were transpiring. Shortly thereafter, his wife Elizabeth conceived, and for 5 months, she hid herself, but each day gave prayers of thanksgiving with abiding joy, saying, Thus, the Lord has blessed me in these days when he has looked on me, for he has taken away my shameful reproach among men, that now I am no more barren, but carry a wonder of God within me. In Elizabeth's 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from the presence of the Source to a city of Galilee named Nazareth to a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph, a fine worker of woods and of the lineage of the house of King David. The young woman's name was Miriam, and she was a tender and loving soul. Gabriel appeared to her vividly in a dream while she slept at night and said, Hail, O favored one, God is with you. But she was greatly troubled at the angelic woman's salutation and considered in her mind what sort of greeting this might be. Seeing her hesitancy, Gabriel said unto her, Do not be afraid, Miriam, for you have found favor with God, and behold, you will this night conceive in your womb, and 9 months hence bear the only begotten Son of God in the flesh, and you shall call his name Jesus. He shall be the light of the world, the Son of the Most High Father and Mother. He will show the path in life that leads to eternal redemption and exaltation and open the door to let man on the path. He will bring the laws of love that the world may have peace when it follows him, and the laws of celestine light that man may be more than he is. And Miriam said to the angel, I know all things are possible with God, but how shall this be since I am a virgin and have not yet a husband? And the angel said unto her, The Holy Spirit of Source will come upon you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you, and the seed of your father and mother in heaven shall be planted within your womb to grow and be nurtured, therefore the child to be born will be holy, the very Son of God. Therefore, from this day henceforth, because you will be the vessel for the divine, eat not the flesh of any creature of warm blood or any that nurtures its young. Eat only fruits and vegetables that still retain the essence of vitality, and grains that have been soaked in water so that new life springs forth from their seeds before they are made into bread. Nor shall you take strong drink or drink wine except unfermented of the pure grape, or take anything that is harmful unto your body, for the holy child you carry has been consecrated unto God from before the days that the world was created, and his body must not be defiled. Behold, your kinswoman Elizabeth in her old age has also conceived a son by her husband Zechariah, and she who had been called barren is now in the 6th month, and the son she carries is one of the greatest lights of God. Even as yours shall be the very celestine light of source made manifest among men. Then Miriam bowed her head in humility and said, Behold, I am the handmaiden of the Lord, let it be to me according to your word. And by the power of the Father and Mother in heaven, so it was, and the angel departed from her. For 3 days after the appearance of the angel, Miriam was overwhelmed in her spirit and said nothing to Joseph of the miraculous message from God. On the evening of the 3rd day after the angel Gabriel had visited her, Miriam revealed unto Joseph all that had transpired, and he was disbelieving that it could be true, for he esteemed Miriam to be a virtuous woman and in sadness. He imagined that she was with child because of sin and had created the story to hide her transgression. Therefore, he thought to break their engagement, but feared for shame or harm to come upon Miriam, whom he still loved, and decided to ponder the matter until the morrow. As he considered this, behold, the angel Gabriel appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Miriam for your wife, for she has known no man, and that which she nurtures in her womb is the seed of God. By her purity and faithfulness, she has been chosen to carry the holy child of the Father and Mother of heaven, and her name shall be blessed for all the generations to come. Miriam will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he is the Messiah, the celestine light who is salvation, and will save his people from their sins. When Joseph awoke from sleep, he did as the angel of the Lord commanded him, and straightway married Miriam, but knew her not in the way of the flesh until she had borne the Son of God, as foretold by the angel Gabriel. Shortly after her conception and marriage, with the blessing of Joseph, Miriam arose and went with haste into the hill country of Judah, and she entered the house of Zechariah and greeted Elizabeth. And when Elizabeth heard the greeting of Miriam, the babe she carried leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit and exclaimed with delight, It is my fortune that the most favored daughter of God should come to me this day, blessed are you among women, Miriam. And blessed is the fruit of your womb, and when the voice of your greeting came to my ears, the babe in my womb leaped for joy. And Miriam said, My soul magnifies the Lord, and my spirit rejoices in God, for without regard for the lowest of his handmaiden, he has bestowed blessings beyond measure upon me. He who is mighty has done great things, and holy is his name. He has turned away from the proud and the imagination of their hearts, he has put down the mighty from their thrones and exalted those of low degree, he has filled the hungry with good things, but the rich he has sent away empty. He has blessed Israel with remembrance in his mercy and kept a covenant with our fathers, even Abraham and his posterity forever. And Miriam remained with Elizabeth and cared for her during the remainder of her term and the labor of birth, and then returned unto her home in Nazareth. Births of the Saviour and the Herald. Elizabeth gives birth to Jochanan. On the 8th day, Zechariah once again is able to speak, and he is filled with the celestine light of source as he prophesies the calling of his Son to be the prophet of the Most High, giving knowledge of salvation to his people for the forgiveness of their sins. Miriam gives birth to Jesus in their humble abode in Nazareth of Galilee. Shepherds witness an awesome symphony of heavenly lights and melodies, and hear in their heads a voice proclaiming, The Messiah is born, and immediately afterward go to Miriam and Joseph to reveal all that they had witnessed. A devout and righteous man named Shimon and a prophetess named Anna both proclaim Jesus to be the light of salvation. Now the time came for Elizabeth to deliver, and she gave birth to the son that had been foretold by the angel, and her neighbors and kinsfolk heard that the Lord had shown great mercy to her, and they rejoiced with her. On the 8th day, they came to circumcise the child, and they desired to name him Zechariah after his father, but his mother said, "Not so, for he shall be called Jochanan." And they were baffled and said to her, "None of your kindred is called by this name." Assuming that Zechariah was also deaf, they made signs to him, inquiring what he would have him called, and he asked for a writing tablet and wrote, "His name is Jochanan," and they all marveled. Immediately thereafter, the mouth of Zechariah was opened and his tongue was loosed, and he spoke, blessing God, and awe came upon all their kinsfolk and neighbors. And all these things were talked about with amazement through all the hill country of Judea, and many who heard of it saw the hand of God in his birth and wondered, "Who then will this child be?" Upon the birth of his son, Zechariah was filled with the Holy Spirit of the Celestine light and prophesied, saying, "Blessed be Source, the Lord God of Israel, for he has visited and redeemed his people and has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David. As he spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets of old, that we should be saved from our sins and from the hands of all who hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he swore to our father Abraham, to grant us that we, being delivered from the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all the days of our lives, as we honor and obey him." Then holding his babe above his head for all to see, Zechariah said, "You, child, will be called the prophet of the Most High, for you will go before the Lord of Celestine light to prepare his way, to give knowledge of salvation to his people for the forgiveness of their sins, and through the tender mercy of our God, when the day shall dawn upon us from on high, to give light to those who sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, and to guide our feet into the way of peace." Now Miriam and Joseph were very poor, and when the time came for Miriam to bring the babe she carried into the world, she gave birth to her firstborn son in their humble Torum abode in Nazareth of Galilee. And they wrapped the baby in the swaddling cloths of his father and laid him on a fresh bed of straw in a simple cradle made by Joseph of cast-off wood. On that night in the region, there were shepherds out in the field keeping watch over their flock, when suddenly there was a flash of brilliant light in the heavens, and for a moment, it was as bright as midday. And though the night was clear and cloudless, they heard a mighty thunder rolling across the heavens, and a soft voice spoke in their head, saying, "Be not afraid, for behold, good news of great joy, for this day in the city of Nazareth, wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying in a cradle, the Anointed of Israel and the Messiah of all the world is born." Suddenly, the very heavens began to resound in a most strange and melodious harmony. Stars of brightness fell from the sky and flew over their heads with great tails of light, so much so that the shepherds fell to their knees in awe and wonder and praised God. And when the stars that flew had disappeared and the heavenly sounds had faded, there was a great silence in the night, and the shepherds whispered one to another, "Let us go into Nazareth and see for ourselves this wonder that has happened, which God has made known to us." They went then with haste and found Miriam and Joseph and the babe lying in a cradle, and many of the people of the town gathered round. And when they saw them, they related the events which they had witnessed concerning the child, and all who heard it praised God at what the shepherds told them. And Miriam thought about all these things, pondering them in her heart, remembering everything that had taken place since the day when the angel had first appeared to her. And she was greatly humbled. After each had seen the babe and said a prayer unto God, the shepherds returned to their fields, glorifying and praising God for all they had seen and heard. At the end of 8 days, when he was circumcised, the babe was called Jesus, the name given by the angel before he was placed within the womb. When 33 days had passed after the blood of Miriam's purification, according to the law of Moses, they brought Jesus up to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord, as it is written, "Every male that opens the womb shall be called holy to the Lord." At this time of significance, they made an offer by sacrifice to fulfill the law. It was the custom that the sacrifice should be of a young lamb and a turtle dove, but due to their poverty they gave a sacrifice of 2 young turtle doves instead, as the law allowed. Now there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Shimon, and this man was righteous and devout, looking for the consolation of Israel. And the Holy Spirit was upon him. And it had been revealed to him by the Holy Spirit that he should not see death before he had seen the Messiah, and moved by the Spirit, he came into the temple. When Joseph and Miriam brought in Jesus, to do with him according to the custom of the law, Shimon asked to take him up in his arms and, giving praise to God, said, "Lord, now you can let your servant depart in peace, according to your word, for my eyes have seen your salvation, which you have prepared in the presence of all peoples, a light for revelation unto the Gentiles and for glory to your people Israel." Joseph and Miriam marveled at what was said about Jesus, and Shimon blessed them and said to Miriam, "Behold, this child is the keystone for the fall and rising of many in Israel." And there was also a prophetess, Anna, the daughter of Phanuel of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age, having lived with her husband 7 years from her virginity and as a widow till she was 84. Now in her old age, Anna knew the time of final sleep was soon upon her, and she did not depart from the temple, worshipping with fasting and prayer night and day that she might be in harmony with God. When Joseph and Miriam came upon her, she bowed her head to Jesus and gave thanks to God and exhorted all who were looking for the redemption of Israel to see the child before them, and the very celestine light of God come into their midst. And some of the people considered that she was enfeebled of the mind in her old age, others thought she was seeing heaven as she prepared to pass from life and therefore saw earthly things in heavenly ways. But Miriam and Joseph praised source unto themselves, for they knew God had given a witness of the truth unto her. When Joseph and Miriam had performed everything according to the laws of the temple, they returned to Galilee to their own city, Nazareth. Coming of the Magi. Noble Magi, having seen the celestial signs of the birth of the King of Light, come to pay tribute. They inquire of King Herod of Judea as to the location of the infant, but on the counsel of his advisers, Herod mistakenly sends them to Bethlehem. When the Magi do not find him there, a skipping ball of light appears which they follow to the home of Miriam and Joseph in Nazareth. After paying homage, the Magi open their treasures and offer the infant Jesus gifts of gold, silver, spices, perfumes, and other tributes. An angel appears to Joseph in a dream and warns him that they must flee to Egypt and remain until the death of Herod. Elizabeth also receives a vision that she must flee with her son Jochanan. King Herod demands the death of Jochanan and all children under the age of 2 with special signs around their births. Now when Jesus had passed his first year, behold, noble Magi and their retinue appeared from lands beyond Judea and came to Jerusalem. And the Magi came before King Herod of Judea and asked, "Where is the King of Light that has just been born? For we have journeyed far to pay tribute to him." When Herod, the king, heard this, he was troubled, and thinking to mask his motives, he inquired of the wise men how they, being foreigners, knew of the king that was born. And the Magi said unto King Herod, "We have seen an unusual conjunction of the stars in the sky foretelling the birth in this land upon the summer solstice, at the time of greatest light, of a King of Light that shall rule all the world. We have therefore journeyed to Jerusalem to see for ourselves the King that the very stars bear witness of, that we might honor him, but we know not exactly where in this vicinity to find him, and therefore make inquiry of you." Herod was astounded at what they said, and assembling all the chief priests and scribes, he inquired of them in private where the Anointed One was to be born. They told him, "In Bethlehem of Judea, for so it is written by the prophet Micah, and you, O Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah, for from you shall come a ruler who will govern my people Israel." Then Herod summoned the Magi secretly, and he sent them to Bethlehem, saying, "Go and search diligently for the child, and when you have found him bring me word, that I too may come and worship him." Following the directions of the king, the Magi proceeded forth, but arriving in Bethlehem, they found no sign of the infant king, and thinking Herod had deceived them, they looked again to the stars for direction. As they were thus engaged, a small ball of shimmering light appeared before them, skipping above the ground in momentary flashes, only to disappear and then reappear again as they traveled in the direction it beckoned them. When they saw this sign, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy, and they followed it both night and day until it led them to the very door of the humble house of Joseph and Miriam, in the town of Nazareth of Galilee. Entering into the house, they saw the child with Miriam, his mother, and they each touched a knee to the ground and paid homage to him and related to Joseph and Miriam all the miraculous occurrences that had led them to their home. And the Magi opened their treasures and offered Jesus gifts of gold, silver, spices, perfumes, and other tributes. Then being warned in dreams not to return to Herod, and feeling no obligation because of his deception, they departed by another way to their own country. From that time forth, Joseph and Miriam were barrenly poor no more, but using the treasures of the Magi frugally, they were able to increase their stature. Nevertheless, being told by an angel in a dream, they buried most of the gifts in the ground that they might be brought forth at another time to serve God. Now when the Magi had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, "Rise, and use a part of the gifts of the Magi to take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt. Remain there until I come again to you, for Herod is about to search for the child, to destroy him." Then Joseph rose and took Jesus and Miriam and departed to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was the first fulfillment of what the Lord had spoken by the prophet Hosea, "Out of Egypt have I called my son." That same evening, Miriam's relative Elizabeth received a vision of an angel at her bedside, warning her to flee with her infant son Jochanan, and without a word to her husband Zechariah who was in the temple, she went up into the hills and hid him. When Herod realized that he had been tricked by the Magi, he was in a furious rage and jealous that any other should be regarded as a king in the land of Judea or have the audacious honor to be called the king of the world. His priests had told him that the scriptures foretold of the king to be born in Bethlehem, and uncertain as to whether the Magi had spoken of the most recent summer solstice or the previous. He inquired of his priests if there were any children born in Bethlehem or all of Judea, in the last 2 years, which had been noticed of the people or shown signs of wonder. His priests told him of the son of the priest Zechariah and of the many signs that had accompanied his birth and of the prophecies of his father. Then Herod gave specific instructions that the son of Zechariah should be destroyed and that any other children under 2 years of age in all of Judea, which had great signs about their birth, should also be killed. And because of this evil decree, 12 children returned to God. With grim resolve, the soldiers of Herod went forth upon their mission to destroy the son of Zechariah, and having searched his house and finding it empty, they appeared at the temple and, standing before Zechariah, demanded to know the whereabouts of his infant son, whom the people already proclaimed Zechariah held forth his empty palms and professed ignorance, noting he was serving the Lord in the temple and knew not the things that were transpiring without. Then Herod's soldiers were wroth with Zechariah and threatened him with their weapons, saying, "Tell us in truth, where is your son? Know you not that your life is in our hands?" But Zechariah again disavowed knowledge of the whereabouts of Jochanan and told the soldiers that if they spilled the blood of an innocent man in the service of God, they would have no forgiveness in the world to come. But the guards regarded not his words and slew him at that moment, spilling his blood upon the temple court. As punishment for his evil, the Lord cursed Herod with a sore curse, and from that day forth until his death, his body was consumed from within by worms, which caused him great pain and agony. And the evil he did fulfilled that which was spoken by the prophet Jeremiah, a voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled, because they were no more. When Herod died and his son Herod Archelaus reigned over Judea in place of his father, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, "Rise, take the child and his mother and return to the land of Israel, for he who sought the child's life is dead." Then he rose and took the child and his mother and went to the land of Israel to the town of Nazareth of Galilee, which was his family's home, and there raised Jesus in humble surroundings so that what had been spoken by the prophets might be fulfilled, "He shall be called a Nazarene." Rebellion of Jochanan. At the tender age of 12, Jochanan's outspoken words of righteousness and authority on the true path to God do not sit well with the priests and results in his forced exile to the isolated community of Gimron, where he must now live. Jochanan grew and became strong in the Spirit of the Lord. His mother found great happiness with his devotion to God, for she knew he had been called from birth to be a prophet of the Most High, and she was glad that he endeavored to be worthy of his calling and that it might be fulfilled. Nevertheless, she worried for the activities of youth, which he shunned and had no interest, and for his penchant to speak with authority tojults which oftentimes incurred their anger. It was seldom possible for Jochanan to sit in silence during lectures given to the youth by the priests and teachers, as was expected of children. Frequently, he would stand and rebut what was being said or even the man who was speaking, and this caused much distress to his mother and among his kinsfolk. Thus, he was frequently reprimanded by his elder kinsfolk. But they could not sway his spirit of defiant righteousness, for he knew he had been called by source for a high and holy purpose, and even in his tender years, the Spirit of God swelled his heart and spoke to his mind. One day, his uncle Nathanael came to him and said, "Jochanan, you are a mighty youth of source, but you must show more respect for your elders and those in authority, for soon you will be a youth no more but a young man. And such things will not be tolerated and can cause harm to both you and your kinsfolk." Jochanan shrugged his shoulders and answered him, saying, "I speak only the truth. Is it so painful for those in high places to hear?" Nathanael shook his head in disapproval and answered, "It is the truth only as you think in your inexperience of youth. Consider that if you are at odds with the laws and traditions of our people that have been given unto us by God, is it not against God that you are being rebellious?" And Jochanan said unto him, "I do not speak against the law, only against those who use the law or their position to sin and hide their iniquities or twist the law to justify themselves or hold power over others." Then was Nathanael disturbed and said, "It is given only to God to judge the hidden things that men do. Can you not see that it is not your place to speak against upright men whose lives in private, be they sinful or sinless, you know not? Nor is it proper for youths to question the interpretation of the law by those to whom it has been given to oversee. And Yochanan answered, I do not speak of things I cannot see, only the hypocrisy that all can see, and I do not speak to condemn a man, for I know that only God can judge. But I speak boldly of the sins men do, that all the others who hear my words will know without doubt of the things which are pleasing unto God and those that are not, that in their greater understanding they might not sin. And if God has given a true understanding of the law unto me, I cannot stand idly by while it is perverted, for I am accountable to God, not unto men. Nathanael pulled upon his hair in frustration as he spoke again unto Yochanan, saying, It matters not whether the words you say are true or false, only that it is not a youth's place to say such words to men. You must stop this foolishness, or we will be forced to send you away to a lonely place in the wilderness where you will not be able to speak disrespectfully to those in authority. A great smile came upon Yochanan, and he said, Perhaps you will then be doing me a favor, uncle, for away from the stench of men, in the temple of the wilderness built by God, I will find him in ways I have never known. Thus, it was that Yochanan became even bolder because of the admonitions of his uncle, as he looked with expectation for the day when his kinsfolk would exile him into the wilderness. After he had attained the age of 12 years, Yochanan had reached the time of transition into manhood when, as was spoken by Nathanael, his affronts to those in authority would not be tolerated as lightly as they had been when he was a youth. And it came to pass that Yochanan was sitting in a class to educate young men in the history of the children of Israel and to train them in their adult responsibilities. Upon this day came a priest of great esteem from Jerusalem named Asa to teach the young men in the ways they should go. And Asa taught many things to them, and Yochanan sat in silence nodding his head in agreement for much of what was spoken. Then Asa came to speak on the duties of men according to the laws of God. And the list was very long. And Asa said unto the young men, Remember every word of these laws that they may be inscribed on your hearts, for only he who keeps the letter of the law and the traditions handed down by our fathers will be granted favor by God. Then it was that Yochanan stood up, which was not allowed, and began to speak unto Asa, as one man of authority speaks to another, which thing was also forbidden. And Yochanan said unto him, Rabbi, obeying the law is worthless as dust unless a man has a repentant heart and brings forth fruits worthy of a true repentance, for all men are sinners and no amount of laws obeyed can bring man to God, but only the love of God inscribed on his heart and the light of God reflected in his life. But Asa, having been forewarned of the disruptive character of Yochanan by the local priests, had prepared for such an encounter. And rather than simply put him back in a place of silence as befitted his age, he said unto him, God Almighty chose the children of Israel and gave unto them his laws that they might live pleasing unto him and have his favor. If a man fully lives the law, he will be without sin, therefore, you are an impudent youth who speaks out of turn with words without knowledge. Sit down before you embarrass yourself further. Everyone then looked to Yochanan, who did not sit down, expecting him to reply in a fury, but instead he laughed at Asa, which thing was much worse. And he said unto him, Forgive me, learned rabbi, I thought we were speaking in seriousness and did not realize you would bring humor to our conversation, for surely you were jesting to say that if a man fully lived the law, he would be without sin, for none but God is without sin. The Rabbi Asa was flustered that Yochanan had perceived the error of his words, and he answered haltingly at first, That is true, only the Almighty is completely without sin. For God is a power not a person. But you dishonor the righteousness of good men by the things that you say, for there are many who are close to perfection, who give great alms, who pray often and with great devotion, and who follow all the details of the law in their lives as God has asked all of His chosen children to do. Sit down now with attention and learn of the ways of your fathers, that you may follow in the footsteps of your father Zechariah and someday become a priest of the temple. Now Yochanan was building a righteous intensity, and he said unto the rabbi, I will never be a priest of the temple built by man, but only a priest of the temple built by God, which I am even now as I stand before you. And of what value are great alms to God unless a man is willing in his heart to give all that he has to God and be happy when he is called upon to do so? And I say unto you that God loves the poor more than the rich, for they give more of what they have little of, while the rich man gives little of what he has more of. Only when the rich man gives so much of his wealth that he must miss a meal as the poor do when they give alms will his gift be counted as pure righteousness before God. And of what worth are frequent public prayers? Is a man more righteous because he prays loudly in public that others may notice? I say unto you, no. Verily, God is unseen and unknown except to those who seek Him in solitude and humility. And it is the evil things that men do in secret that others do not see that condemns them, and then the law they obey in public for others to see does nothing for them except brand them as hypocrites before God, and verily, only a contrite spirit, worthy of repentance, will help them. Then the rabbi was very wroth at the words of Yochanan, and he said unto him, I cannot tolerate another moment of your blasphemous words. For the sake of your father, I desired to teach you in ways that are good, but I can see you have been corrupted by the nonsense of your imagination, therefore depart and return no more to this school until you have vowed to respect your elders and the laws of God. And Yochanan answered him, saying, I will go with happiness to a place of greater purity, but I shall return again when I have been filled by the Almighty. Watch therefore for me, and perhaps we can speak once more when you see the whirlwind coming from the desert. Then Yochanan returned to the house of his uncle and related all that had occurred, and his uncle was very wroth, and upon calling all the kinsfolk, it was decided that Yochanan would be sent to the isolated community of Gimron to be taught by the sternness of those there, so that he might yet be able to fulfill his potential without causing himself harm. The very next day, Yochanan and his uncle began the journey. Jesus confounds the temple priests. As a youth, Jesus is instructed by many wise men, and with an impeccable memory, he retains everything he reads and learns. At the age of 12, Jesus travels to Jerusalem for the Passover feast with his family, and after all the days of the feast are concluded, his family leaves, thinking he is with them. When they find he is not, they hurry back to Jerusalem but do not find him for 3 days. During this time, he is speaking with authority to the priests in the temple, who do not take kindly to his knowledge of the scripture in ways they do not, or cannot, fathom. The first night after the family's return to Nazareth, an angel appears to Joseph in a dream and tells him that Jesus must spend 2 years living in the community of Gimron with Yochanan to gain greater wisdom and stature. And it came to pass that Jesus grew and became strong, filled with wisdom, and the favor of God was upon him. His father Joseph taught him in the ways of wood, in which he was very adept, and Jesus became well practiced in the making of wheels, yokes, tables, and chairs. Prudently, using portions of the treasure of the Magi, Joseph and Miriam afforded Jesus the opportunity to have instructions from wise men, particularly Greeks and others who came from beyond Galilee. And it came to pass that Jesus was continually gaining wisdom and knowledge from every person he met and from everything he encountered in his life. And from every word of importance that he heard and from every written script his eyes beheld, he remembered all things, nor did he ever forget anything that he learned or ever cease in his desire to acquire knowledge. Each year upon the Passover, Yosef and Miriam went up to Jerusalem with their kinsfolk to take part in the feast. According to the admonitions of the angel Gabriel whom visited Miriam when Jesus was conceived, they ate not the flesh of any animal of warm blood or that nurtured its young nor drank anything except pure water and wine of the pure grape. And whenever possible, they ate not any creature that had been killed at all or of any plants except those that had just been harvested and still retained the essence of vitality. Thus, it was that when Jesus was 12 years of age, he went to Jerusalem with them and many of their family, according to the custom of the feast. When Yosef and Miriam and their kinsfolk had fulfilled all the days of the feast, they departed Jerusalem to return again to Nazareth of Galilee. They supposed that Jesus had returned with them and was among their kinsfolk, but unbeknownst to them, he had tarried in Jerusalem. His parents, upon discovering that he was not among them, hurried back to Jerusalem to search for him and, after 3 days, found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the priests and learned men in earnest discourse, listening to them and asking questions and giving answers. And a large group of people had gathered, and upon hearing Jesus speak, they were astonished at his understanding. As Yosef and Miriam approached, a priest said unto Jesus, You say source desires man to not eat the meat of creatures of warm blood and is more pleased if man eats meat not at all of any animal or fowl or even fish, but only plants and a little of honey and eggs and milk foods. Yet the sacred scrolls tell us that source said unto Noah, The fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth and upon every bird of the air, upon everything that creeps on the ground and all the fish of the sea, into your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. And Jesus answered unto him, Verily, those are the false words of men written into that which is sacred to justify themselves, for the scrolls also say of that day, And God saw the earth and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. Then were many of the priests angry with him insomuch that they desired to rend their garments, for he had said that some of that which was sacred to them was of men, not God, but they were restrained because of his youth. And another priest said, The sacred scrolls tell us that source has said that man is to have dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air and everything that moves upon the earth. By this, we also know that man can eat the clean creatures of the world if he desires, for they are under his dominion. Jesus answered him with authority, saying, Verily, dominion does not grant permission for man to kill animals as he desires, merely allows that source has sanctioned man to use them to help with his labors, and with thanksgiving, take a little of their honey and milk and eggs to make into food as needed. But to kill them without great cause is to turn upon God, the Creator of all. Had source desired man to eat the flesh of animals, he would have made the bodies of man into great hunters with large sharp teeth and claws like the bear and the lion, not weak and frail, with small teeth and thin little nails, less than even the cattle and the chickens. Consider instead that man was made in the very image of God, and do you think that source would desire to see the reflection of God wantonly killing those creatures which source has made to also have a life? Then the priests were wroth, and many murmured against him even though he was only a youth. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said unto them, Herein is the proof of the words I speak and the falsehood of the words of man posing as God revealed. Verily, I say unto you the commandments of source are given for the good of man that man might be abundantly blessed as he honestly lives the commandments given. Therefore, how can it be that the sacred scrolls record source giving a commandment to eat only the plants and fruits of the earth to Adam, but then after the days of Noah, God would say that every moving thing that lives shall be food for you? It is not because Source suddenly requires less of man, but because in his wickedness, man no longer desires to live the higher laws and therefore cannot receive the greater blessings of God. Then to justify himself, man perverted the word of God, writing lesser commandments upon the sacred scrolls in the name of Source to uphold his weakness. So it was in the days of Noah, and so it was in the days of Moses, and so it is even today, as weak men uphold their contrary deeds with words of false scribes shrouded in the sacredness of ancient scrolls. Verily, I say unto you, Source would not give a good commandment unto the children of men that they might be blessed, then when they are wicked as in the days of Noah, give unto them a lesser commandment because of their weakness, for then he would be becoming as man desired, instead of man becoming as God desired, nor could any blessing come from wickedness. In truth, the sacred scrolls say that after God had made all the earth and all life upon it, he said that it was good. Therefore, it is the sacred trust of man to protect that which God has said is good, not to kill it and destroy it, else, man stands in opposition to the good and will of Source. And God said unto Adam, who came before Noah, Behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit, to you it shall be for meat. Now let me ask a question of you, my learned elders. For what reason did the people in the times before Noah live for many hundreds of years, and Methuselah even for nearly a millennium, yet after the days of Noah, man lived scarcely any time on earth at all? And none could answer him. Then said Jesus unto them, Verily, it is because in the times before Noah, men did as Source commanded and killed not the creatures of the earth at all, and, for meat, ate only plants and the good things the animals gave unto them in life. Thus did they have the vitality of life and walked upon the earth for hundreds of years in health and vigor. Then because of wickedness came the flood, because the children of men that came after Noah were corrupt and killed the animals and despoiled the world God had made. As they took death into them, so they died before their time. And I say unto you that in the days of Adam, God gave a fullness of the light and man ate only plants and the gifts of the animals, then after the days of Noah, man became exceedingly wicked and lost the knowledge Source gave to man for long life upon the land. But the day shall come when the children of men are again worthy of the fullness of light, for as the prophet Isaiah said, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. The cow and the bear shall feed, their young shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. The sucking child shall play over the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the adder's den. They shall not hurt or destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. And the priests desired to answer him but could find no words, and all who listened were amazed at the teachings of Jesus. Then Joseph and Miriam came over to him and were overjoyed to embrace him, and Miriam said unto him, Son, why have you remained here without telling us? Behold, your father and I have searched for you for 3 days and have had much sorrow wondering what had become of you. And Jesus answered them, Why did you search for me other than here? Did you not know that I must be in the house dedicated to my parents and about my father's business? And they were confused by the words which he spoke to them, but Miriam remembered these things in her heart and knew that she must someday share them with others. The first night as they returned to Nazareth, while Joseph slept, an angel of God appeared to him in a dream and said, Joseph, your son has been called of God before the world was, you must make straight his path that he may fulfill that which God would have him do. Therefore upon your return to Nazareth, prepare him to journey to the community at Gimron and there to join Jochanan, the son of Zechariah and Elizabeth, and remain for 2 years that he may further increase in wisdom and stature and find favor with God and man. And being an upright and righteous man, who had seen wonders such as few men had seen, Joseph did not hesitate or doubt that which he dreamed, and, straightway upon their arrival in Nazareth, began to make ready for Jesus to depart, healing a broken heart. On the way to the community of Gimron, in company with his mother's brother, Abraham, Jesus encounters a man beating his donkey. After confronting Jesus in anger and being offered the light in return, the man prostrates himself before God and asks for forgiveness. 2 days before the arrival of Jesus, an angel appears to Jochanan in a vision and instructs him to prepare a place for Jesus. Then an angel also appears to the 3 chief priests to testify of the truthfulness of Jochanan's words. Great then is the welcome that Jesus receives when he arrives, which is highly unusual for someone of such a young age. Thus, it was that shortly after the families returned to Nazareth, Jesus journeyed along the river Jordan to the community at Gimron in the company of his mother's brother Abraham. Along the route, they came upon a man pulling a heavily laden donkey by a rope near a low watery spot next to the edge of the river, amidst a grove of date palms. As they made to pass, the donkey stopped and refused to move further, despite the man's forceful tugging on the rope about his head. Jesus and Abraham looked back behind them as they traveled by to see what would become of the man and donkey, when to Jesus' dismay, the man took his staff and began to beat the donkey about the head and body while cursing at him in a most foul way. Before Abraham realized his intent, Jesus ran back to the man to prevent the evil he would do. Already in his youth, Jesus was large for his age and strong because of his work in carpentry with his father. Thus, it was that when the man pulled back to take a mighty blow upon the donkey, Jesus took hold of the staff from behind him and pulled it suddenly from his grasp, leaving him to swing forward in emptiness, whereupon he fell upon his face. The man rose in a rage and went to strike Jesus a blow, but Jesus drove one end of the staff into the soft ground and, holding it upright before him, used it as a shield insomuch that the man's intended blow hit the staff, causing him great pain and agony. Whereupon he sat upon the ground, holding his injured hand and cursing all around him. Then came Abraham up to him, saying, "What is in your heart this day to attack a youth and recklessly utter such foul curses about?" And the man said, "'Tis an insolent boy who has caused me much pain by acting upon me when it was not his right, and I demand recompense for this offense." Now Abraham was of a mind to pay the man a coin and be about their journey and away from the trouble that was here, but Jesus stood before the man and said unto him, "We will pay you nothing. For it is you who have sinned this day by striking an innocent beast who serves you without reward. Verily, you are not even worthy to clean its stall." Then the man rose up to contend again with Jesus and Abraham, but Jesus took the staff and threw it upon the ground at the feet of the man and said unto him, "There is your weapon, strike me if you will, but you know in your heart whether it is good or evil that you would do, and if it be evil, then I say unto you that it would be better that you had lived in Sodom and Gomorrah at the day of devastation than you live today, for God does not smile upon the wicked, and their end is destruction." The forceful words of Jesus gave the man pause in his steps, and overcome by his troubles, he began to tremble and weep, and he fell to his knees and, through his tears, told unto them of his life of misery that they might understand the anger that was within him. Then Jesus came unto the man and put his hand upon his shoulder and said unto him with tenderness, "Many of us are poor and have vexing troubles that come upon us. Thus is life that we may grow and become better than we are. In all of your cares, have you prayed with a contrite heart to God that he might make you greater than your burdens? And the man answered, God abandoned me long ago, along with my wife and family and friends. Then Jesus stood in front of the man, put a hand on each of his shoulders, and looked into his eyes, and said unto him, Source will never abandon the children of light. It is because you have abandoned God that there is only darkness in your life. Repent of your sins, forsake the darkness you have been living, and call upon God in humility and passion to bring the celestine light unto you. If you turn away from the darkness and seek out the God of light, you will find him. And there is no burden too great to bear when Source is with you. The man whose name was Dryhus was mightily moved in his soul by the words and compassion of Jesus, and prostrated himself upon the ground. And with great humility, through tears of remorse and thankfulness, he did as Jesus bade, and called upon God to forgive him for his sins, and promised to make amends for his wrongs and to hereafter do only good. Afterward, he arose and kissed Jesus upon each of his cheeks, and went to his donkey and kissed it on each of its cheeks. Thereafter, they parted ways, and Abraham and Jesus continued on their journey to Gimron, and Abraham considered in amazement all that he had witnessed. Now Yochanan had been at Gimron some time prior to the arrival of Jesus, and had already come into favor with the elders because of his studious ways, good labor, and quick mind. 2 days before Jesus' arrival, an angel appeared to Yochanan in a vision and said, Behold, your kin Jesus does even now journey to Gimron. Prepare a place for him. Yochanan did as the angel directed, and arranged a sleeping area for Jesus next to his, and passed a message through the hierarchy to the elders concerning the arrival of Jesus, whom he assured them was blessed greatly of Source. Then an angel of God appeared in a vision to the 3 chief priests, and testified of the truthfulness of that which Yochanan had spoken. And the Spirit of God filled the hearts of the men and women of Gimron such that they knew that an unusual moment was arriving. Thus, it was that when Jesus arrived at Gimron, there was a crowd of people who greeted him as he entered the village in such a way not accustomed for a youth of his tender age. Before he departed to return alone to Nazareth, Abraham made a small donation of silver and a vessel of resins of pine to the community from the treasures that had been given by the Magi when Jesus was a babe, so that they might care for and teach both Jesus and Yochanan. From that day forth, Jesus and Yochanan began to spend every minute of almost every day with each other, continuing to forge the bond that united them in purpose and understanding to fulfill the desires of God. Discovery in the wilderness. Yochanan and Jesus begin to suspect the divine nature of Jesus's creation. When, on one of their outings, plants of all kinds spring up out of the barren ground in abundance wherever Jesus steps, Jesus falls out of favor with the elders and priests of Gimron when he affronts the established order by speaking out as a youth, which strengthens his resolve to fulfill his purpose on earth. And it came to pass that Jesus remained for 2 years at Gimron as the angel had bid Miriam. He grew strong in the wilderness and climbed often upon the steep peaks about the village to meditate and commune with God. Jesus and Yochanan studied diligently with the priests and people of Gimron, nevertheless they were not part of them, and this was acknowledged in the community in so much that when their daily spiritual and temporal duties were completed they were given freedom to do as they wished. And it came to pass that they spent much time together wandering in the wilderness about Gimron, praying and fasting and communing with God. Jesus and Yochanan spoke often of the sacred scrolls and the prophecies of old and of that which had happened in their lives. They knelt many times together in prayer upon the mountains and called upon God for wisdom. Through these efforts, they each began to understand who the other was and Source's plan for them in so much as was revealed to them at that time. It was during one of their wanderings in the wilderness that they discovered with certainty the divine nature of Jesus, for one day as they walked along a dry creek bed, Yochanan lamented the barrenness and spoke of how green it might appear after the spring rains. And Jesus said to Yochanan that he could also see its beauty in his mind, and as he thus spoke, thick clouds quickly formed like a column over the area, and in moments, they were laughing as rain fell in torrents in the late summer when there should be none. As Jesus continued to walk with Yochanan behind him, Yochanan beheld that plants of all description began to spring forth out of the ground in abundance, in a circle of green, expanding behind the feet of Jesus. And they stopped and looked around them in amazement, and Yochanan nodded his head with understanding, saying, "Surely, you are more than my kin Jesus, for by the Son of no man could these things occur." Thus, it was that Jesus and Yochanan first came to ponder upon the divine origin of Jesus, and they gave much thought to his purpose in life. But of these things, they spoke to no one, and Jesus said, "Perhaps it is so, Yochanan, but let us keep that within our own hearts, for I am still young and have much to learn and would not be presumptuous before God." When they were not in the wilderness about Gimron or working in the fields, they studied long hours with the priests at Gimron and learned from the sacred scrolls of the teachings of the prophets and of the history of the children of Israel in Egypt and even down into the present day, and how God had joined them in days past. And it came to pass that one day as Jesus and Yochanan sat silently at the rear of the brethren in meeting, as was proper for the youth, and they listened intently as the spiritual leader of the community spoke of the heresy of the current priests of Jerusalem and mourned the loss of the old ways of the Israelites of Egypt. Then Jesus forgot his place as a youth and a guest and posed a question, saying, "The paths of the Almighty are pure and simple. Therefore, what does it matter, the old ways or the new ways of the priests, when both are more concerned with unnecessary ritual than the foundations of salvation and the perfection of life?" At this proclamation, all the elders and priests were taken aback, both at the affront to the hierarchical order which the community strictly adhered to and at the very words Jesus had spoken. Rather than answer him in anger, the leader bade both Jesus and Yochanan to depart from the room, and thereafter, Jesus was not so favored, having greatly affronted the established order. But from that simple moment, he was changed, for he had again spoken the truth before the priests and the brethren, despite their disapproval, even as he had at the temple in Jerusalem, and felt not cowed by being in disagreement with men in high places, but strengthened because he spoke forthrightly for the source whom he loved. Thus did a fire come alive in his heart, and a restless longing began to stir in his soul, calling him to fulfill his purposes on earth. Miracle at Gimron. Jesus performs his first resurrection of the dead by bringing the head priest of Gimron, Tobiah, back to life after he was struck dead by a Roman soldier. Jesus explains the importance of love and faith. One day, when Jesus's time among the community of Gimron was drawing to a close, a party of 8 Roman soldiers came into the village demanding a tribute to Caesar from all inhabitants. Though the brethren were wroth with the Romans, they dared not show it and incur the wrath of armed soldiers. Therefore, the 3 priests that led the community approached the Romans, and the head priest Tobiah spoke to them, saying, "We are a poor village of humble means dedicated to preserving the straight paths of God. We have little, and what we have, we share in common. We therefore have no means to give Caesar individual tribute." In that instant, without a word, but on a signal from the officer, a soldier stuck Tobiah with a deep prick from his pilum. And the community was of great sorrow and desired to rush to the side of Tobiah as he lay dying, but the Romans forbid it until the tribute was brought forth. Everyone then made haste and soon gathered a small pile of valuables including a silver coin that Abraham had left for Jesus and Yochanan. The leader of the soldiers noticed the coin and made inquiry how it was that an isolated community had possession of a coin from Persia. But the priests disavowed knowledge of the origin of the coin, and the Romans departed after beating the remaining 2 priests of the community leadership. When the soldiers were beyond sight, the community rushed to the side of the stricken Tobiah, but they were too late for he had already breathed his last breath. They mourned loudly because of his death, and one of the priests began to issue instructions to prepare their friend for burial. When Jesus quietly walked among them, they noticed him not as he knelt down beside the body of Tobiah and, placing a hand upon his head, was heard by a few who were near to quietly say, "By the will of my Father." At that very moment, the eyes of Tobiah opened brightly and he sat up with a startled expression. And all the community marveled that he lived, and it was noticed by only a few, including Yochanan, that it was Jesus who had wrought this miracle, and to these, Jesus held his extended finger to his lips, making a sign that they should remain silent to what they had seen. There was a certain woman in the community named Rachel, the wife of Reuben, who had befriended Jesus and Yochanan and looked in upon them with motherly concern. Because of her closeness to them, she perceived they were favored of the Lord. She was among those who had witnessed Tobiah, who had been killed, return to life upon the touch of Jesus. One day before he departed, she came up to Jesus and whispered to him in private, "Tell me in truth, did you bring life back to the body of he who had died?" And Jesus answered, "I do nothing of my own, only by the will of our Father in heaven." Did he return from his sleep? But Rachel was of inquisitive mind and perceived there must be a deeper answer hidden still, and she asked, "By what power does God so work miracles in you?" And Jesus answered, "Upon the strength of love and faith was his life restored." Then Rachel replied, "By the power of whose love and whose faith? For was this not the same Tobiah who was among those who forbid you entrance to the lectures of the right leader? Did God so love him to return his life, or was his faith so great? Or did you whom he had chastised hold such great love for him?" And Jesus answered unto her, "Life is given by God and it is most precious, for it is in life that you fulfill your purpose on earth and create your eternity to come. If you would love God, love everything God has created with a pure love that sings in your soul, for all life has a grand purpose that connects to all other life. Love the birds in the air, the beasts upon the ground, and the fish in the sea. Remember, in their demeanor, they only reflect that which they see and can only give back to you that which they receive from you. Love the plants that grow in abundance, for they give great beauty to the world and vital sustenance to man. Even love your enemies and those who have wronged you, that the mirror of life will reflect back to you that which you have shown. Verily, hate merely continues upon an endless circling path that takes away the years of your life and gives nothing in return. Only reciprocated love and respect can break the cycle of destruction and build a bridge of light to tomorrow. And by this, may your enemies become your friends. And then, if you have love, add to it a faith without doubt, and your life will witness miracles and wonders, and that which you ask in love and righteousness, which serves the purposes of God, will ever be given to you by source. Verily, love and faith can prevail against all obstacles, even death, if it is the will of our Father and Mother in heaven." And Rachel bowed her head in awe and reverence, saying, "How can a young man do and know such things? Surely you are chosen of God." And Jesus bid her to keep those thoughts within her heart and to tell no one, for it was not yet time for him to be persecuted. A life renewed. Jesus leaves the community of Gimron with his uncle, Abraham. Staying at an inn for the night on their return, they happened to cross paths with the same man, Dryhus, whom they had encountered on the way to Gimron, but he is now a very different man. Dryhus introduces Jesus to his son, Teoma, who expresses his gratitude for the change Jesus wrought in his father's life, which has brought fulfillment and happiness back into his life and the lives of his family. And it came to pass that Abraham came to Gimron to return Jesus to his parents in Nazareth, and he again imparted a small portion of treasure of the Magi to the community that they might maintain Yochanan until such time as he was ready to leave. This despite the fact that Yochanan worked diligently in the fields to produce food and assisted in creating the perfume of Gimron, which the community used in trade. Now Abraham remained with Jesus and Yochanan for some days at Gimron that he could have a full account from the elders of Jesus's sojourn among them so that he could relate it to Joseph and Miriam and their kinsfolk in Nazareth. The three high priests of Gimron had mixed feelings about Jesus, and they were quick to add Yochanan as well. And Tobiah, the high priest whom Jesus had saved, said unto Abraham, "They are most peculiar boys. They both have good heads, and it would seem that Jesus forgets nothing. But in truth, they have been very trying on us, for they question everything, even the very correct answers to the questions they have asked. They speak when they should be silent, and when given permission to talk, they say a great many more words than are necessary. They are hard workers when we can get them to stay in the village and work, and they have always met the quotas of work and study we have assigned unto them, but not always in a timely manner, for they often disappear to explore the emptiness in the wilderness, we suppose to commune with the lizards, but in truth we know not what draws them to the barrenness." The priests said a great deal more, both favorable and critical of Jesus and Yochanan, and once they had concluded, Abraham gave them additional coins of silver that they might continue to keep Yochanan and train him in strictness, despite the disruptiveness of his spirit. When the time finally came for Jesus and Yochanan to part, it was almost more than either could bear, so great was their brotherly love one for another. And among all the people, only Yochanan knew that Jesus was chosen of God in a way beyond that which any man had ever been chosen. And as he embraced him one last time, he whispered into his ear, "When next we meet, I shall acknowledge you, my Lord." And Jesus answered, "And I shall acknowledge you, my brother, the prophet of Source." After saying goodbye to Yochanan, Jesus and Abraham began to make their journey back to Nazareth. As they traveled, Abraham told Jesus all that had occurred in Nazareth while he had been away. And Jesus related to him many of the wonders he had discovered and learned in Gimron. But of all that had been revealed by God to him and Yochanan, he said nothing. And it came to pass as they journeyed back to Nazareth that they passed through the forest of date palms along the river Jordan and stopped for a night in the town of Shiloh, for Abraham desired to see a merchant there, and for a roof, they retired to a humble inn. As they were taking their evening meal at a crude table, a merchant and his son, who was older than Jesus, came in and asked to sit beside them, as it was the only available place. Abraham readily agreed, but soon regretted his kindness when he realized the merchant was the very man with whom Jesus had painfully divisive words about the donkey when they had first traveled to Gimron. Seeing this, Abraham grabbed Jesus by the front of his tunic that he might pull him up and make quick haste to depart. But before Jesus could stand, the man named Dryhus leaped to his feet and, pointing at Jesus, exclaimed in a high voice, "It is you." Jesus looked upon him with great calm and Abraham with great apprehension, fearing the worst. But lifting Jesus to his feet, Dryhus gave him a warm embrace and, pointing to his son, said unto him, "Behold my son, Teoma, who was lost to me for many years because of my wickedness, but now is found because of my light, which blessing you caused me to know." Then turning to his son, he said, "This is the youth I have spoken about, in whom the Spirit of God flows like the faithful river Jordan." Teoma came over to Jesus and embraced him and said unto him, "Words can never tell of the gratitude my family has to you. My father never ceases to speak of the day upon the river when his life was worthless and you came and gave it value again. I do not understand how all this can be, but I know that before that day, because of the iniquities of my father, my mother and brothers and sisters were no better off than the rats of the refuse. Our father had abandoned us and left us with nothing, and so angered our relatives that we had but crumbs from their tables. When our days seemed numbered upon the land, we prayed as a family, my mother and brothers and sisters and I, to the Almighty God, such as we had never prayed before. We asked with the most contrite hearts for God to deliver us. 3 days later, our father returned home. But it was not the man that had left or the man anyone had ever known, but a new man filled with the Spirit of God and desiring only to do good with his life. From that day forth, our fortunes changed, and today my father is a respected merchant, and my mother and brothers and sisters have again a good roof over their heads and bellies that are full. I just thought you might like to know the good that came from that day." Jesus was greatly moved by the words of Teoma and again embraced both him and his father and said unto them, "The path of light is sweet, even as the path of darkness is bitter. Having known the dregs of bitterness and now tasted the cream of sweetness, let us give thanks for the mercies of God, who ever loves the repentant sinner and blesses those who live with virtue." And there in the little inn, in the town of Shiloh, they prayed together until their hearts were touched, one by another, and they were lifted up in their spirits and saw the celestine light of God about them and felt the Holy Spirit of source swelling in their hearts. Among the sparrows and the lion. Jesus admonishes 3 boys who killed some sparrows for food to look instead to the abundance of plants that they can use, so they need not take a life. He then brings the sparrows back to life. On another day, Jesus encounters a young male lion being chased by some hunters and beckons him to his side. As he is running his hands through his mane, the hunters come upon him and are amazed at what they see and are awed by what he says. Immediately upon his return to Nazareth, Jesus began to work again in carpentry with his father Joseph and his brothers, making plows and yokes and many other useful items. Nevertheless, his family knew he had a holy calling from God, though they knew not yet what it was, and he was given much free time to pursue the things he desired. Therefore, Jesus would wander off for days at a time and was often in solitary reflection and communion with God about the banks of Lake Gennesaret or in the hills around it, and he frequently journeyed to the coast of the great lake west of Nazareth. One day as he was walking across the land approaching Lake Gennesaret, he came across several snares that had been set for sparrows, and he beheld 3 boys gathered around a pile of dead birds they had captured. Jesus walked over to the boys and asked, "Why have you killed these gentle wonders of God, who were children, even as you are?" And the boys looked at one another in confusion as to why someone would ask such a silly question. And they replied, "It is for food that we have killed them." Then Jesus pointed to several plants growing around them and said, "You have no need to take the life of such loving creatures to sustain your own. Look here at this plant and this one and still another over here. Even as your heavenly parents have provided food for the birds, so do they provide it in abundance for you who are worth far more." So saying, he waved his hand over the dead sparrows, and they came again to life and flew off with a great noise. And the boys were frightened by what they had seen, and they ran home and told their parents, but none believed them and thought only that they made up a story to excuse that they had returned without meat. On another day, as Jesus was journeying to the shore of Lake Gennesaret, he heard much shouting ahead of him, and a young male lion suddenly bounded out of the brush from a steep hillside and stood before him with a great roar. And it came to pass that Jesus calmly knelt down and held his arms out wide with his palms forward and quietly beckoned to the lion, and it came to him and stood beside him. He was running his fingers gently through its short mane when several men with clubs and slings and javelins burst upon him. But they stopped suddenly in astonishment when they beheld him embracing the head of the lion which they were hunting. Then Jesus stood beside the lion and said unto them, Why do you seek to kill this creation of God, which has been given to have its life as much as you have yours? He means you no harm, but is only fierce as he seeks to preserve his life against your attacks. Verily, the lion is greater than you, for it hunts only to sustain its life, while you seek to kill it only to puff up your pride. I say unto you that it is because of the wanton slaughter upon its kindred by men that the lions teach their children to be an enemy to man to whom they would otherwise be friends. The prophet Isaiah has said, The day will come when the lion shall lay down with the lamb, but before that day, the hearts of men must change. Verily, if this be so, then why not begin today to change your hearts and let this creature go its way in peace? And there was much astonishment among the men, who had never before imagined such a thing as they now saw that a youth could stand in peace with a lion and command the most ferocious beasts of the desert to obey him and then speak to them as a most learned rabbi. And in confusion, they turned and fled. When they returned to their city, they told the priests everything which they had seen, and the priests inquired of the description of the boy and ascertained that it was Jesus bar Joseph, of whom they had already heard several strange reports. Then they determined to look more closely at him to see whether he was a threat or of God. A stranger from afar. In Jesus's 15th year, a man named Unish, who learned of Jesus from one of the Magi, came to visit him from the land known today as India. He stays at a nearby inn for 1 year and, during that time, imparts much wisdom to Jesus, as he is a very learned man. He teaches Jesus about the greeting, Namaste, which Jesus uses for the rest of his life. Jesus in turn teaches Unish the ways of truth and light so the rest of his days would ever be fruitful. When Jesus was in his 15th year, there came a traveler from the east to his parents' house and asked for Jesus by name. Now this man was dark-skinned and told them he had journeyed a great distance from the land of Bharat to speak with Jesus, and he brought gifts of fine spices to give to Miriam. He said, Many years ago, I spoke with a Magus who had paid tribute to Jesus when he was a babe. After several years to put my affairs in order, I have at last made the journey to see what had become of the child that was so proclaimed by the Magus. I wish to learn of him and perhaps have some knowledge I can impart unto him. Now Joseph and Miriam and all their children and kinsfolk were amazed at the appearance of this stranger, but Jesus said, My Father has told me of your coming, peace be upon you. And after hearing him speak thus for many years, almost everyone in Nazareth knew that he spoke not of Joseph, but of his Father in heaven. And the visitor from afar, whose name was Unish, was welcomed. He sought lodging at a nearby inn and remained in Nazareth for 1 year, meeting often with Jesus and his family. Unish and Jesus would speak late into the night by the light of the stars and the moon, and Unish learned more of Jesus than any man at the time, except Yochanan. Truly, it would fill a great book to write all that Jesus and Unish said to one another. Unish taught Jesus many things, for he was a very learned man. Often Jesus's brothers and parents and kinsfolk would gather in respectful silence to hear the deep discussions on many subjects Jesus and Anish would share. Whenever they would meet or depart, as was the custom of Anish, they would each place their 2 palms together with the 5 fingers of the left hand against the 5 fingers of the right hand and hold them close to their heart, and with a slight bow of the head, looking into the other says, proclaim, Namaste, which as Anish said means, the light of God that is in me honors the light of God that is in you. Concerning Namaste, Anish expounded, saying, in this word, which is both a greeting and parting, there are many truths. It speaks of one person and the Spirit of God within them. Respectfully acknowledging another person and the Spirit of God that dwells in them. In so saying this, we accept that everyone who is blessed with Namaste has within them light and truth and peace, even if they have lived in darkness and deceit and violence, for the light of God can never be extinguished, only forgotten. Furthermore, Namaste reminds us that though we may be of different skin colors and different cultures, we are one, and we are brothers, for we have the same divine light inside of us. To say Namaste in humility and love is to realize that there is a magnificent oneness that connects all creation. And Jesus said unto him, Verily, Anish, you have greater understanding of the ways of truth than the priests of Israel, for the light of God is a part of the heart and spirit of every person, ever guiding them with a still, small voice that they may know right from wrong, truth from falsehood, and light from darkness. And it came to pass that Jesus learned the history of Bharat and all the countries to the east. And Anish taught him many of the words of his native tongue and also of Persian. Anish also taught him of the religions of many other cultures and people, and said unto him, I am a student of truth, and I seek out truth wherever it may be, and if you so desire, I will impart to you some of the jewels I have discovered on my journey. Jesus smiled warmly and answered him, saying, with a glad heart and a willing mind, I will savor the words you have to say, and will show unto you the source of all of your jewels, in return. Thus, it was that Jesus and Anish shared many treasures with one another. And Jesus taught Anish of the source and of their light and of all their aspects, and showed him how many of the teachings of other religions and of all the jewels of truth he treasured were reflections of the pure teachings of the one true God. Anish expounded further on the foundations of religions, saying, some noble faiths teach that suffering and misery, birth, disease, old age, and death are inescapable realities of the journey of man. And Jesus replied unto him, believe in source and follow their precepts, and the pains of life will be less and death shall have no sting. Anish answered, it is said by some that all suffering is caused by lust, be it lust for things carnal or lust for riches or fame or any other thing, and by the ignorance of truth that creates such lust. Therefore, it is vital to seek knowledge and gain wisdom, that lust will have no power over you. Jesus replied saying, there are many men who have fallen to lust despite their great knowledge, for lust overcomes both the wise and the ignorant, and knowledge alone gives no protection. Only those who seek out the source and follow the purity of their ways will be able to conquer the fiery arrows of lust that pierce the shields of those who might otherwise do good. Verily, I say unto you, only the righteous shield of source never fails. Therefore, only when a man turns away from God can lust have power over him, regardless of how great his knowledge is in all other things. Anish replied, some say that only if you do away with the ignorance that creates lust can you do away with the lust and the suffering caused by lust and ignorance. Jesus responded, many a great man has fallen to lust in full knowledge of the evil he does, but incapable of stopping himself from doing it. Even as King David sinned in his lust for Bathsheba. And this must always be, for the carnal man is an enemy to God and to himself and to his family. This has ever been so since the beginning of time. Yet verily, lust cannot be done away with, for it is a part of the passion that is the whole of man. If you do away with passion, you destroy the passion for good, as well as the passion for evil. But if your eye is single to the glory of God and to the righteousness they ask of you, then your passion will be for good and for light, and the Spirit of source will be with you always, and evil and darkness shall have no power over you. Of his own, man can do nothing, for lust will always prevail. But lust does not always bring men unto destruction. God has given the ability to lust unto man that they might use it to find God, and when a man has been broken by the wages of lust, he can choose to abandon hope and be further degraded, or in all honesty and without excuse, he can turn to the celestine light of source and, in his unworthiness, ask for forgiveness and bring forth fruits worthy of repentance. Source so loves the repentant sinner that they will fortify them in the light. As they seek, so shall they find, and never again will they be a slave to the lust that had been their master, as long as they stay faithful and true to the light of God. Many were the things that Jesus and Anish discussed, and many were the people that wondered, saying, "How can this be the carpenter's son, for he speaks in ways that touch our hearts and draw us to our God?" When the priests heard of the meetings of Jesus and Anish, they were of a mind to go and hear their words. But Jesus, knowing the ensnaring and judgmental thoughts of some of them, warned Anish, and with much spirit and love, he departed from Jesus and his family and the kinsfolk of Yosef and Miriam and began the journey back to his country. But he did not leave as he had come, for when he arrived, he was a mere seeker of truth, finding jewels of light only after much fruitless time searching in the mud. When he departed, it was with source, the source of all truth, lighting his path that every precious moment of his life thereafter would be fruitful. Nor was Anish ever forgotten by Jesus, who thereafter greeted his kinsfolk with namaste, in remembrance of his friend Anish and of the light of truth that shone forth from that greeting, but among the children of Israel, he did not, for they would not honor what it meant. Breath of life. Jesus shares some of the wisdom that Anish imparted to him with his family, which are movements very similar to yoga. Below are the detailed instructions for the 3 exercises that make up the contemplative meditation movements. A few moons after Anish had departed from Nazareth, the family of Jesus began to be concerned because of his activities. Usually, it was accepted that his ways were different than others, and it was accustomed to leave him to do as he would without explanation, even though some of his actions were peculiar. But of late, he had been given to rise before daybreak and journey beyond the confines of Nazareth, not to return until about 1 hour after sunrise. This he had been doing ever since the departure of Anish, and finally one day upon his return, his mother Miriam asked him, "What great things are you doing early in the morning that have kept you away from home every day until after the sun has risen?" And Jesus said unto her, "There were many secrets Anish gave unto me, which seekers of truth from far-off places have used to commune with God in heaven and God in our soul. I have been practicing his teachings away from the eyes of others to prove them, be they true or false, and not to be noticed of men and thereby bring ridicule to my family." Then Miriam came and embraced her son and said unto him, "There is nothing that you could do that would cause shame upon our house, and many have been amazed at your life." Jesus returned the embrace of his mother with deep affection and said unto her, "You are kind, but I know that for every person who hears my words with an open heart and a discerning mind, there are many who laugh at my strangeness of words and actions." But Miriam did not allow such sentiments and said unto him, "Source is with you every moment of your life, and when God stands with you, of what significance are those who stand against you? I tell you in truth, you would honor me and your father Joseph and your brothers and sisters, if you would share at least with us, your closest family, some more of the things you have learned from Anish. So it was that upon the following morning, just as the sun was cresting the horizon, the family of Jesus, his mother and father and sisters and brothers, made their way together to the side of a small hill outside of Nazareth. And Jesus said unto them, just before he departed, Anish shared with me a ritual which he said was one of the most powerful ways for man to come closer to God and to discover the God within himself. It is a set of meditations involving the movement of the body and breath in harmony with the mind and heart. And this he called the contemplative meditation movements of the breath of life. This is not known among the children of Israel. Therefore, lest I be led astray, I first asked my Father and Mother in heaven to know whether that which Anish revealed was of light or darkness. The Holy Spirit of Source testified within my heart and mind that this teaching was in harmony with God. Then I heard the voice of my Father and felt the promptings of my Mother in my heart, which guided me to change that which Anish had given, that it would be even more pleasing unto them and of greater benefit unto man. I have done these movement meditations taught by Anish, as amplified by God for many days now, and proven their worth, for they have caused me to know myself more. So too have I come to feel my heart beat as one with the earth and all of nature, and come closer to my Father and Mother in heaven and to all men and women and children upon the earth. Therefore, I say unto you that which Anish has given and God has magnified is good, although it may seem strange to the children of men. As they seemed ready to learn, Jesus asked all of his family to remove their sandals so their feet stood upon the bare ground, and to hold their arms outstretched to their side to measure how far to stand apart from one another, then to relax, standing with their arms hanging comfortably at their side. And he said unto them, Anish asked that whenever possible, to do these movements and contemplation facing the sun as it rises each day, saying the new day's sun gives energy directly from God through the eyes and skin and into the heart of man. Thus have I found it to be, for when the day begins in contemplation with the warmth and light of the sun filling the body, the thoughts and actions of man are of peace and harmony and more called to the light of Source throughout the day. Then Jesus asked each of his family to stand comfortably, facing the rising sun with their palms together and their fingers pointing up, and to position their hands thus joined against their chest, near their heart, then to close their eyes and to slightly bow their head. And this he said was the prayer position. Next, Jesus said unto them, Take a deep comfortable breath through your nose and push it out slowly and deeply and thoroughly through your mouth. Throughout the contemplative meditations, breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, as deeply as you can in gentle comfort and as often as you need. Upon the next breaths, contemplate the Father, that is God, and the good and responsible energy of the male that is within you. Upon the next breaths, contemplate the Mother, that is God, and the good and nurturing energy of the female that is within you. Upon the next breaths, contemplate the Son, that is God, and the good and playful energy of the child that is within you. As you continue to thus breathe, consider how Source has made the heavens and the earth and you and all the people of the world upon it. Let your spirit feel the connection of the Creator running through you and through the earth and through the sun and all the heavens. Reach out with your spirit and feel the spirits of the people beside you. While in this contemplation and expansion of your spirit, and while continuing to breathe comfortably and deeply, raise your head to a level position and lift your hands in unison until your arms are outstretched above your head, with your open palms facing the rising sun. your fingers wide open, and your thumbs and forefingers touching, forming the triangle of the Trinity of Source. While in the same contemplation and expansion of your spirit, exhale slowly and deeply. Then with your arms and fingers raised up and outstretched and your open palms facing the sun, separate your hands and smoothly rotate your arms down in opposite directions, until your arms are outstretched at your waist level, with your palms still facing the sun. As your arms are descending, open your eyes for a long blink and gaze upon the fiery orb of the sun and contemplate the physical light of God, which shines forth upon the earth and gives life to all things. With closed eyes and movements close to the body, return your hands to the prayer position. All of this is called Welcome to Light. Repeat it 2 more times if you desire. And thus did Jesus and all of his family. Then Jesus showed them the second contemplative movement, which he called the bridge of light, in which they should feel the energy of earth and all living things upon it, flowing through them, and the power of God coming from the heavens through them, to benefit all the world. At the beginning of the bridge of light, Jesus asked his family to each say aloud the words he would tell them, if they felt them to be true in their hearts. And thus spoke Jesus, I covenant to keep the temple of my body pure inside and out, and to faithfully live the light of Source, that I might always be a worthy vessel to be a bridge between heaven and earth. Then Jesus said unto them, Stand now relaxed, with your arms low at your sides, your open palms facing the sun, and spread your feet in a comfortable way, about the distance of your shoulders. Take a deep breath and slowly raise your arms to shoulder height, fully extended to each side, with palms facing the sun and fingers spread apart. Hold this position as you slowly and thoroughly exhale. As you take in another deep breath, bring your outstretched arms in front of you until your extended fingers are again in the Trinity triangle, with palms facing the sun and the sun framed within the triangle. Then exhale a slow, thorough, and gentle breath. Hold that position and look through slightly parted eyelids at the sun. Breathe several calm and normal breaths through your nose and expand the boundaries of your spirit through earth and connect with all living things. Feel the wetness of the oceans and lakes and the coolness of the forests. Smell the salt in the air by the sea and fields of wild flowers. Feel the cold of the snow upon the mountain tops and the sand moving between your toes on a warm beach. Hear children laughing and the music of creeks flowing over rocks. Connect your spirit to earth and all that is upon it. Be one with earth and all life that is upon it. Now take a deep breath through your nose and, holding the Trinity triangle, thrust the triangle up toward the heavens and exhale. Then take a big breath and exhale slowly as you lower the triangle down toward the ground, bending over at the waist and with knees gently bent as far as necessary to touch your hands or at least your fingertips to the ground, holding the Trinity triangle. As the triangle descends from the apex to the ground, in your mind, call upon all the life force of the earth and all living things upon it to touch your hands and swirl within the triangle of the Trinity. Continuing to hold the Trinity triangle, take a deep breath and bring your hands up along your legs with palms facing your body, pulling your connections to all the life forces upon the earth up through your body. Your greatest point of incoming breath is near the area of your heart. At this spot, move your palms forward so they are facing the sun while still holding the Trinity triangle. Now quickly push your hands upward while forcefully and fully exhaling, ending with your hands in the Trinity triangle, facing upward toward the sky. Now lower your arms in front of you until you are again looking at the sun framed within the triangle. Hold this position and breathe normal easy breaths. Send your spirit forth to Source, bringing with it all of the spiritual connections you have made to all the life of the earth, and ask Source to bless all the earth with goodness and light. Then, with words in your mind and feelings in your heart, ask Source to use you as a worthy vessel. Feel the power of God swirling in your hands. Between the triangle of the Trinity, coursing up through your arms and swirling through your body, filling your heart and expanding your mind so much so that the light of Source is radiating from you. Repeat this contemplative meditation movement 2 more times if you desire, beginning at this position. As you move your hands back toward the earth with love and humility, send the power of Source whose spirit dwells within your heart, back through you, and into the earth and unto all living things upon it that for a moment in time they might feel the exquisite joy of the Celestine light of Source. After this last contemplation, there was much complaining from many of the family of Jesus, for the movements were awkward to them and not in the ways they were accustomed to move and hold their bodies. And Jesus said unto them, It was also difficult for me in the beginning, for so much was I caught up in the unfamiliar movements and breathing that I was not able to benefit as much in my spirit as I was after several more days of effort. When the movements and the breathing had become easy, each contemplative meditation movement can be done just once if it is easier for you, and you can still gain many good things. But take heed to not dismiss these things because of their difficulty on your first attempts or because of the strangeness from the teachings and traditions which you know. For I say unto you that they work greatly to balance your spirit and the powers of your body and mind. They help you to begin your day in harmony with God, in rhythm with the earth, and connected in peace and oneness to all life. These contemplations are good for the soul and of benefit to man during all of his day. Then Jesus showed them the third contemplative movement, which he called, the wind of love. And he said unto them, The ills of the world, wars, plagues, famines, pestilences, disease, and all other things, that haunt man and make his sojourn on earth a trial come to man because of his lack of love. Because a man does not love God, he does not have the Spirit of God to inspire him to do good or the Celestine light of Source to guide him and help him in his life. Therefore, he inherits the opposite of the light, which is darkness. Because a man does not love his neighbors, he covets their life and possessions and thinks of ways to deprive them of that which they have, which brings jealousy, adultery, dishonesty, murder, war, and plundering. Because a man does not love himself, he does not keep the temple of his body pure and clean on the inside and the outside or give his best effort at his labors or in relationships with his family and the children of men. And this brings many plagues upon man, diseases, pestilences, famines and other hardships, and an early end to a life that could have been much longer and fuller and given to greater joy. Therefore, it is the purpose of this contemplative meditation movement to reach out your spirit to all living things and to send your love and thanksgiving to them with the essence of your spirit. Whereas before everyone moved in unison, during most of the wind of love, each will move as their spirit guides them, which may be different every time you do the contemplation. Because each person's spirit and the way it communes with others is unique to them and to that moment in time. Remaining within the space where you are standing, close your eyes and stand comfortably with your arms held loosely at your side, with your palms facing the sun. Now breathing as you desire, begin to move any part of your body as little or as much as you desire, in ways that your spirit calls upon you to commune with the energy of all living things. Begin by reaching out with your mind and your heart to send the essence of your spirit to touch the essence of the spirit of the person next to you and then the person beyond them and then beyond them. Touch no one with your body, but touch everyone with your spirit. Nor should you make any sounds other than the quiet sounds of your movements and your breathing. Take all thoughts of worldly things from your mind and think only of the unconditional love that the nobility of your spirit is giving to the nobility of the spirit of the person next to you, with thankfulness for the good things they bring to your life. Then do likewise with the person beyond them and then all of the people in this town and then in this land and then in the lands beyond, even to lands you have never known and people you cannot even imagine. Now think of the animals that are kept by man and known to you, being in or near your home, and send them your spirit of unconditional love and thanksgiving for the good things they bring to your life. Then expand your spirit to touch all of the animals kept by man in this land and then to all those in nearby lands and then to all in the world. Return again to the spot where you move as your spirit directs and think of all of the wild animals that dwell here. Send your love to them for the grace and beauty they bring to man and balance to the earth and for the many lessons they teach. Now send your love beyond this land to all the lands of the earth and to all the wild beasts that roam those lands, even those you know not and cannot imagine. Return again to the spot where you move with a free spirit upon the earth, sending out your essence of love and receiving love from all who send it to you. Now send your spirit of love into the seas and the fishes, many which give their lives to feed the multitudes. Swim with them in your mind and spirit and be one with them. Return again to the spot where you move freely. Now send your spirit of love out to the birds in the sky, fly with them and see the world from above through their eyes, and feel the lightness of your spirit as you move effortlessly through the air. Return again to the spot where you move in harmony with your spirit. Now send your essence of love and thanksgiving to all men and women and children upon the earth, for they are your brothers and sisters, though they know it not. Return again to the spot where you move in joy and send love and thanksgiving unto every plant and tree and crop that nourishes both man and beast, gives beauty to the eye, shelter from the storm, and warmth on nights of cold. Now stand as one, facing the sun with arms outstretched from your sides, and hands intertwined in the hands of those beside you. Breathe in and push out deeply for 3 breaths as you sense and feel and see in your mind the essences of your souls united, radiating out from every part of your body and spreading across this spot, across this town, across this land, and across the world with the marvelous light of love. After 3 breaths, return to the prayer position, take one more deep breath and push it out, then open your eyes and turn to the people around you and greet them with Namaste. Jesus continued to do the contemplative meditation movements most of the days of his life as the sun crested the horizon each morning. But even among his family, most were not inclined to continue that which he taught that day, nor among many who later came to follow him, for he did not teach it as a commandment of God. But in the days to come, there were those who heeded that which he showed, and the secret of the contemplative meditation movements went forth into the world. Sage of Jerusalem. In Jesus' 16th year, an angel appears in a dream to an elderly, crippled priest by the name of Ezra. He is told that he needs to teach Jesus the intricacies of the law of Moses and the ways of Israel. When he arrives at Nazareth, Jesus heals him of his infirmity. Although Ezra is a very good teacher, there is not much that Jesus does not already know of the law, so Ezra has fun coming up with precarious situations related to the law and moral values to see how Jesus will resolve them. In Jesus' 16th year, there was an elderly priest by the name of Ezra, who being widowed and greatly crippled of arthritis had retired to the south of Lake Gennesaret, at Philateria, to live out his years. One night as he slept, an angel of God appeared to him in a dream and said, "Ezra, Ezra, you have a great work yet to do before you take the last sleep. Journey to Nazareth and there find the house of Joseph, the carpenter whose firstborn son is Jesus, the anointed one of Israel and of all the world. Teach him the law of Moses and the ways of Israel, as taught by all the prophets and traditions, and give him difficult tests that his mind might become quick, and great shall be your reward in the world to come. Upon the sunrise, Ezra made the journey to Nazareth and in 3 days' time came to the house of Joseph and Miriam and related all that the angel had told him. When Jesus, who had been away, returned to his parents' home, Ezra marveled at his countenance and said, "Surely this is the Anointed One, for the light of God shines from his very face." And Joseph related all that Ezra had told unto them, and Jesus said unto Ezra, "You are a chosen priest of God, that in your old age and frailness, you would nevertheless heed the call of God." Then Jesus touched his hand and said, "Verily, I say unto you, Ezra of Amasa, God loves you for the good man that you are, and as you love God, may the ease of your youth be restored to your joints." And immediately Ezra's affliction left him and he stood amazed looking at Jesus. And Jesus bade him speak to no one of that which he had done or that which he knew of him, and he said unto him, "It is by your own faith and because of your exceeding love for God that your infirmness has departed. I merely opened the door to the light of your soul that God could touch it with his love." And it came to pass that Ezra remained in Nazareth for long periods to teach Jesus of the law and traditions, but found there was little he did not already know. From time to time, Ezra would return to his home on Lake Gennesaret, and at times, Jesus would visit him there. It became the delight of Ezra to design precarious situations of the law and moral values to see how Jesus would resolve them. And he told him to speak his heart and not to be constrained by what others might say or think of his words. One of many such challenges was as this: Ezra said unto Jesus, "King David lusted after Bathsheba, the wife of his faithful soldier Uriah the Hittite, and arranged his death to have her. Then came Nathan, the prophet of God, unto King David with God's condemnation and judgment. And King David abashed himself for his wickedness and came unto a sorrowful repentance. From that day forth, he loved God greatly and brought forth good fruits. Bathsheba later bore him a son named Solomon, who became the king all Israel still praises. What then was the greater sin? That King David lay with Bathsheba or caused Uriah the Hittite to be killed? And lest you say that death is the greater sin, remember that Uriah was a foreigner, and because of his death, David became a better man than he was, and a son was born that became a great king for the benefit of all Israel. Jesus did not hesitate to answer and said unto him, To take a life unnecessarily is to damn the progression of the soul from the good it came into mortal life to obtain. David is counted as great among the kings of Israel as is Solomon, but verily, I say unto you, the deeds he did these days will forever lessen the good he otherwise did, and his throne in eternity shall be taken away and given to another. Think not that Solomon needed to be birthed from Bathsheba, for David had many wives and God could have given Solomon unto any of them. Therefore, David first sinned by lying with Bathsheba. But this was a lesser sin, for with repentance, the consequences would not stop the progression of the soul, though they may still carry the judgments of men. But David then conspired to have a loyal and faithful guardian killed in battle that he might take his wife, and then sought to hide the truth, but he could not hide it from God. Therefore, I say unto you, some sins are greater than others. When you consider the depths of the evil, ponder upon the eternal consequences of the foul deeds that are done. For every sin, there must be remorse and a sincere repentance if the light of God is to burn once more in the heart of the sinner, for God cannot shine in an unclean tabernacle. And for those sins which hurt or take from another, there must be an open confession and sincere restitution. But for some sins, such as murder, there can never be full restitution, for how can a man restore the experiences and joys that will now never be? Therefore, as much good as David then did all of his life, it could never balance the evil that was done. As much as God loved David for his goodness, mercy could not rob justice, for in this case, David took that which could not be repaid in his life. In so doing, he took from himself some of the eternal reward he would have otherwise earned. There are those among the children of Israel who would say that it was not murder David did that day because Uriah was a foreigner to whom the laws given by God to the children of Israel did not apply, and that David did not commit the act, but merely put the man in harm's way and left it to God to spare him or take him. But I say unto you, all people are God's children. All stand before him in equality, and that which God has said, he has said unto all the world. An evil against any child of God is a sin against God. Nor think that merely because the account is written in sacred texts that it is from God, for kings and priests have ever inscribed words of their desire to justify their own deeds. And God suffers it to be so that the righteous man might seek out the light of source in prayer to know the truth. Verily, the true light of God is to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In this is the fullness of the Spirit of truth, and any teaching of a different spirit cannot be of source when it concerns someone who has done you no grievous wrong. And Ezra was amazed at the depth of understanding Jesus had, blasphemous though it would be deemed by most, and therefore posed unto him another question, saying, What then is murder? And what of killing to sustain your life against an enemy? And Jesus said unto him, Source created all life. Therefore all life is sacred unto God. Source made the earth a garden of abundance for man and gave man dominion over all things upon the earth to use as he needed to help him in his labors and for sustenance as long as he honored life. Source, who created all, said that it was good and, in so saying, charged man to be a good steward over that which was given unto him. And a good steward does not take life without necessity. When man kills man, God can never condone it, save it be in direct defense of family and friends, and then only when there was no other way to preserve the life of the innocent. Therefore, woe unto the man that becomes a soldier whose army journeys to another land and kills a people that have not attacked his homeland, even as the Romans have done in the land of Palestine and the Israelites have done before them. A soldier such as this is not justified in the eyes of God. God does not condemn him as severely as he would a murderer who wantonly kills for his own desires, for the soldier was compelled because of his duty, but neither does source spare him from justice. And it would be better for a soldier to lay down his weapons and suffer the consequences with his commanders than to attack and kill people in another land that have not first come into his country with murder and mayhem. But if a man kills a man or an animal that has attacked his land or his family and poses mortal threat to them, he is justified in the eyes of God. Yet the sacred texts are full of the accountings of God commanding the children of Israel to conquer and kill the people of the lands they invade, even unto all of the women and children. And I say unto you that you may know with great surety that these are the writings of men trying to cloak their wickedness in the name of God. For never would my Father in heaven command for the innocent to be slain. Again, I give you this test that you may know the truth, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This is the foundation of all the laws and the will of God. And Ezra never ceased to marvel that such wisdom and understanding of God could come from one so young. And Jesus continued to be tested for 2 years by Ezra in the evenings after his work with his father Joseph and brothers and during the times when he was not away on his own journeys. And because of the good teaching of Ezra, Jesus became exceedingly learned in reading and writing Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. So quick was his mind that in 2 such years, he held all of the knowledge that Ezra had gained in his entire life as a priest. And all the moral sayings of Jesus given in answer to the challenges of Ezra and from the time of his youth in Nazareth, and many of his conversations with Unish are recorded in the book of Yaakov, his brother, written to the children of light in Jerusalem. Celebrate the life. In Jesus' 17th year, his father Joseph dies. Jesus explains that mortal death is merely passing over to another land, and for those you love, there is no separation because they are still with you, for love is eternal, and you will be reunited. Therefore, we should not mourn, but celebrate the lives of those we love when they pass on. In Jesus' 17th year, his father Joseph died. Many of his family called upon Jesus to bring his father back from the dead, as it was rumored he had done with a priest at Gimron, but Jesus said, "My Father in heaven has called him to his glory, and though I miss him and feel the sorrow of my mother Miriam, it is not for me to call him back, for his time in this world is done. He has been a good and faithful servant and has fulfilled his calling. He goes now to the place of celestine light and glory to await his friends and family and prepare a place for them. Therefore, do not feel a deep emptiness, for nothing is lost. He who you love has merely traveled to another land, apart from you only for a time. But his essence is still here with you each day and will remain with you as long as you desire it to be so. For that long will he continue to watch over you, to give you comfort, and to whisper his wisdom to you in your dreams. I say unto you, have not sorrow but joy, for all those who live righteously shall be with him again in a marvelous wonder, from everlasting to everlasting. Verily, mortal death is merely a small step on your eternal journey of life. While you tarry in life, never forget those who have passed beyond the veil, for they are with you still. Remember them in your prayers each day, for they are not dead, they live. And in their prayers, they remember you. Therefore mourn not, for the righteous are only parted in body for a breath of eternity, and in the spirit in your heart, not at all. I say unto you, rejoice, make glad music and dance, celebrate the life of the one we love. Marriage of Jesus and Miriam. Jesus marries Miriam of Magdala shortly after his 18th birthday, in the town of Cana of Galilee, at the house of his father's brother, Ethan, which is witnessed by many respected friends and family. As was the custom, shortly after Jesus passed his 18th birthday he was married to Miriam of Magdala, a virgin of the tribe of Judah to whom he had been engaged for 2 years, having met her during a visit to Jerusalem for the Passover feast 3 years previous. She came from a wealthy family of good report from the city of Bethany, but due to one of her father's interests as a procurer of fish, they maintained a villa in Magdala near Lake Gennesaret, just beyond the baths at Tiberias, where she spent much of her life with her family. Jesus had occasion to visit her 4 times during their engagement, and she visited him in the company of her parents on 2 occasions in Nazareth. They were engaged in their hearts the very first day they saw each other near the temple, and from the first moments they exhibited a great affection for one another that was not customary among men and women. In the beginning her parents were not in favor of the marriage, considering that Jesus was only a poor carpenter from the destitute town of Nazareth. Nevertheless, to appease the anger of their eldest daughter, who was very headstrong, they agreed to allow Jesus to visit at their home and reluctantly traveled to Nazareth with Miriam to visit Jesus's family. When they visited Nazareth and heard with their ears his teachings and saw with their eyes the reverence in which he was held by his kinsfolk and friends, they understood that God was with him, and thereafter they approved of the marriage and willingly betrothed their daughter to Jesus, a man they knew was called of God to a high and holy calling. Now the marriage of Jesus and Miriam occurred on the 4th day of the week, in the town of Cana of Galilee, at the house of Ethan, a brother of Joseph who assumed the responsibilities of the groom's father. Miriam's extended family and many friends journeyed up from Bethany and from Magdala and Tiberias, and Jesus's mother Miriam as well as his brothers and sisters and many kinsfolk and friends of childhood attended from Nazareth. The families of Jesus and Miriam were both well respected in the region. And upon the evening a large processional of townsfolk and kinsfolk and friends of both families proceeded through the town to escort the bride and groom to the marriage ceremony with many candles and torches, accompanied with much singing, dancing, and joy. Miriam's father and mother walked with her to the groom's tent, and exceeding was the joy which shone from their faces. And Miriam was covered from head to foot in a flowing veil, woven by her with golden threads, and she wore great amounts of flowers in strings about her neck. When Miriam was given to Jesus and wed to him beneath the canopy, he gave her a gold coin to represent his commitment to her and said unto her, Miriam, my heart sings and my spirit rejoices, for you are my eternal companion with whom I will create. And Miriam replied to Jesus, looking steadfastly into his eyes, I will never leave you, my Lord. Your light will always guide my paths. And with you I will create. As the sacrament was concluded there was a rumble in the heavens and the very earth shook from its power, and many bowed their heads or knelt to the ground in reverence or fear, but Jesus and Miriam remained standing, holding each other's hands and looking into each other's eyes, and it would seem to be that they were unaware of the commotion about them. As the people rose to their feet, Jesus and Miriam turned to them, and Jesus said unto them, On earth as in the heavens, man is not without woman, nor woman without man in the light of source. And of this, I bear witness to my friends and family and all the world that upon this day we have fulfilled the desires of source and of our hearts, and upon that fulfillment have the windows of heaven been opened, for we now see the greater blessings that await the man and woman united in love and in God. Verily, with our eyes now open, we see the wonder before us, so marvelous it is that we had not even imagined. Wedding Feast at Cana. The wedding feast of Jesus and Miriam, which lasts for 7 days, as was customary, is held at the home of Ethan, the brother of Jesus's father, Joseph, in the town of Cana of Galilee. Because so many people attend, on the 3rd day of the feast, the wine runs out. Lest Ethan be disgraced as a bad host for running out of wine, Jesus's mother, Miriam, asks Jesus if he could ask a small favor of God that some more wine may be found. In response, Jesus turns 6 stone jars of water, each containing 20 to 30 gallons, into the purest of wines. Following the wedding, Jesus's uncle Ethan gave a great feast in honor of bride and groom that lasted for 7 days and was attended by many friends and relatives from both families. Ethan bore the cost of much of the feast, but Jesus's mother also gave Ethan 1 gold coin of the Magi. And unto Jesus and Miriam, she gave all the remaining gifts of the Magi as a wedding present. All the years since the visit of the Magi, she and Joseph had hidden most of the treasure and lived a humble life so that Jesus might be given the gifts when he wed and have the freedom to devote his time to God without neglect to his family. On the 3rd day of the feast, because of the great multitude that attended, the wine ran out, and the servants prepared to go to the wine merchants to obtain more. But Ethan was distressed at the time it would take to fetch more wine and felt disgraced lest his guests should know that he had run out of wine. Therefore, Jesus's mother bid him to assist Ethan that he would not be disgraced. Jesus was in happy conversation with his friends and did not understand the depth of his mother's request and said unto her, O mother, what has this to do with you? or me, for we are not the hosts but the guests, and what would you have me do that cannot be done by those whose charge it is, for is not my time due elsewhere?" Then Jesus sensed his mother's sorrow and felt contrite for his words and embraced her and said, "Whatsoever you would have me do, I will do." And Miriam implored him, "It is now that we must have wine, for the cups of the guests are dry. Can you not ask a small favor of God that some wine may be quickly found until more can be obtained from the merchants?" Jesus then clasped his hands by his heart, and after gazing up into heaven, he looked upon Miriam and said unto her, "As you wish, Mother Miriam. Please ask the servants to bring some water." And his mother said to the servants, "Whatever Jesus bids you, do in haste." Now 6 stone jars were standing nearby for the rites of purification, each filled with 20 to 30 gallons of water. The servants brought Jesus to them, and he touched each for but a moment. Then reaching his finger into one, he then brought it to his lips and said to them, "Why go to the wine procurers? This is not water, but wine of the finest grape. Draw some out, and take it to Ethan." And in bewilderment, they took it. When Ethan tasted it, he was amazed, for it was the purest wine of the grape and delicious to the taste, and he asked his servants from whence it came. The servants too were astounded, and they pointed to Jesus, saying, "We filled the jugs earlier to the brims with water, but when we drew from the jugs to give you a drink as he directed, behold, the water had become wine." But Ethan knew that with Jesus, great miracles were possible, and he called to Jesus and gave him exceeding thanks, saying, "God has saved me disgrace by this wonder and has brought honor to my house, for this is exceedingly fine wine. It is delicious yet pure, without affliction to the mind." Because of this, instead of only serving the best wine first as is the custom, we have the best wine to serve both first and last, and great shall be the memory of your wedding in the hearts of men. And Jesus bade Ethan and the servants and his friends who were present that they tell no one of the miracle which they had witnessed, for it was not yet his time to be known in the world. Family joys in Nazareth. Jesus and Miriam live 4 peaceful years in Nazareth. During this time, Miriam gives birth to 2 children, first to a son they name Uriel and then to a daughter they name Dara. Jesus becomes very adept working with all manners of wood and Miriam with the spinning of fabrics. Together, they plant a wondrous garden where they grow a great variety and abundance of fruits and vegetables that they sell. Once Jesus's brother Yaakov is engaged to be married, his obligation as the eldest son to provide for the family is fulfilled, and Jesus and Miriam prepare to leave with their children for Egypt. As he was the eldest son, Jesus determined to remain in Nazareth working with his brothers as a carpenter until such time as his brother Yaakov had married and could take up the responsibilities of overseeing the affairs of the family with their younger brothers, Joseph, Simon, and Judas. So it was that Jesus and Miriam remained in Nazareth for 4 years, and Miriam gave birth to a son, Uriel, for he was born in the summer sun and the light of God shined on him from the heavens, and to a daughter, Dara, for she showed the wisdom of God, who balanced the spirit of the son with the spirit of a daughter. And Jesus and Miriam were content. They lived with their children as the other humble families in Nazareth did, playing with them, laughing with them, and delighting in their every new expression and accomplishment. Jesus became an expert carpenter, adept in all manner of woodwork, from fashioning plows and yokes to carving chairs and boxes. And Miriam visited the elderly master weaver of Nazareth often and became adept in the spinning and weaving of fabrics. Together, they grew a great variety and abundance of fruits and vegetables, which they sold. And the greenness and vitality of their garden was a wonder known beyond the boundaries of Nazareth. Visitors from distant places continued to journey to Nazareth to speak with Jesus, and friends and kinsfolk in the town continued to gather on starlit evenings to hear Jesus speak with the visitors. And it came to pass that several learned Greeks visited, prompted by inexplicable urgings, and they marveled at how quickly Jesus was a master of their language and writing. It was from this time forth that some began to call him by the name which the Greeks did, Isis of Nazareth. Jesus continually bade his visitors not to speak of him in Galilee or Judea, and his friends and family knew this already. Now many of the teachings that were spoken by Jesus after he was married and lived in Nazareth during this time are written in the book of his brother Shimon. Jesus did not do many miracles during this time, for many in Nazareth had not the faith to manifest a miracle, for they knew Jesus too casually from his childhood and could not see him in his glory. During their years in Nazareth, Jesus drew very close to Miriam, his wife, such that they were often together, and in ways not accustomed to the people of Nazareth or Israel, she sat in councils with him, and he honored her. She spoke only as men were accustomed to speaking. And she did not wear a veil in public. And for this, some murmured against Jesus, even some of his friends, saying, "He is breaking the law to allow his wife such privilege as is given only to men, and to allow her to go forth without a veil and a cloak." Then some who were upset with him spoke to the priests of the area concerning this matter, and the priests were wroth at the privileges Jesus gave to Miriam and began to plot against him. And it came to pass that at the beginning of the 5th year of Jesus and Miriam's life in Nazareth, his brother Yaakov was wed to Susanna, and thus was fulfilled that which Jesus had waited for. By early spring, Jesus and Miriam and their children made ready to depart from his family and kinsfolk and friends to journey to the land of Egypt. Sermon in Nazareth. On the last day before Jesus and Miriam leave for Egypt with their children, at the request of his family and the people of Nazareth, Jesus imparts some words of wisdom to help expand and uplift all those who hear him speak. On Jesus's last day in Nazareth, before he and Miriam began their journey to Bethany, his family and kinsfolk and the people of Nazareth, realizing that Jesus was leaving perhaps never to return, asked him to give them some words of wisdom before he departed. Even those that had always looked down upon him as strange and peculiar asked him to speak, for they knew despite their disdain that he held knowledge few men had. Thus, it was that nearly all the people of Nazareth came to the little hill outside of town where Jesus had taught his family the contemplative meditation movements. And they sat upon the gentle slope and gazed upward at Jesus standing atop the rise, that all might see and hear his voice. And Jesus said unto them, "Hear the thanks of my heart to you, my family and friends, and neighbors of Nazareth. It is here among you that I have been sheltered and nurtured and learned much of life and truth. Wherever I go in the days to come, you will always be with me in my heart, and God will always look with favor upon you for the kindnesses you have given unto me and my wife and my children. I know not where to begin, therefore let one of you stand and ask of me the questions of your mind and the troubles of your heart, and from that, I will give unto you a fullness of my knowledge, as God has given me the substance for which was asked." Then, to the surprise of many, before a man could stand, Shavna, the widow, stood and quickly said to him, "I have been a widow for 3 years. My only son was crucified by the Romans the year before last, and my parents are dead. I still have 3 children in the tiny hovel of my home, and barely exist upon baskets that I make for a merchant, and the little that my brother, who is here with me and himself infirmed, can give me. According to the law, I must be double veiled and cloaked to be outside, so that even now I can scarcely see you or breathe. Why is life so hard, and especially why does God allow women to be treated barely above the animals? Even to Speak to you as I now am shall bring condemnation upon me. Jesus was very moved by her words and said unto all the multitude, Hear me, O children of Israel. This woman's words cause anguish to my soul. And he asked for Miriam, his wife, to come and stand with him on the hill. And she alone, among all the women of Nazareth, was not cloaked or veiled. And Jesus said unto the multitude, This is Miriam, my beloved wife, and you see the fairness of her face as fully as I do. And it is I that have asked her not to hide the beauty of the face God has given. For what God has given is not for man to take away. She is not a harlot, but a most virtuous and pleasing daughter of God, a delight to sore seen her every word and deed. Verily, the wicked lusts of men are not her sin but theirs, for she does not look to them or entice them, and any who lusts upon her shall be held accountable for every impure thought on the judgment day. And more, she sits beside me at councils, and in all things do I consider her opinion, and many have been the wise words she has given unto me. I say unto you that it is man that is too often the abomination unto God, and women in their virtue who God favors, for it is man that makes war, and man that enslaves, and man that rapes, and man that despoils, and man that murders, and man that does all manner of evil in the world. But of all the sins men do, the trampling of women underfoot, even their very wives and daughters, is among the most loathsome sins unto God. If Miriam was to stand here naked before you and innocent of all offense or outward temptation, whose sin would it be? Verily, it could not be her sin, for she was merely being as God had made her. But it would be the sin of every man who lusted upon her, and the sin of every man or woman who judged her in her nakedness. Therefore, I say unto you, ask not women to cloak and veil themselves, if it is not their desire, for the crown of their temple is their eyes and their face and their hair, which is beautiful as God has made, and to see this wonder in purity and respect is to honor the Maker. Ask instead to have control over the evil inside of you, to not imagine perverted thoughts of the temple God has built. For I say unto you that on the day of judgment, man shall be weighed in the balance by every impure thought as well as act. And to the men, I say again, seek not to be masters over your women, especially not to the point of servitude and degradation, but seek rather to be master of the carnal man within you, who lusts after the virtuous and sins against the righteous. And to the women I say, fear not to show your face, for it is a glory of God, but be modest in your dress, and look not at men to entice, nor to allure them by sensual speaking, for then the fault is yours for the evil you stir in the hearts of men. And then it is both you and the man that shall be accountable on the day of judgment. Let all remember, as Solomon has said, he that conquers himself is greater than he that takes a city. Therefore, I say unto you, be masters of yourselves. There once was a hermit who was so afraid to sin that he left his family and built a one-room house without windows outside of the city walls, so that he would not see anything that would tempt him to sin. He never came out except once each week, clothed in a robe with a deep cowl, to go to a market on the outskirts of the city to sell the trinkets he made and buy a little food. And so he passed his life until the day when he was an old man, and a great storm came from the desert, and knocked down his little house and blew away his possessions, and left him standing in the brightness of the sun with only the clothes on his back. The man was forced to go into the city to seek food and shelter, and he passed much devastation, for many had been afflicted by the storm. Then came a well-dressed man through the streets with many people following him, and spying the hermit, he asked him to come with him and told him that he would give him shelter and food. So the hermit went with the man. As they passed through the streets, the well-dressed man called others who had misfortune to him, promising shelter and food. And many people followed the man as he climbed a hill at the center of the city, until at last they came upon a large white house at the top where lived their benefactor, the richest merchant in all the city. He brought the people into his home and gave of them everything he had, all of his food, all of his fine clothes, and the space anywhere in his house. They desired to walk or to make a bed. And despite his fears, the hermit found he had no coveting thoughts, but only gratitude. And the hermit found that though he was looking at the men and women, some with their garments in great disarray, that despite his fears, he was finding no wicked or lustful thoughts toward them, but only sympathy for sharing the same misfortune as he. Then the hermit walked onto a balcony, overlooking the azure blue sea, a sight he had not looked upon since his youth, and despite his fears, he had no thoughts to irresponsibly sail away with the first ship, but instead was content to remain where he was and instead gave thought to how that which had been destroyed might be rebuilt. As he viewed the city below him and all of the grand buildings of stone which he had never seen, he wondered what they could be. And despite his fears of the past, he did not feel compelled to do evil simply because he knew there would be evil somewhere in the city below. The following day, with a belly full of good food and a fine new robe from his benefactor, the hermit walked down into the city to explore all he had never seen. Throughout the day, he was like unto a little child, overjoyed with each new surprise, but innocent in his wonder, and never once tempted to sin though there were temptations at every turn. As the night began to fall, he returned to the house of the rich man where a great meal had been prepared for all of the guests. Even though everyone had just experienced devastation from the storm, all was forgotten in the comforts and good company of the rich man's house. The following day, the rich man came to all of his guests and asked them where they had lived and what type of house they had lived in. He told them he was going to rebuild their houses, every one, even if he needed to sell his grand house to afford his gift to those in need, for as God had blessed him, he had covenanted to bless others. When he came to ask the hermit what type of house he had lived in so that he might plan for rebuilding it, the hermit was ashamed to tell him and therefore just told him it was a small house on the outside of the city, but did not tell him it had been built without windows. That night as he lay in a comfortable place, he was not comfortable inside his skin and could not sleep, for he was tormented by the realization that he had seen so many men and so many women and so many wonders of the city and never once had he sinned or been tempted to sin. He thought of the rich man who was giving all that he had to help those in need and realized that in his life, he had only thought to help himself, and even in that, he had only given himself to emptiness. And he wept in the memory of all the years of his life he had lost and the relationships he had spurned and, unlike the rich man, all the good he had never done for his family and fellow man. All of his isolation would have been worth it, he reasoned, if it had been the only way to keep him from sin, as he had supposed. But in now seeing everything he had seen and not having been tempted to sin, he came to understand that his sins of youth were not because of other people or the simple life of the city, but because of his own weaknesses of the flesh and spirit. Now he understood that his weaknesses could be overcome by changing his thoughts, for as his thoughts became pure and full of kindness and charity, so too did his actions. And what was weak had become strong. Upon the morning, he went to the rich man and told him he had once been a builder and asked if he could now be a servant in his house that he might help him in helping others, as he was wont to do. The rich man was overjoyed that he had a heart to give aid to his fellow man, but would not have him be a servant. Instead, he asked that the hermit would help his neighbors in their time of need and, in that service, would be serving him. And so the hermit labored to help many people rebuild their homes. Then one day, his friends covered his eyes and brought him to the plot of ground where his house had stood before the storm. And opening his eyes, he discovered to his joy that in secret, they had rebuilt a new house for him with 3 rooms and windows for air and light upon every wall. Thereafter, the hermit spent his days, tending the gardens of his neighbors and became known through all the city for his kindness of spirit and helpfulness to others. He spent his last years building a grand fountain, stone by stone, and asked his rich friend to run water to it. When he died, many turned out to bid him goodbye, and for many years, the hermit's fountain remained outside the city gates, next to the empty house with windows on every wall, kept clean and tidy by all of his friends to welcome and give relief to the weary travelers coming from the desert. And I say unto the men among you that you have the choice in your life to be like the hermit who was conquered by the fear of sin and a slave to his fears, becoming a shell of a man to whom friends did not exist and neighbors were unknown. Or like the hermit who conquered the temptations of sin to become the master of himself, flying free in his soul, a joy to his neighbors, a delight to his friends, and a light unto the world. Remember, O people of Nazareth, as you sow, so shall you reap, both in heaven and on earth, for as you confine the righteous spirits of others or bind their worthy lives into emptiness, you also become a shell of what you could have been and exist in a world inside your soul as confining to your spirit as the hermit's house with no windows. Or you may draw the favor of God and man and choose to be like the rich man who judged not the lowly state of his brothers and sisters from the children of source, but gave unto them all that he had in their hour of need, and this without condition, but only with love. Unto such as this, God will say at the judgment day, Well done, my good and faithful servant. If I must part from you, my family and friends and neighbors of Nazareth, let me part with these words, that you remember you are all sons and daughters of God, and therefore, you are all brothers and sisters in the Spirit of God. And I tell you in all truth that men and women are equal before God in their creation. But in the judgment, it will always be found that there have been more virtuous women than righteous men. Therefore, men, I say unto you, be faithful to your wives in thought and deed. Honor and respect your wives and your daughters for their virtue and abilities. Think not to place them below you, but hold them beside you, that all may go forward together to a greater light. And do not demand that they be cloaked into invisibility because of the impure thoughts of a few sinful men. And to the women I say, honor and respect your husbands. Do not hide your glory which source has made in your beauty, but be modest in your manner and dress, that your husbands need not worry about the impure thoughts of unrighteous men toward those they love, that your moments together may always be comforting and joyous. Unto all I say, look to and care for one another. Be as the rich man. Even if you are poor, be rich in your spirit and in your desire to do good. Suffer there not to be any among you in agony of spirit because their cupboard is bare or their roof lets in the rain, or with a spirit that is broken because of foul deeds done to them. By this, you may know a true man of God, that he honors the temple of his body both inside and out, that he is humble and has humor and laughter and smiles, despite the adversities of life, that he honestly keeps the commandments of Sinai, that he plays with his children and provides for their needs, that he is of service to his community without reward or acclaim, and that he loves and respects his wife and ever encourages and supports her and helps her to expand her light and have joy. And by this, you may know a true woman of God, that she honors the temple of her body inside and out, that she is not vain, that she smiles and laughs easily and greets her husband with warmth and care, that she keeps the commandments of Sinai, that she makes her home a piece of heaven, no matter how humble it may be, that it is always a refuge of peace and comfort for her husband and her children, that she plays with her children and sees to their education and welfare, that she is of service to her sisters in need as she can be. and that she loves and respects her husband and ever encourages and supports him and helps him to expand his light and have joy. You have been accustomed to think of yourselves as separate families living within the town of Nazareth. May you begin to consider yourselves as the family of Nazareth, living within the Celestine light of Source. As one undivided, the happiness and comfort of all is magnified. As one undivided, the trials and tribulations of life are eased. As one undivided, you will live long upon the land and prosper, despite the Romans and all else the world may do. My brothers and sisters of light, make it so. And Jesus continued to hear the questions of the people of Nazareth and give answers unto them that lifted their spirits and filled their souls. And all of the other words that Jesus spoke that day are written in the book of Yaakov, given to the children of light in Jerusalem. Enduring blessings as Jesus, Miriam, and their children travel to Bethany, they encounter a destitute family along the way whom they nourish with food for their bellies and food for their souls. Some of Jesus's family, including his mother and some of his kinsfolk, asked him to remain in Nazareth and not to journey to Egypt. But Jesus insisted they must go and said unto them, I must be about my Father's business, and there are in Egypt things of which I must learn and do. Even after all the years his family and kinsfolk in Nazareth had known him, only a few understood that in saying this, he spoke of his Father in heaven and not of Joseph, who had died. When one of his relatives asked the day in which he should return, Jesus could not answer and said, I know only the beginning of my journey into Egypt, not the end, for my Father has not yet revealed it to me. Jesus noticed that his mother was sad, imagining that she might not see him again, but he said unto her and everyone there, Fear not, for as you see us depart, so shall you see us return, for it is in Galilee and Judea that I will fulfill that which my Father has called me to do. Thus, it was that Jesus and Miriam and their 2 children departed from Nazareth and began their journey to Egypt. They all walked and carried their meager belongings, and only Jesus's carpentry tools, their food and water supplies and some of Miriam's weaving materials were carried on the back of the donkey they brought with them. Jesus was exceedingly strong, and he often carried both children strapped in a long cloth about his back. When he tired, he put them in a little cart he had made that he pulled or harnessed to the donkey. They intended to journey first to Bethany that they might see the family of Miriam before they departed to Egypt. As they were traveling on that route and evening approached, they came upon a family of a man and his wife and 4 children at a well, and they appeared greatly enfeebled and destitute. Miriam came to the woman and asked, By what are you afflicted that you can barely stand beside the well? And the woman answered, We are journeying from Sychar to the house of my brother in Malatha, south of Jerusalem. We hunger greatly, for we have had but crumbs to eat for weeks since the Romans put us into the street for taxes we cannot pay, for my husband was injured and cannot work. Immediately, Miriam went to the supplies upon their donkey and gave the family most of their bread and cheese and all of their dried fish, leaving her own family only a little bread and cheese remaining for the evening meal and milk for Dara from her mother. And for this, she did not even speak to Jesus, knowing he would act the same. Then Jesus came over to them and asked if they would mind if his family journeyed with them as far as Bethany that they might have safety together in greater numbers. He asked this not for necessity, but to give an opportunity for his family to remain with the family in need for a time, in a way that the man could retain his dignity. The following day, the family of Jesus gathered leaves and roots of plants for food and showed the family from Sychar the plants that were good to eat so that they might never hunger again upon their journey. And when they came again unto a village, Miriam purchased some more cheese and bread. And it came to pass that the family from Sychar journeyed with them to the outskirts of Bethany, but when they were invited to continue to the house of Miriam's parents, they declined with great thankfulness for that which they had received, but insisted upon their desire to continue south toward their destination as quickly as possible. Before they parted, the man came to Jesus and said unto him, I perceive that you are a man of God, but even as that may be, I have never seen such kindness as you and your family have shown to mine. I desire to know from what spring you have drunk that you and your wife and your children are so different from all I have known. And Jesus said to him, You are our brother and were in need, and your wife our sister, and your children our children. Verily, we are all children of Source, therefore, when we help one another, it is the same as if we were doing it unto God. If you would have enduring blessings from this day, then remember to do unto your brothers and sisters across the land, even as you would do unto God and even as we have done unto you. Thus, it was that the family of Sychar parted from the family of Jesus, and never again did their paths cross. But the love they had received from Miriam and Jesus and their children remained with them always, and heeding the words of Jesus, it was magnified many times across the land. Truth of a prophet. Jesus travels to the community of Gimron with Miriam's brother Lazarus to visit Yochanan, where they spend 8 days, during which time Jesus gives a sermon on how to know a true prophet of God. Yochanan decides to accompany them to Bethany to meet Miriam and then travel on to Egypt with them. When the family of Jesus came into Bethany, to the home of the parents of Miriam, there was much rejoicing, and all of her kinsfolk came to see them. And Miriam's sister Martha and her brother Lazarus welcomed them with exceeding happiness, but her brother Zadok and her sister Rebekah did not greet her with enthusiasm, for they supposed she had too many favors of their parents. And it came to pass that Jesus and Miriam remained together in Bethany for the space of 11 days, and during this interval Miriam and Martha spent much time in each other's company, as did Jesus and Lazarus. After this time, Jesus declared his desire to visit his kinsman Yochanan at Gimron before departing to Egypt. And thus, it was that Miriam and their children remained in Bethany at the home of her father while Jesus journeyed to Gimron, and Lazarus went with him. Now Gimron was in a desolate place where few desired to be, but it was not far from Bethany, and thus it was that Jesus and Lazarus arrived there shortly, and great was Yochanan's joy when he saw his kinsman again. He embraced Jesus with vigor and greeted him, saying, My Lord, great is God that he has blessed me to see you again so soon. He has told me that you should arrive, and I have prepared a place for you. Jesus also embraced Yochanan with enthusiasm, saying, Yochanan, prophet of the Most High, I am honored to be again with you. The years apart have been long for me, and I have missed you. Yochanan was humbled by Jesus's greeting and replied, No, Jesus, it is I who am honored to be again with you. I have missed you as well. Time has had little meaning in my life here, but the memory of our discoveries with God seems to me to be just yesterday. Hearing their dialogue, Lazarus was perplexed. He did not understand the manner in which Jesus and Yochanan greeted each other, nor that in so doing, they were fulfilling the vows they had made to one another when last they parted. Jesus and Lazarus remained with Yochanan for the space of 8 days, and Jesus related to Yochanan all that had transpired in his life since he had left Gimron, and Yochanan did likewise, accounting for his time in Gimron. Lazarus sat in attendance at all their conversations and thus learned somewhat of Jesus and Yochanan that few men knew. Of these things, Jesus asked that he speak to no one, except Miriam, to whom he could speak of all things. While Jesus had been away from Gimron, Yochanan had grown in stature spiritually as well as physically, and many in the community now looked to him for guidance and inspiration because of his fervor and conviction. Thus, it was on the following day, that there were sermons being given by the high priests and Yochanan, and Jesus and Lazarus were invited to attend and listen. And Yochanan, though still unmarried, was asked to speak at the end of the meeting to rouse their spirits. And it came to pass that the high priests spoke on the calling of a prophet and how the penalty of Moses for a false prophet was death by stoning. And there were lamentations from many in the room about the many false prophets wandering the land of Israel, leading good people astray and away from the purity of the principles of God. One of the men present, named Tamash, exclaimed, "I have heard some called prophets in Jerusalem, and each sounds as good as the other, but they proclaim different teachings. How then are we to know which one to stone and which one to heed? For God will surely condemn us if we put to death a man whom he had called, and will not forgive our error or ignorance." After much debate upon this subject, Yochanan was asked to say the final words. And Yochanan rose and said unto them, "My esteemed brethren and elders, I know that God chooses whom he will to reveal his secrets and desires unto the children of men, and it is not for men or priests or governments to judge the prophets God has called or the truths that they reveal, nevertheless, they do. And among the children of Israel, it would seem that to know a true prophet is very simple, for as the priests tell us, either a prophet teaches the law of Moses or he does not, and by these you may know them. But though I am young, I have learned that blindly following the law does not always lead to the light. I have learned that if we would know pure truth, we must not obey without question the persuasions of men or the authority of the priests, but each of us must ask God to reveal the truth unto us and trust that the Spirit of Source will let our hearts understand things our minds cannot know. If your own discernment is lacking, which I think all of us would agree is sometimes the case, then I say it is good to consider the discernment of those whom you respect in these matters for their wisdom and fairness. Those whom you know accept not the dictates of men, but weigh each matter with God. And in this, I know there are some who look to me, and I am greatly humbled by such an honor, especially in consideration of my young age and inexperience with life. But upon the foundation of such worth that men may esteem me, I would like to give my place to Jesus Bar Yosef of Nazareth, whom I testify has been called of God, whom I testify speaks the words of God. This I know to be true. With every breath of my body, this I know to be true." Then Yochanan sat down abruptly, and amid an exquisite silence Jesus rose among them and said unto them, "Men are only led astray by false prophets because of the vanities of their hearts and the delusions of their minds. Of vanity, man must repent and forsake, and of delusions, man must do all he can to reason the truth in his mind and then humble himself before God and ask for the Holy Spirit to give a sure knowing of the truth in his heart. And unto the righteous, the Holy Spirit of Source will always speak in a still small voice in his mind, and a warm contentedness in his heart, that all men of virtue may know truth from falsehood. But the man seduced by the world, in his vanity, in his desire for comfort and ease, in his desire to indulge his sins and wanton ways, in his desire to keep authority over his fellow men, becomes deaf and dulled to the promptings of God. Though he may inquire still of God in his times of need, his ears will hear only the deafening sound of silence, for Source does not speak even in the smallest of voices to the man who mocks God by the manner of his life. Thus, man is left standing alone, with a part of him seduced to the ways of the world and a part of him still longing for the sweetness of God, and he is racked with torment inside, not knowing the way to turn. Verily, I say unto you, the ways of God are easy to know, and that no man may ever be deceived. Take now the lamp that I bring, whereby in its light, you may see and discern truth from error when men say they speak from God. Many have said that the law of Moses clearly tells how the people may know a true prophet from a false, therefore why do we speak of these things? But I ask, do you worship a dead or a living God? For if all you have for your faith and the actions of your life are the laws of ancient times, then you have only a part of what God has given for the good of man. Some say a true prophet will never speak anything that is contrary to what has been given in the law, saying the law came from God, therefore, anything that is different cannot be of God. Think you that the world never changes? That never is there a need for greater light to illuminate the darkness of a world far different than the one in which the ancient prophets lived? Think you that the children of men never become better than their ancestors and worthy of greater light? And I say unto you that if the words of God to men were meant to never be added upon, then you would not need the writings of many ancient prophets to say these words, but the writings of only one, for God would have spoken just once, unto a single prophet, to reveal all that man would ever need. But God continued to speak from prophet to prophet because man continued to need new light and additional knowledge and guidance for the challenges of his times. Even as the prophet Amos has said, surely the Lord God will do nothing, but that he first reveals his secrets unto his servants, the prophets. And I say unto you that the Almighty Source, the Creator of heaven and earth, is not a God who does nothing, but the God to which nothing is impossible. And by the mouths of his holy prophets, his will is made known unto men. In the days to come, there will walk upon the earth children of men worthy of a far greater light than has even been given to you or to Moses or to Abraham. And unto them will Source bless with greater end. Glorious understanding. From my lips, you will hear words you have never heard, for I do not repeat the dusty laws of the past you memorized long ago, but give unto you greater light and knowledge, even as the prophets of old each gave greater light and knowledge to the children of Israel who walked with them. Many of the ancient laws in the sacred texts were given only for that people, in that time, concerning their lives and their challenges, which were unique to them. Thus, does God always bless those who strive for the light so that as they live worthy, they will always have a prophet in their midst to guide them through the perils of their day. Nevertheless, Source has also given sacred laws that are not just for that time, but are eternal and inviolate, meant to be lived by all men, for all time, such as the commandments of Sinai. How then can men know which laws of the prophets of old are meant for all time and which are only meant for a season of time? How can men know if a prophet today utters true words from God or false words to deceive? I say unto you that laws that are meant for all men in all times are laws that have eternal significance, both on earth and in heaven. The eternal paths of God are scarcely concerned with the temporal ways of man, save that man keeps the commandments of Sinai and respects the temple of his body, which God has made, both on the inside and the outside. And this that he might live long upon the land and have many years to do good and prove that he honors God by honoring the temple God has given him. Therefore, it matters not to God how many steps one takes on the Sabbath or other such pious dictates from the dusty past, for what has this to do with things forever? Man is upon the earth to learn to draw near to the light and to flee from the darkness. To prove by his life that he follows Source and the goodness thereof, by striving each day to cleave to the light, to be a better husband and father and brother and do good to all men. You have heard it said that man is made in the image of God. Think you that these hallowed words speak only of the way man appears? I say unto you, nay. The image of God means as well all the attributes of Source. It is given to man in this life to emulate God and to show by his life how greatly he desires to be like him. You are wise to be wary because of false prophets, for there are many that come to men in the name of God clothed as meek sheep, but inside are ravenous wolves. Therefore, when a man comes forth proclaimed by himself or others to be a prophet of God, see that you test the teachings that he says, not in how they call men to the letter of the law or to some strange doctrine, but whether they cause men to do good to their fellow men and to take righteous and pure actions, or entice them into darkness, or constrain their spirit with the needless dictates of men. Especially those given by man but proclaimed to be of God. And see that you test the man that his life fulfills the good teachings he proclaims, for though source may call a sinner who has repented to be a prophet, he will not give his light to any who remain in darkness by their words or deeds. Look therefore to the simple examples source has given for all men to see. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Even so, every good tree brings forth good fruit, and only good fruit, even as a true prophet of God calls upon man to do good, and only good in ways that expand his spirit, not shut it in a box. When men find a tree that brings forth bad fruit, they hew it down and burn it in the fire. For it is worthless unto them, and left in place only is a hindrance to the good that might grow in the soil. Wherefore, I say unto you, of true prophets, by their fruits, you shall know them. And many were amazed at the words of Jesus, and for some, the impact on their heart was powerful and it changed them from that moment. But others were very wroth at him and considered him a false prophet who ridiculed the law upon which all prophets must stand, and blasphemed the true concepts of God. The following day, as Jesus and Lazarus prepared to return to the home of Lazarus, Yochanan declared that he was going to journey to Bethany with them, that he might meet Miriam, whom he knew was most favored of God, and continue to travel to Egypt with them, for there was something there he had wished to do for many moons. Yochanan was a large man and fearsome in his countenance, with his beard and long hair all askew. When he professed his desire to accompany them, Lazarus immediately saw that his presence would contribute to their safety and heartily encouraged him to come along. Thus, it was that Jesus and Yochanan and Lazarus returned to Bethany, to the house of the father of Lazarus. When they arrived, Miriam met Yochanan for the first time, and she bowed her head before him and said, "Welcome, the prophet of Source." Yochanan also bowed his head before her and said, "Blessings to the chosen of the Son of Light." And everyone else present except Lazarus was perplexed by these greetings. On the first night of the return to Bethany, during the evening meal, Yochanan was struck by the beauty of Miriam's sister Martha, and she by his effervescent presence. Miriam noticed their frequent glances at one another and smiled to herself, knowing love was already blossoming, even as Jesus had told her in secret that it would. Sermon in Bethany. While Jesus and Miriam are visiting her family and kinsfolk in Bethany, on their last night they all gather to hear Jesus speak. Jesus expounds upon the true nature of God, the Father, the Mother, and the Son. He also speaks about eternal marriage and what is meant by keeping the inside of the cup clean as well as the outside. Jesus and Miriam spent 2 more days in Bethany, and after the evening meal and the last night, Miriam's family and kinsfolk gathered to hear Jesus speak, for many had heard stories of his teachings in Nazareth, and some thought he might be a prophet. And Jesus said unto them, There are those that say the kingdom of God is outside of you, that it is in the sky and in the sea and in the temple built by man of great stones and precious woods. But I say unto you, that the greater kingdom is inside of you, for you are the temple of light, built by God. When you come to know yourselves in purity, forgetting the conceptions of the world and the teachings of men, then you will realize that you are true sons and daughters of the living Father and Mother in heaven, and are inheritors of all that your parents have, as you live worthy to receive your inheritance. In ignorance, some will say it is blasphemy to speak of God in the plural, as a male and a female, a husband and a wife co-creating. To them I say, have you not heard of the creation of the world where it is written in the sacred scrolls? Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and of when man was cast out of the garden God said, Behold, the man has become as one of us, and of when God confounded the languages at Babel and said, Let us go down and confound their language? The sacred texts teach that man was made in the image of God. How then do men claim that God is only a male, for does not the body of a man differ greatly from the body of a woman? Therefore, I say unto you, man is made in the image of the Father and woman is made in the image of the mother. In fullness, a man is not without woman, nor husband without wife, neither parents without a child. And the perfection of God is the Father and the Mother and the Son, 3 lights each to their own, but they are one God, united in perfect spirit, understanding, and purpose. Did not Isaiah see the parents? Speaking of the coming of the Son unto the children of men and of the rejection of the truth thereof? For it is written, I heard the voice of the Lord, saying, Whom shall I send and who will go for us? Then said I, Here I am, send me. And he said, Go and tell this to the people, Hear you indeed, but understand not, and see you indeed but perceive not. The hearts of this people are fat, they make their ears heavy and shut their eyes, lest they hear with their ears and see with their eyes, and understand with their hearts, and convert, and be healed. Again Isaiah spoke of the Father that is Lord, and of the Mother, the Spirit that touches the hearts of men, and of the Son, who redeems the righteous, for it is written, From the beginning, from the time that it was, there am I, and now the Lord God and His Spirit has sent me. And Jesus said unto them, He who has ears to hear and eyes to see, let him hear and see. Then Levi son of Phinehas, who had studied the law, said, I have eyes and ears but I have not seen or heard of the God you describe taught in the sacred scrolls. If God is 3 divine individuals acting as one, and not one divine essence, then why is this not more plain? For there are thousands of places in the sacred scrolls that refer to God as one force, which is personalized in a masculine way. And only these few you have given to the contrary that may merely be errors of transcribing. What more can you say about this vital subject? Jesus answered him, saying, Even among the honest of heart, it is the nature of man to see and hear that which he wishes to see and hear, and to the contrary, he is blind and deaf. How many times have you held the answer to your question in your hand, but have not seen the truth? Because you were not seeking it. Read again that which you have read, and look for the gems that speak of the plurality of God, and you shall find that which you seek. Verily I say unto you, source is the name for God, and as used in the sacred books it is a word of both male and female nature and reflects the plural, not the individual, and of it, the Holy Scrolls speak thousands of times. Verily, it is the Father and the Mother, and through the Son they do all things. Then Jesus took a stick and wrote the letters YHVH on the ground and said unto them, This is the sacred name of the Father, given unto the children of men, which name should not be spoken, but only written in reverence, and never defaced. Before the world was, the source decided that which each of them should do to bring to pass the eternal progression and exaltation of the spirit children of the Father and the Mother. The Son said he would do whatsoever the Father and the Mother asked of him, and that through him their will would be manifested among the children of men. The Mother said she would be the spirit of source that would reside within the hearts of every child upon the earth, and stay with them for all of their days as they kept their temple worthy to have her, and sincerely lived for truth and righteousness. The Father said he would connect to every particle of existence that he might ever receive the supplications of the children of men that the source could bless the righteous. Therefore, the children of light should pray to the Father and the Mother, who are one and over all, and ask in the name of the Son, through whom all good things occur, that they may be touched in wisdom and richly blessed, as they seek righteousness in harmony with the wool of source. And the humble shall be comforted with heavenly love by the Mother, who sends forth the Holy Spirit of source to manifest sweet blessings unto the children of light. Among the children of Israel this is not understood, but it is now known unto you. When you have a goodly need, and are humble and not proud, seek out God by calling on source, for even as the word leaves your lips, the love and attention of the Father and the Mother and the Son comes upon you in fullness and power. Then said Levi, How strange a doctrine you teach, but you speak as one with authority, therefore I will study upon the things you have said. But tell me this, for it is a mystery to me, if we are to ask of the Father in the name of the Son, what then is the name of the Son? Jesus answered unto him, saying, Look again in the sacred Scriptures and you will find it there as it was spoken by your fathers, but verily I say unto you, that in your life, you will live to hear the name of the Son as it is known among the children of men, spoken on the lips of many people. Some with great anger and some with great love. Then Gideon, a cousin of Miriam, asked, Speak to us of marriage and heaven, for in our family it is a tangled web, we have marriages that have come after marriages, some with a man and a widow and some with a man married to several wives, some whom are widows. I have heard conflicting things from different rabbis regarding this matter. What has God said to you of this? And Jesus said unto them, When you marry, you have heard it said that at death the marriage is ended, be it a marriage of one man and one woman or one man and several women, and so it is for the marriages sanctified by man, for they have no force in heaven. But I say unto you that if it is by God, with the man and the woman having asked together for the blessings of source, and sealed with vows between them for it to be a sacred and eternal covenant, and this before the witness of family and friends. Then it is not parted at death, but with the righteous, remains in force for time and all eternity, as long as both the man and the woman live worthy of the blessing. In the hereafter, everyone will have eternal life and come forth to their just and resonate reward, be it joyous or despairing, according to their faith in God and the paths they choose in life. But even among the most righteous, man cannot be without woman or woman without man if they desire to go forward into the greatest exaltation. But if a marriage is by the authority of man, or the rituals of men, or the governments of men, or the priesthoods of men, then it ends with death, for in the eternity God is not bound by the ordinances of man which have no power to bind in heaven. They become as dust and are trampled under feet in the world to come. Nor can marriage be performed in heaven, for it is an ordinance given to be fulfilled in the flesh, that it may be proven that the man will faithfully cleave unto the woman and the woman unto the man, despite all that evil may tempt. In fidelity to their marriage they magnify the gift of life God has given, and shall therefore have so much more reward in the world to come. But whosoever is married only by the authority of man, or of governments, or the priesthoods of men, shall not be married in heaven, until their love is fulfilled by a resonant proxy of two in the flesh. Moreover, know that as a man is not without a woman, nor woman without a man, neither can either stand before source without the other, for alone they are but half of a whole, and only in the wholeness and balance of love and commitment can the celestine light of God be fully manifested. Then Gideon said, But what of those who may love true, but pass from life unknowing of the way to secure the relationship for eternity? And Jesus said unto him, The covenant that binds for eternity is forged in the love that endures and grows stronger through all the trials of life, because it is lit by the celestine light of source and the unselfish oneness of two. It is a beautiful flower nurtured with exceeding tenderness and consideration that upon life's passing is most brilliant. Every day of life together is a witness to the world of their devotion to God and to each other. Such a love, after many years together to prove its truth, is dedicated to continue in eternity by the holy desire of those that love, and enshrined in the heart of Source from everlasting to everlasting. And Gideon replied, "But is there not an exact way in which holy ordinances should be performed?" Jesus answered him, saying, "With man, the letter of the law is so important, but with God it is the conviction of the heart, the righteousness of the life, and worthy desires of the soul that matters." And Jesus, perceiving that some were confused by that which he spoke, said, "Verily, if you will not listen to your heart, which speaks the truth your customary mind does not know, then you do not know yourselves, and you will dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty. No matter the riches of the world which you may possess." And the people were amazed, for never before had they heard such teachings. Jesus continued, saying, "Recognize what is in your sight, and the feeling that is in your heart. Pray to your Father and Mother in heaven for the light of understanding to expand into the testimony of truth, and then that which is hidden from you will become plain to you, and there is nothing hidden which will not become illuminated by the celestine light of Source." They understood that he spoke of his teachings, but only a few understood that he also spoke of himself, and some people nodded in agreement, but others shook their heads in disbelief. And Jesus spoke again, saying, "If you bring forth the light which is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth the light within you, if you allow yourself to be blinded by the darkness of the world and the teachings of men, then what you do not bring forth will condemn you at the last day." Perceiving from their mumblings that some among his listeners were concerned with following the dictates of the law and their appearances before men, and desired to not quietly find the light within themselves, he said, "Why do you wash the outside of the temple, but the inside leave dirty? If it is pleasing for the outside to be clean, which is only seen by men, how much more pleasing is it for the inside to be clean, wherein resides that which nourishes you and is seen by God? Do you not realize that he who made the inside is the same one who made the outside? If you would find favor with God, then be as concerned for the inside of your temple as for the outside, and let those that are high be like those that are low." Then Nahor, son of Salatiel, said, "All of these things you have said are strange doctrines that would seem to ridicule the law, and blaspheme the God of our fathers, and make women the equal of men." Jesus replied to him, saying, "The celestine light of the kingdom is like a wise fisherman who one day was told by the king that he and all of the other fishermen of the village could dive for pearls in the king's reserve and keep all that they found, but they must open each one before they gathered another, so that none were wasted. The other fishermen made haste to bring to shore and open as many oysters as they could harvest, and finding beds close to shore in shallow water, they soon had discovered a few small pearls, but the wise fisherman dove throughout the day in the deepest water, looking for the one large oyster that would have a pearl of great price, and he was ridiculed by his friends for the efforts he wasted in his faith. As the sun began to set, many of the fishermen had small piles of pearls, while the wise fisherman rose from the water again with nothing, and he was laughed at again for his foolishness and faith. But the wise fisherman's faith could not be shaken, and with one last great breath he dove again to the deepest depth, and there he found an oyster of such size as men had never seen. And bringing it to the shore and opening it, he found the pearl of great price for his faith, and all the pearls of all of his friends put all together would not be 1,000th of the worth of his pearl. Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. Verily, I say unto you, only when you look into your heart and find the child of God, only when you make the inside like the outside and the outside like the inside, only when those who are high are like those that are low, and only when you make the male and the female equal, so that they are two halves of one whole, only then will you have the light." Hearing his words, some were upset with his teachings and departed in anger, but more were amazed and delighted and held him in awe. The following day, when the time came for them to depart, Lazarus asked his father if he might go with them to Egypt, as he was familiar with the trade routes and the caravans, having traveled them previously with his father, who was a notable merchant with varied interests. His father agreed that Lazarus should also journey to Egypt, but as a trader, not just a visitor. He told him to go in the company of 2 servants, and entrusted him with 2 camels carrying fabric with gold thread and jewelry to trade with the Egyptians. And he gave Jesus and Miriam a second donkey so they would have one to carry the children. Then he asked Lazarus to make a promise that he would return to Bethany by the time of 6 moons, lest they begin to fret about the fate of those that journeyed to the land of the Pharaohs. Martha was distressed because she also wanted to go to Egypt, but this her father forbade. Caravan to Egypt. Lazarus seeks to find a caravan for himself, Yochanan, Jesus, Miriam, and their children to accompany to Egypt, but no caravan master is willing to travel with a woman and children. Source sends a powerful dream to a Palestinian caravan master named Ibrahim, opening his heart to allow the group of Hebrews to travel with one of his caravans led by his son, which is departing for Egypt the very next day. Some days after departing from Bethany, the travelers came to Gaza to seek out a caravan to accompany to Egypt. Jesus and Miriam and Yochanan remained encamped outside of the town while Lazarus departed into the market to secure a position for them. As dusk fell upon the desert, Lazarus returned and said, "I spoke with 2 caravan masters of Judah, and neither will agree to journey across the Red Desert with a woman and children." The trip is always difficult, and since the Romans have conquered Egypt, there are fierce robbers in the desert and only caravans with speed and numbers have safety between the Roman outposts. Then Jesus invited everyone to pray with him, and they knelt upon the ground, Miriam beside Jesus and the children on each side of them and Yochanan and Lazarus across from them, and they held hands in a circle of faith. And thus did Jesus pray, "Almighty Father and Mother in heaven, we thank you for bringing us together this day, to this place, that we might grow closer to one another and through our shared experiences come into your greater light. We seek safe passage to Egypt that we might bring to pass greater things in your name. If it be your will, we ask you to open the hearts of the masters of the caravans that there will be a place for us, that we might fulfill all that you would have us do." And from time to time, Jesus and each of his party, including the children, offered more prayers that day that they might have fulfillment of their righteous needs. As evening began to fall and they sat together for the evening meal, Lazarus asked Jesus if God had given him yet any insights into their problem. And Jesus said unto him, "Upon the rising sun of the new day, journey again into Gaza and take Yochanan with you. On the water side of town, you will find a large white home with a tile roof, framed by 2 large date palms. There you will find a man by the name of Ibrahim. When he sees you, he will know who you are and will help us to obtain passage with a caravan." Lazarus was curious about the words which Jesus spoke and he asked, "How will this be, for only I among us has been to Gaza?" The name Ibrahim says he is not of the faith of our fathers and I know no such Palestinian, and were I to know one, why would he give account to that which I desired? Jesus answered him saying, "Tonight God shall send Ibrahim a most powerful dream and in the morning when he arises, you will appear before him, and Yochanan shall be the life of his dream." So it was that at the first break of the sun in the darkness, Lazarus and Yochanan journeyed to the house of Ibrahim as Jesus had described. When they arrived, they were surprised by the large size of the home and by the 2 armed servants who barred entry at the gate. And Lazarus said, Jesus was wanting in his description, for he did not warn us that we would be coming to the house of a great merchant or need to contend with guards at the gate. Nevertheless, Lazarus and Yochanan went forward to make entry, but they were barred by the servants at the gate, and no amount of persuasion would alter their determination. And seeing the wild appearance of Yochanan, they were even more resolved to keep him from their master. Lazarus and Yochanan were about to leave when an elderly man leaned out and spoke from the window above and commanded his servants to allow them entrance into his home. With some astonishment, they did as he bade. Ibrahim came down and met them in the entryway, and he was astounded to see Yochanan and said, "You are the very man of whom I have had a fitful night of dreams. Have you come to haunt me now while I am yet awake?" Yochanan politely replied, "No, kind sir, but tell me, what is it that you dreamt?" And Ibrahim said, "I saw you appear before me, and a voice echoed all around me, commanding me to do as you bid. All through the night, I saw the crumbling of my wealth and of my home and of my trade, if I did not do as you bid, and more dreadful, I saw the death of my only son who was attacked by thieves while on a caravan to Egypt. Then again, I saw the life of my son and the continued flourishing of my family if I did as you bid. But in my dream, I could never see what it was that you would have me do. I beseech you therefore to tell me, for never have I had such a dream, more powerful than life, it was." Then Yochanan told Ibrahim the purpose of their visit, and after hearing it, Ibrahim quickly put the seal from his ring to a piece of papyrus and handing it to Yochanan, said, "Surely God has a hand in this, for in truth, without such a portent as my dream, I would never allow Hebrews or a woman and children to journey with my caravan. But I know it must be God's will, therefore, go to the departure point and seek out my son, whose name is also Ibrahim, and give to him my seal, and he shall allow you to go with the caravan that departs soon to Egypt." And it came to pass that Lazarus and Yochanan quickly made to return to the camp of Jesus, but were met along the road by Miriam walking beside the donkeys with the children and Jesus leading the camels, for Jesus already knew of the success of their meeting at the house of Ibrahim. Around midday, they met Ibrahim, the son of Ibrahim, and without regard to the seal, he disbelieved that his father would allow Hebrews or a woman and children to accompany the caravan. Therefore, he sent a messenger back to the house of his father to determine the truth of this unusual circumstance. Shortly thereafter, the messenger returned with a command from his father to take the Hebrews with him and see to it that they were well cared for. Only then did he reluctantly agree. Thus, it was that Jesus and his family and friends found passage with a small caravan to Egypt, in which was counted 42 camels and drivers, 15 guards, plus Jesus and his kin. And from the moment the caravan departed Gaza on the rise of the next sun, Ibrahim did fret because of the Hebrews who accompanied them and the slowness he imagined they caused to the caravan. Robbers of Zin. The caravan that Jesus and company are traveling with is attacked by a band of fearsome robbers from the wilderness of Zin. When they threaten Miriam and his children, Jesus calls forth a blinding, sizzling light, and the ground shakes, immediately subduing the attackers. Then Jesus approaches the leader of robbers, and the man asks him for forgiveness. He also asks if he can travel with them that he may learn more of Jesus and his teachings. In the journey of the first day, Ibrahim sought to speak with Yochanan and said unto him, "Tomorrow, we enter into an area where there are vicious robbers, therefore take heed and warn your friends to be watchful and prepared to defend against attack." What of the Romans? Yochanan asked. Do they not patrol these roads? And would robbers be so bold as to attack us so close to Gaza? Ibrahim pursed his lips and let forth a loud breath of air, saying, The Romans remain within their fortified posts and fear these robbers, for whenever they seek to kill them, it is always the robbers who instead slay the Romans. Yochanan looked at Ibrahim with surprise and asked, Who are these robbers, and from where do they come? I think you exaggerate, for I have never heard of a band of robbers that could defeat Roman soldiers, when all of the children of Israel and Palestine chafe under their rule. Ibrahim answered solemnly, There are many robbers along the trading routes, seeking spoils, and most are of no consequence to a well-armed caravan. But those I speak of are the robbers of Zin. They are a mysterious people. It is rumored that they are remnants of the Amorites and live in the mountains of the wilderness of Zin. They are said to be tall and fearsome warriors who eat only the flesh of animals and no grains, but I know not, for thanks to God I have never seen them. But I fear them on this trip, for we do not have enough men to account for all of our animals, and your women and children slow us. Then Yochanan went and related to Jesus and Lazarus the strange story that Ibrahim had told him. And he said unto them, I think perhaps he is telling a tale to frighten his unwanted Hebrew guests. Robbers we may see, but I doubt they will be tall and ferocious, more likely underfed, undersized, and sneaking in the night to steal what they can when no one is watching. Jesus shook his head and replied, Would that it would be so, brother, but his fears shall be fulfilled, for on the night of the next day, the robbers he has described shall strike. Lazarus was frightened by these words and Yochanan fretful, but Jesus and Miriam remained calm, and Jesus said, Trust in source and be prepared to peacefully deal with the wicked, save they seek to take your life. Fear not those who can take of your worldly possessions, for they can be replaced and are worth less than you esteem them. Fear only those who desire to take from the treasures which you store up for eternity, or to take your life or that of your family. Against such, release your righteous fury with calm and meted justice. And when the dust has fallen, remember forgiveness for those who offer sincere repentance. After Jesus' revelation, Yochanan went and spoke again with Ibrahim and repeated all the words that Jesus had spoken concerning the robbers and the night to come. And he said unto him, Though you are not of the faith of our fathers and may give no value to that which I say, you should know that Jesus is blessed of God. If he foretells that something shall be, then it is certain that it shall occur. Ibrahim took these words of warning to heart, remembering the letter of his father and the unusual treatment he accorded unto these Hebrews. Therefore on the next day, Ibrahim was mindful of the words of Jesus, and while the sun was still 3 fists in the sky, he ordered the caravan to stop for the night at a small grove of 6 date palms lying in a depression in the desert. Ibrahim posted sentries atop the rim of the depression so that they could see a great distance in all directions and warn those below of the approach of any people. He also directed a small wall to be built, completely encircling the encampment from the bulky goods carried by the camels. And inside of the wall, the camels lay down, and at the center, the men encamped. Then while all but the family of Jesus were sitting about the campfires, cooking their evening meals, there arose a muted cry from one of the sentries, and before it was clear what was happening, they were surrounded by a band of strangely garbed robbers who had appeared like ghosts in the middle of their camp out of the emptiness of the desert. And so sudden was their surprise appearance that it was but a short fight before all the men in the caravan were disarmed, with some wounded and a few killed. Jesus calmly gathered Miriam and the children about him, and they knelt down together as the short battle raged. And it came to pass that all the men but Yochanan had been subdued by the robbers, but taking the leg bone of a camel, which he had earlier found lying upon the ground. He laid forth with mighty swings and quickly felled 3 robbers when Jesus called to him and bade him to fight no more, else he would lose his life to the thieves. Thus, it was that Yochanan hesitated for a moment to consider the words of Jesus, and in that time, he too was subdued by the robbers. Due to his stature and ferocity, they bound him tightly that he could do no more harm. And one of them made ready to kill him, but another made a sign to him and he did not. Then the robbers began to plunder the caravan and to gather the camels to take with them. Jesus, Miriam, Lazarus, and the children remained in a tight group and thus far had not been bothered. Whispering into his ear, Lazarus exclaimed to Jesus, "Who are these strange tall men, some with pale faces and hair? I have never seen their like, not in all of Palestine or in any of my travels." Upon that moment, 3 of the robbers approached them. And they spoke in a curious language which none had ever heard. One came forward and roughly pushed Jesus and Lazarus to the ground, while another sought out their possessions. The last grabbed Miriam and began to pull her away from her children, who huddled on the ground, clinging to her leg and crying. Seeing this, Jesus stood up quickly, and though his face was as calm as a sea of glass, Lazarus saw a fire in his eyes such as he had never before seen. Miriam saw it too and began to struggle with the man who held her. She commanded him in a voice of power, "Release me. You know not what you do." But the robber did not heed her warning. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light, a terrifying sizzling sound in the air, and a deep rumbling and shaking of the ground as if a mighty mountain had fallen. All the robbers and the merchants along with Yochanan and Lazarus tumbled to the earth, blinded by the lightning and frightened by shaking earth and the booming thunder that had reverberated from the clear night sky. Miriam fell to one knee but then rose and went calmly to her children and huddled with them at the feet of Jesus, who knelt quietly and embraced them all. It was some minutes before the sight returned to any of the men, and they all remained upon the ground in a stupor. Then Jesus walked over to the leader of the robbers and gave him his hand and pulled him to his feet. The man spoke to Jesus in Aramaic and asked, "Is it you that commands the lightning of the sky and the angry roar of the heavens and the earth?" Jesus answered him not as he asked, but said unto him, "I have done nothing of my own, but that which you do here tonight is evil. And it is the power of the Almighty God of heaven that you have seen and felt. He has had mercy on your soul and sent you this warning to repent of your sins and henceforth do only good with your life." And the man was humbled deeply in his heart by Jesus, and by all he had seen and heard, and was astonished that the man he would have harmed offered his hand and would do him no harm. He fell to one knee before Jesus and said, "I am Kudariluna. Never before have I seen such things, and by whatever God is, I know there is something more here than the works of men. I cannot speak for the others, but as for me, I ask you to forgive me for the wrong I have done, for I have known in my heart that it was without honor. You are not as other men, this is plain. Henceforth, if you will allow me, I desire to come with you on your journey and learn more of you and the things you would teach." And Jesus said unto him, "Shed your old skin, be glistening and new, follow me, and I will help you discover the celestine light of God that is within you." Upon hearing these words, some of the other bandits shouted in disgust, and then silently all of the rest moved away from the encampment and returned into the darkness from whence they had come. Upon the new day, despite the grumblings of Ibrahim and the merchants and even Yochanan and Lazarus, Kudariluna still remained in the camp, and he came with Jesus into Egypt after the caravan had buried their dead and tended to the wounded. Many in the caravan clamored for Qudaraluna to be put to death. And it was only because of the command of his father Ibrahim to be kind to the Hebrews, and only because none had seen Qudaraluna kill anyone, and only because of his sorrow for his evil, that Ibrahim allowed him to travel with them upon their journey, and then only under the promise of Jesus and Yochanan and Lazarus that they would be responsible for him and never let him leave their sight. Conversation at the Wadi. Jesus, Miriam, Yochanan, Lazarus, and Qudaraluna gather in a circle beneath the full moon and share an in-depth conversation. Yochanan and Jesus speak somewhat about the unusual circumstances of their births and some of their experiences together while at the community of Gimran, and Miriam relates some of the unusual occurrences with Jesus that she has witnessed. Through their prayers and experiences, Yochanan and Jesus have come to know a great deal about each other and their destinies, but both are still seeking to know the fullness of their callings and themselves. After another day of difficult travel across the barren red desert, they came to a wadi sitting beside Thebruk that marked the boundary in Toth Sinai wilderness of Egypt. When the coolness of the night fell upon them, they gathered together as friends, sitting in a circle on the cooling desert sand beneath the light of a full moon, and began a conversation of great depth. Qudaraluna walked over to sit with them, but Lazarus forbade him, as he was still rankled that he had been among the thieves that had attacked their caravan. But Jesus knew the heart of Qudaraluna had been changed from darkness to light, and said, "This man is not of the children of Israel, but he is now of the children of light. Therefore, give him a place among us as a friend, for it is with us that his heart now resides." Lazarus scowled a bit and was still hesitant, but he did as Jesus bade. And Qudaraluna Satan listened for the entire night, but spoke not a word. There was a bit of an awkward silence after Qudaraluna sat down, but then Lazarus inquired of Jesus and Yochanan if they would speak more about their lives, of which he had heard somewhat when he was in Gimran with them. Yochanan nodded in agreement, saying, "Ours is a strange story, for many things have happened to us and to our parents, which are not usual in occurrence. When we were in Gimran, in our youth, we spoke of these things often and prayed mightily to God, trying to understand who we were and why God had put us on the earth. The circumstances of both of our births were very unusual, and therefore, we knew from an early age that Source had a great purpose for our lives." Then Jesus and Yochanan related to Lazarus and Qudaraluna some of the events of their births and of their early lives, and Lazarus came to believe that they certainly must be chosen of God for holy purposes. And Lazarus asked, "Who is it then that you are? And why are you here?" Yochanan answered, saying, "I do not yet know in completeness who I am for the purposes of the Almighty, because I do not fully comprehend all God has shown unto me. But Source has given me many dreams to know that Jesus is the chosen vessel upon the earth, who brings a lamp that will light all the world. In humility, from all I know and feel, I say unto this small circle of family and a special friend that Jesus is the Son come among men." Lazarus raised one eyebrow and seemed somewhat perplexed by the words Yochanan had spoken, and he asked, "When you say Jesus is the Son, do you mean the sun in the sky or the prophet of Source or something different?" Before Yochanan could answer, Jesus said, "It is Yochanan who is the prophet of Source, for both my Father and Mother in heaven have shown this unto me many times and have spoken this truth into my ears. Yochanan also knows this is true. But he is too humble to say it until the time of his calling is to be fulfilled. But verily, I say unto you, Yochanan shall grow into such a prophet as the world has never seen." Yochanan seemed humbled by Jesus's words and added, "I will do as Source directs. They do speak to me also in visions and in words in my mind, and I continually seek to know and fulfill their will." I know not what shall become of me in the future, but I know that today, they would have me walk with Jesus, and tomorrow, and until the end of my days, I will proclaim him. As to Jesus, I have seen with my own eyes miracles that he has done that no man or even any prophet of God that has ever lived could do. Though I would be stoned as a blasphemer among the men of Jerusalem, to you I must speak my truth, and my heart says only the living Son of the living God could do such wonders. The priests of Jerusalem, and even of Gimron, say that God has no body, that God is neither male nor female, and therefore, there can be no Son of God. This is what I have been taught all of my life. Yet I have also known Jesus all of my life. He is like us, but then again so unlike us there is nothing even to compare. And despite all that men say of God, there is a voice that speaks in my mind and a feeling that warms my heart, and in my mind's eye, I see God the Father and God the Mother, standing before me as they speak of Jesus. Though he also is humble and desires not the recognition, I know he is who I have said he is. Thereby, I know that God is not an emptiness of form but as tangible as you and me, and that by the Father and the Mother has come the Son. Lazarus was fascinated by the words which he heard and bade Yochanan to tell him more. Yochanan looked to Jesus, and Danan spoke an understanding passage between them, and Yochanan said, We will tell you many things, Lazarus, but you and Kudariluna must speak of them to no one outside of this circle until the time of our purposes on earth have been fulfilled. And to this, Lazarus and Kudariluna readily agreed. Then Yochanan recounted some of the miracles of Jesus, which he had witnessed. He had seen the living plants of earth come to life as he passed over them, and he had seen Tobiah, who was dead, return to life at his touch. He had spent more time with Jesus than any man, and he had one great testimony of him. And Yochanan said, Though his miracles are mighty, beyond the miracles of the greatest of the prophets, there are other things about him, which testify he is unlike any other man. There is a great goodness and kindness in Jesus and virtue beyond the most righteous. When he is a part of us, we are inspired to do more with our lives. And Lazarus and Kudariluna nodded silently in agreement. Yochanan spoke more unto them, saying, There is another aspect of Jesus, which testifies to me that he is of a divine nature greater than all others despite his mortal tabernacle, and that is this, he is like a sponge that remembers all things. And there is not one thing which he has ever heard, or one thing which he has ever read, or one thing which he has ever seen, which he does not remember with perfect clarity and exactness. Hearing this, Lazarus was astounded. And Kudariluna was so startled he almost broke his vow of silence. Miriam also testified to some of the miracles she had been witness to as the wife of Jesus, which no other person had ever seen, and she also bore witness that Jesus remembered all things and that there was not even one thing which he forgot that he wished to remember. Lazarus asked his sister to tell more of the miracles she had seen, but she refused and said unto him, Perhaps, some day, when it is needed, I shall tell them all, but for now I think the truths Jesus teaches by his words and his precepts are the most glorious miracle. That Jesus raised a dead man is good for the previously deceased, but what has it to do with our eternal salvation? Yet if we hear his words and follow them, they change our lives, they are the real treasure of Jesus, and they have eternal significance upon our souls. Lazarus was unhappy with the words of his sister and said, Great words are said by many, but miracles are not often seen among men. Therefore, such evidence lends belief that Jesus might be more than a man. Miriam answered him, A faith built on seeing or knowing of miracles is like standing on wet sand at the beach, and the waves come in and the ground that seemed so sound washes away beneath your feet. It is easy to believe in Jesus when you see and know of his miracles, for they are mighty. But what of the day when he leaves this world and his miracles become only stories handed down from generation to generation? If a person's faith has been forged from miracles alone, when the persecutions of the world come, they will wash away the foundations of the faith, for it has no depth. Only when faith is founded upon the everlasting principles of light that have been revealed by Jesus, can it stand firm against all that the world may bring. Miriam's words deeply affected Lazarus, touching his spirit. As he continued to ponder all he had heard and felt in his heart, he asked, "It would seem that Jesus could be, as Yochanan attests, the Son of Source that has come to earth in the flesh. But to what end? And is this not the same teaching as the false beliefs of the Egyptians and the Greeks? How will the children of Israel ever accept such a thing to be true, even with the miracles you speak of which Jesus has done?" Jesus answered Lazarus, saying, "Though the children of Israel rebuke the beliefs of the Egyptians and the Greeks, verily, parts of the religions and myths of the Egyptians were given to them by inspiration from source to prepare the hearts and minds of the children of men to accept the fullness that God would yet reveal. When you see the sun come to earth, it is not from the Egyptians or the Greeks, but from the source of the Celestine light. The beliefs of these religions were merely the heralds of the greater truth that was coming, preparing the hearts and minds of the children of men to be ready to receive it. Now, my brothers, I am humbled by the kind words that have been spoken, but I do not wish for you to say to anyone that I am the son of Source, any more than we are all sons of God. Yochanan and Miriam speak highly of me and I am honored, but I am still pondering upon the fullness of who I am and why I am here. I know that Source is a father and a mother, and that they are two glorified personages, not just one. Nor is God merely a force of the universe, for I have spoken with my heavenly Father and Mother face to face, and the light that radiates from them is as bright as the sun at noonday, burning within reach. That I might see this light, which no mortal eyes could withstand, my body changed for that moment to a body more divine by far, and I caught a glimpse of the magnitude of Source. I know that Source works mighty miracles through me. I feel a oneness with all life and feel a part of all things. Each day that passes, the feeling grows stronger. I have come to understand that others do not have this feeling, even my beloved Miriam and my brother Yochanan. I speak to my Father and Mother in heaven every day, and hear their voice with my ears as if they were standing next to me. And I know with a surety that whatsoever I should ask of them, they would do. By them I am called son, and it resonates deep in my heart. They have told me that I lived with them before the world was, and I remember all the things of which they relate. Yet it is presumptuous to speak as we have spoken, to say that I am the very Son of God. I do not have the desire to speak it, nor do I wish others to, for I am still seeking to fully understand all that I have learned. So too, there is knowledge of the true nature of all things and the full knowledge of what is to be. But my Father waits to reveal these things to me when I am more prepared to receive them. But I say unto you that every day our Father and Mother in heaven do speak to me, and they bestow marvelous understandings upon me, and through these revelations, I know they desire me to be perfect, which is a hard thing to be. For I am as tempted as is any man by the allures of the world and to squander the precious hours of life. They have commanded me to teach by both precept and example, to show my brothers and sisters of spirit by my life and teachings, how they can become better than they are, eternally progressing until they are without sin, even as our parents in heaven are perfect. And there is something more, but unknown, which I know I must do, but of that mystery, they will not speak, for they say it is not the time for me to know. When that time comes and I am one with all that I am and understand all that I must do and the world has witnessed it, then Source would have you speak the fullness of the truth, whatever that may be. There are many other things of which my Father and Mother in heaven have spoken to me. That I tell only to Miriam. And you must understand that everything I know of my life and purpose and the teachings of our Father and Mother in heaven, she also knows, and even as Yochanan and I walk paths that intertwine, Miriam and I walk a path of one, and we are one. Jesus and Miriam speak on women.